our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
It's second best in the NBA. And now Luka weaves to the defense and has himself a 40-point triple-double.
Follow up with the call on Bally Sports. Good morning, Metroplex. An absolutely stacked Thursday edition of Sean and RJ. We are live in studio as always here on DFW Sports Station. Thank you for finding us, and hopefully you stick around for the monster presentation. We have the update on Mike McCarthy's health at 6 o'clock this morning. The payload at 6:40. Ross Tucker from Filthy at 7:20 in the Expressway. We will try to squeeze in high-low. We have Mike Tirico, play-by-play call of Sunday Night Football at 8. Babe Laufenberg, Rhett Lashley, SMU head coach, and Patrick Walker to finish things up before Crosstalk with KMC. Let's go.
What a day.
Luka Doncic with a first-half triple-double, finishes with 40, 11, and 10 through three quarters as the Dallas Mavericks absolutely smoked the Utah Jazz at the AAC.
Is a 50-point win good?
Man.
Well, I haven't been told lately. Nobody tells me anything anymore. Saints seems pretty good. Utah's awful. They are an awful team. Love those uniforms, though.
Their head coach said that was an absolutely horrendous performance. It seemed like the Mavericks were moving at a different pace than we were from start to finish.
Yeah, they were, because Utah doesn't have a pace. They don't have anything. They've got Colin Sexton, and they've got some guy named Dunn who likes to wave fingers in Luka's face.
Which Luka apparently said to the ref, I didn't do anything. He's just mad because I'm busting his ass.
What is that shoelace he was wearing in his head? Well, I've not seen all that. I've not seen it all that much. The shoelace. I don't mind the headband. The shoelace seems a little weird. It's a little bit of. It's very European soccer.
Utah is 7-14. This is what happens when you have Danny Ainge come there and blow things up. So they're starting the rebuild post Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert. They also lost Quinn Snyder as the head coach to the Atlanta Hawks. But Luka moves past Larry Bird on the all-time triple-doubles list. He moved into the number 9 spot. It was his 60th career triple-double. And when you look at the way he did it, first ever triple-double with a 25-point-plus point effort in the first half. First ever 25-point-plus triple-double in a first half.
So has the triple-double, do we look at it the same as we used to? Because it seems like it happens every night now.
Right.
Not with one player, but in general around the league.
Yeah.
And
I think Westbrook ruined it.
He did well, yeah. I mean,
I really do.
Averaging it for the whole year, and then did he do it again? Like he averaged it again for another year. It just seems like it just doesn't have nearly the same way. I remember when Jason Kidd came over here. I mean, he was like, "Oh my God, here's Kidd. He has his third triple double in 2 years or whatever." And it was like, "Oh my God, it's pretty awesome." And now this happens. Luka will get 3 in a month.
What do we end up saying about him? It's one of those challenges like we had with Tiger Woods. We've had it with Luka over the past couple years. Like, what is there left to say about his greatness with doing stuff like this?
I mean, he's got nothing. I mean, the only thing else he could do is win. Like, that's it, right? The only other thing he has to accomplish, I mean, I guess an MVP, but he's got to win.
Which is probably the lead candidate for.
I would think so.
Embiid went for 50 last night, though.
That's not bad. I would think he is, but it's so early. I mean, we're 20 games in, so it's so which is a quarter of the way. It's so early though, so I could see any number of guys wind up having these great second halves. Usually, you win this thing in the second half anyway. We know Embiid did, right? Embiid won it last year in the second half, or the last couple of months when everybody was like, "Man, is Joker gonna win a third? Another one?" So yeah, he's got to win a title. I mean, that's really the only thing else he could do. Not much. Just win a title.
Embiid, Joker. I mean, there are numbers out there that Brian Windhorst was citing saying Joker's having a better season than he has ever had and a better season than last year when Denver went and won the championship. You got Shea Alexander getting it done in Oklahoma City as well. And Luka is doing it without sleep as a sleep-deprived Doncic joined the Bally postgame show and forgot that they were actually broadcasting over the air.
Yeah, the point I said before the game, we just can't around and we just, Love it.
We just
double.
kept effing around before the game. Realized I dropped the F-bomb. OS on top of it.
I mean, look, when you curse once, you might as well just do it again.
Yes.
Just get your money's worth. Everything has to come in twos. All superstitious people know that if you do something once, you got to do it again. You got to reset the whole thing. So I approve of this. I approve of the double cursing.
And then,
single, no. The double, yes.
And then, of course, Headband Luca was trending as I tuned in last night, and I'm like, what's going on? Did he get a bad haircut right here? Is this covering up a bad fade? Sometimes I've seen, the haircut work on Luca look a little bit shoddy. I don't know who the personal barber is or if he's just sitting there at Sports Clips.
They've got one.
You got a bad barber?
No, they've got one at the facility. I mean, the team's got their own guy. Sometimes he's got that weird, it's a bad cut sometimes. Maybe
it's paying homage to the newborn baby girl. Headband Luca, why were you rocking it after?
I mean, I'm getting long hair, so it doesn't fall off. I don't want to use gel no more, so it doesn't fall off.
I mean,
not fall off here.
for style, or
Just trying something out.
it might have worked?
Yeah. I mean, everybody says headband, I say it's me.
Are you sure it's not the 3 nights off?
Oh, yeah, that was amazing.
Gel. Yeah, he timed out the baby correctly with the NBA in-season tournament, but you got your gel, your hairspray, and your mousse issues with all three. All three. When's the last time you used any gel?
When I go to like a restaurant where I can't wear a hat,
You go gel,
I go mousse.
mousse. Why mousse?
That's what Sarah has. I just use whatever she has. So I'll just throw her product in there.
Hey, what do you like to go with? And power rank the mousse, the hairspray, and the gel.
Oh, I go with the gel only on certain occasions. I go with the tea tree gel.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I throw that
Look at
on
you.
there.
Is that Paul Mitchell?
I'm not sure. Bought it like 3 years ago, and it's still working. So
It would say it on the bottle. It would say Paul Mitchell in giant letters.
yeah, I don't know. I just like the smell of it. And I throw it in there, and it messes
Good
with
stuff.
it. But I like it a lot. But I only use it on certain occasions.
But you don't gel or hairspray before coming in here.
oh no.
Because your hair is it's a pretty good natural look without any product in it right now.
Yeah, I don't let it get really long because it's curly. When it gets really bad, it starts turning to an afro. But I put some water on it, and that's about it.
You? Are you a both?
I rotate. Used to be gel, and then it would just be like so thick and gunky. I just hate having to feel like you got to go home and shower after whatever you do. You wake up and it's all staticky and messy.
Yep.
Mousse. I don't mind mousse. I don't, but right now I just like try to form it and then throw in some of her hairspray, whatever's left over. And you got to do the whole Pauly D spray it in the air.
Oh, yeah, let it rain down.
Let it rain down on you.
Got to rain down on you there.
It's like a cologne technique. There's a lot of people, they just spray the cologne outward
And
and,
walk
then
into
start
it.
doing some Michael Jackson spin move into it versus spraying it like directly on the neck or something.
Yep, absolutely. You let it rain or you walk into it, all good. I need a cowboy hat. That's the thing, because I you can get away in a fancy restaurant, I think, with a cowboy hat.
You can, yes. Mavs went into play leading the NBA, averaging 16 threes a game. They hit 22 of 49 threes last night. So they made it rain down on the Utah Jazz for the 52-point victory, a 52-point W over Utah to improve to 12-8. Record does not look as good as maybe you would think
Right.
with the way they start off the season. It's like, oh, wait, we're just 4 games over 500?
Yeah, and they had some dogs they played early on in the year, and then because I looked at the standings, not the standings, but the record last night. And I was like, wait a second, 11-8?
Yeah.
That doesn't sound right.
No.
Man.
Still fourth in the – now, you have other teams who have played more games. Like Denver's played 2 more games, but the Mavs are fourth in the West. In order, it's still the Minnesota Timberwolves, 16-4. 16-4, the number 1 seed in the West. Then OKC at 13-7. Then Denver, Dallas. The Lakers have jumped up to 5. Sacramento, Phoenix is the 7. They just can't get everyone on the floor at the same time. And the New Orleans Pelicans in the number 8 spot. But shows you how tough the West is. Everyone's like 4 games over 500. What are you chuckling at? What are you laughing at?
Bobby's back here talking. He's here way too early, man. He's here. He's doing work though. He's on this computer back here. I don't know what he's doing.
What?
He's got something. He's doing work.
No idea.
Or something.
No idea he was here.
When did he get here?
Oh, 5:30.
Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt. Yeah, 5:35 maybe. He's right here. He was touching me the whole time, while y'all were talking. But he's back here.
All right.
Interesting. Well, maybe you need to turn on the lights on back there. Stop some.
He's got that little. You get your little lamp right there.
That's all I need. I don't need the bright lights. That's way too bright. I couldn't do that.
Yeah, this sucks. This is the only bad part about Ryan. I mean, coming in here, he does that one mom light in the morning to go ahead and it gives you that anger feel when you're waking up slowly. Bobby Belt walking in with some Masterminds IPA, and it's ice cold. Must have been sitting outside for a little bit. I love that stuff. Duke Manyweather. Props. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. The Dallas Stars were also in action, and the baseball blockbuster got done. We'll talk about it along with a Mike McCarthy health update next.
Coming up in the next
shoots. And in from a tough angle, the Panthers back on top. Puck bounced out in front onto the stick
Well, I thought that game was over on TNT. Good morning, Metroplex. Thursday edition of Sean and RJ coming at you live here on 105.3 The Fan. Stars were getting blown out and destroyed. I'm like, okay, this is cool. I'm going to watch it on TNT for a little bit. And then all of a sudden, they start trailing by multiple goals. I'm going over to the Mavericks. And then all of a sudden, I see you tweeting, oh, nope. This ends up being a close one at the end.
Yeah, it did. They had some. There was a flurry at the end of this game where it was like back and forth, back and forth. The Stars had a really odd goal scored against Ottinger that bounced off the back. I mean, they put one in. They tied it up. I mean, it was always like back and forth, back and forth, back and forth at the end.
5 goals in the third.
Yeah, it was a tremendous third period. Very good third period. But at the end of the day, a bad 2 games in Florida. They lose. They get shut out in Tampa, and they lose here against the Panthers. So it'll be good to get out of that state. And now they head to Washington, take on the Caps. And that game is tonight. Tonight at 7 o'clock on ESPN.
Alex Ovechkin 1 point away from 1,500. 38 years old, 19th year in the league. Gavin Spittle sending some of the notes. The Stars are 3-6 in their last 9 games, and they are struggling defensively. So they were down 3-1 after 2, and then they end up getting it close with the Panthers. They lose 5-4.
Now, look at their last 9 games. Colorado, really, really good team. Vegas, champs. Calgary, they try to rebuild after they went to they played the Stars in the playoffs a couple years ago, and now they lost 2 of those games to Calgary. Tampa, who has got a lot of pedigree, even though they're not the same team they were, and then Florida, who won the East last year. So it's not like they've been playing bad teams and having these kind of losses. They've been playing a good schedule. And man, Ovechkin, watch him while you can. Watch him while you can, because it's very, very rare where someone not only lives up to the hype, but I think changes the narrative in the middle of their career. The narrative on him was, he can't win. He can't win. And then he wins. Now everybody's kind of just bowing at his feet, which you should be, because he's approaching he's not approaching. He is all-time great status.
The 7-player deal is done with Juan Soto going to the New York Yankees. This is the second time that Soto has been moved in 17 months. He's 25, supposed to be a stud. The new face of the Padres, moving on over there. He's now going to New York.
Yeah, this is kind of like the Yankees being the Yankees again. Like Cashman was under fire by the fans for going 82-80. Imagine that, being under fire for having an above 500 record. But that's what happens there. And I think they pressured him into making this move. I don't know that he makes this move in another year, because they gave up a guy they thought was going to be their number 2 starter this year in Michael King. Or at least that's what some of the people were talking about yesterday.
Yeah, how's the return looking in what they gave up?
So Michael King, who was a reliever this year, but then they moved him to a starting role late, like August, September. And he was so good, there was talk that he was going to be the number 2 this year. I thought that was a little bit, premature, but still, they really, really like him. They gave up a backup catcher. They gave up their number 5 prospect, who they like, but again, I mean, but pitching. It's all pitching. The Nats did a lot better when they traded Soto. They got Mackenzie Gore. They got C.J. Abrams, their shortstop. They got James Wood, who's going to be a stud outfielder. They got a lot of good players, everyday players that are really contributing. That Nats team, they're going to be like the Orioles in a couple years. They're really good.
Has Soto been forgotten? Has it been deserved, or not necessarily so, in terms of the status that he had when he got dealt from Washington to the Padres?
Yeah, I mean, I think he was definitely a...
Because it feels like some of the luster has come off the name.
Yes, I don't think you're wrong. I mean, look, he... let's just go post one. So they won the title, and he had top 5 MVPs in back-to-back years, top 9 one year. Well, last year he was 6th in MVP voting, so it's not like he had a bad year. He had a 930 OPS. Last year definitely was bad. The year before, in 2022, that was like his time in San Diego was really bad.
Yep.
And
Fell off in like every category.
In every category. He hit 230. He had an OPS under 800, which in the previous years his OPS has been 1185, 999. And
much better on the road too.
Yes. Now San Diego's not a very good lefty hitter's park. Well, at least compared to Yankee Stadium. Like at Yankee Stadium, he might hit 60 home runs. But yeah, he's not going to hit you 350 like he did in 2020 in that in the COVID year where he hit 350 with an 1185 OPS. And I don't see him hitting 313 like he did the following year. But I think that if he hits 275, 280, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, it just felt like he was getting ready to take the leap to superstardom, and that did not happen. It feels like the Yankees' plan is Soto and Yamamoto. I think they're meeting with Yamamoto on Monday, and they also traded for Verdugo with Boston, but both Soto and Verdugo are heading into the final years of their deals before free agency, so the Yankees are going to have to pay dearly.
Oh, yeah, and Soto's a Boris guy, so generally they don't do extensions. They hit the market. That's like their kind of plan is to hit the market. And that's fine. Like, look, you're gonna enter into this deal. That's probably why San Diego got a little bit less than they may have wanted, because they knew that it was a 1-year rental. That's all you can ask for. But this is about this year for Cashman and the Yankees. Like Boone, he's probably got to win the pennant in order to keep his job at this point. And I'm sure Cashman probably does too.
Sad to think that the Padres may just go back to being the poor Padres.
I think they will. Their owner passed away a few months back.
I mean, it's not that sad, but it was fun to have another team say,
it was.
We're going to outspend.
It was.
They put together a fun collection of talent that came up short.
Dude, it was fun to see when they signed, was it Hosmer, and then they signed Machado. And they traded for Machado and signed him. And it was like, okay, all right, now you got something here. This could be fun.
Then they went and got Darvish. They got Snell.
Yes, they started getting everybody. It may have started with the Will Myers trade, whatever. Like, they started to be fun and spend. The owner was like, I'm going to spend. Well, this owner passed away, and now it's like, well, it's going to happen. Maybe they're just going to go back to not spending again. That stinks. It's bad for the sport. But they're $50 million in debt. They had to take out a loan from Major League Baseball to pay back some of their debts, which Rob Manfred says isn't uncommon, but you don't like to see that anyway.
And watching a lot of the coverage yesterday, yeah, they are starting to get a little irritated with Ohtani on television. They're starting to get a little bit irritated and ticked off. What do you think about Brian Kenny? Side note real quick while it's the 5 o'clock hour.
I like Brian Kenny. I think he
does all the numbers and analytics, Peyton, like just focuses straight on that.
I also think he's a little bit insufferable with it.
Yes.
I don't. It's like he doesn't. There's a middle ground.
Yeah. Like they had on the Scout of the Year from Tampa, and the scout was like, well, we got a lot of gray hairs too. Yeah, we're forward moving, we're progressive, forward thinking, but we got some gray hairs too. And that's what Chris Young was getting a lot of credit for. A Princeton guy who also played like the perfect combination.
That's what to me, that's what you want. Like there is a human element to the game that a number doesn't necessarily come out with. Now they have a lot of things that are adjusted and they that fits it, that fills some of those gaps in, but still there is an element that analytics just can't do, and you've got to be able to marry that.
What is the health update on Mike McCarthy after the emergency surgery yesterday? What's the show status update for Big Mike coming on with us tomorrow morning? We'll go inside the Star to get you ready for Filthy next.
studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Michael Gelkin reports that Mike McCarthy out of surgery after this news came out yesterday, 5 days before the Eagles game. Coach was experiencing some abdominal pain yesterday morning, went and saw the Cowboys medical staff, and they said, you have an acute case of appendicitis. Dr. Choppy, what are we looking at here?
I assume they did the foot test where you lay them down and you pound on their foot. You sit there and you hang it and you bang on the back of it and see if it reverberates through the body.
Oh.
That's what they did for me when I thought I had it. They're like, no, you don't have it.
So what was the pain that you felt? Just abdomen, like pain in the stomach?
Like
lower, gas?
It was gas.
No.
So you've never had your appendix taken out?
No.
Okay.
Have you?
Have you? Yeah, no, I had mine taken out. It was emergency surgery.
What
And
happened?
so mine was, I was over, it was like while Krista and I were dating, and I was over at her place, and we'd gotten dinner, and I thought I just ate something bad because I got sick, felt better, and then it was like, it went from 2 hours between getting sick to, okay, now it's an hour. And then it got overnight to where I was throwing up every 5 minutes. I couldn't keep water down. And when I got into the ER, they were like, you look green. We need to put him back here right now because I was so dehydrated. And so they pushed on my stomach.
How many dates in?
We'd probably been together for about 6 months.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And so they
already knew you had every ailment in the history of the world.
Yeah, what sucked was this happened 2 weeks after like wisdom teeth surgery.
Oh.
And so I was still having to like clean out everything. And then in the middle of that, they were like, all right, it's time for surgery. But they had pushed on my stomach. And then they got me a CT scan, and they're like, yeah, this is going to rupture in probably the next 8 hours. You need to go into surgery.
Wow. So then it got done, and then recovery and feeling after?
Yeah, so that was...
So you coach an NFL game in 3 or 4 days after your surgery.
So you probably can. The only thing is that, like, I was in the hospital after surgery, I was out of the hospital in less than 24 hours.
Well...
But I'm pretty sure their instructions would have said, don't stand on your feet for 3 straight hours 4 days later.
Right.
I'm guessing they would have said that.
Right.
And so, because there was like, hey, kind of take it easy for a little bit. You do have that incision. But I mean, this was 11 years ago.
I'm actually glad that you had it already taken out because I thought coming in here that you were going to say yesterday that you felt that you had your appendicitis.
Well, what were you guys doing on the ground the other day that I walked in on?
He was doing some chiropractor witch doctor stuff to my neck.
Okay.
I was having some neck pain, and so he was like, lay down, and then he put a towel under my neck and stretched it and was twisting it.
Okay.
And
He felt a pop.
I did
He felt
feel
a pop. That's
So-
fun to do at parties when you're hammered.
What?
Stretch people? Try to crack people's necks.
So McCarthy is...
kill people doing that.
He's expected to rejoin the team and coach on Sunday.
That's a football guy. That's a football guy right there.
Irishman.
Yeah.
That's a tough Irish.
I wonder, here's what I don't know. I wonder, do you think he could, like if he can coach, that's fine. Do you think he'll be sitting up in the booth though, I wonder if that would be a compromise. Like, hey, maybe don't stand for 3 hours, but you can go sit in the booth, call plays.
You got to get him the Derek Dooley stool.
Yes. Yes.
Just Google it. Google Derek Dooley stool. It's the craziest.
Derek Stooley.
McCarthy sit on a
Could
stool.
you imagine?
Big Mike
Get
sitting
him
on
like a director's chair. I think it's a very pompous look, the director's chair, but I love it.
One of those megaphones to call plays.
Because we do not want the system being upset with Dan Quinn. We don't want Dan Quinn down on the field if he's used to being up in the booth. Although if you saw that defense against Seattle, put him outside the stadium, let him try to call the plays versus having that effort again.
Hey, look, I mean, they've run into this once before, obviously, when McCarthy went into COVID protocol in 2021. The biggest difference here, obviously, now is he's calling plays. And so it's a lot more that you'd have to cover for. Schottenheimer hasn't called plays all year. I can't remember if they had him. Typically at the end of the preseason, they always like to have somebody else call plays. Remember Dak did it at one point. I can't remember if they had Schottenheimer call them as like a fail-safe in case something happened. But, I mean, that would be a pretty jarring change that they need to cover. Schottenheimer's going to do the press conference today instead of McCarthy. Yesterday it was Dan Quinn. Today it'll be Schottenheimer.
We can't have one replacement and do all the press conferences.
They got to spread it out.
We're alternating.
Look, there's a lot that you have to cover when Mike McCarthy goes down. So the Schottenheimer had to cover today. They're splitting up the duties.
Hey, where's Dan Quinn yesterday?
Do you think that tough Irishman's going to miss this game? That's a big hypothetical. We'll let all that come to that. We're certainly anticipating Mike being back for the game. We'll handle it and hold it down for practices, and knowing him, he'll be online tonight, wanting to go through the red zone and third down and everything else. So we certainly expect him to be rocking by game day again.
So yeah, Quinn, you can have to throw Bones up there because Bones runs a lot of the practice, or at least does the play-by-play of it. He's the Mike Tirico of Oxnard when we're out there at training camps. You got Bones, you got Schottenheimer.
Twos are up.
Twos are up. So you got Dan Quinn to step in there to be the head coach.
Yeah, and I would assume that would be how it would be broken up if he had to miss. Now they've given zero indication. The initial press release or announcement from the Cowboys was like Mike McCarthy plans to coach on. This is not just something that was brought up in the press conference. It was included in the Cowboys release of he's not feeling so well.
I love Tank's quote. Shout out to COVID here. It helped us learn how to adjust quickly because in 2021, I forgot that McCarthy missed the game at New Orleans, testing positive for COVID when Dan Quinn then took over. Totally forgot.
I've never heard the shout out to COVID line.
Baby.
I like that one. That's a good one. It's almost as good as Dan Quinn's Irishman line. But people are commenting, Trucker.com text line. Dion went out there on a stretcher. Get him a lazy boy, get him a lounger, give him the booger mobile. Remember that one?
The booger mobile.
Where he's out there just the train going back and forth.
The little Zamboni he
Could
was
you
on.
imagine that? Having getting one of those TV carts just zipping down the sideline.
Get him Trevor Lawrence. I'm sorry, Trevor Lawrence's cart.
Oh, the cart that's big. The cart gate
that he refused. Apparently,
he refused the cart. They had a cart. Apparently, it had gas in it. Or electricity, whatever you want to say.
Tough Irishman.
But tough Irishman. I don't know. I don't know what Lawrence is, but tough Irishman.
Were you uncomfortable with that stereotype?
No, it's not. It brought me back to my grandfather because it's very 1950s. My grandfather used to refer to all of his friends. They all did, based on where their family happened to be from. Oh, this Polish guy. Oh, this Irish guy.
Lawrence is
Irishman. Italian guy.
Lawrence is a French name, apparently. It's derived from there. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, not a tough Irishman.
Micah Parsons on elite edge rushers not getting calls when being held. This is becoming a weekly thing. Asking Micah why he can't draw any holding penalties. He said it's comical. Something we should not call out anymore. We all see what's going on. They want teams to score a lot of points. That's what fans like. They like offense. They want to protect these offensive guys. We just got to adapt and get off blocks better. And he tried to be Aaron Rodgers, uncomebackable, whatever Aaron Rodgers' line was that we play here on the show. Micah dropped the same thing with the F word in it. Un-F-withable last week against Seattle. Quote, I was putting on clinic tape. So for Bobby's question yesterday and anyone else saying, look at Micah's stat sheet, where is he? Micah said, don't worry. I was still putting on a clinic out there against the Seahawks.
Yeah, I mean, he's still played well in that game. It's just they weren't able to finish sacks, and that was something where your offensive line struggled more than Seattle's did in that game. But he generates pressure. That's absolutely the case. It's just lately they've had some trouble finishing things up. Anthony Spencer used to generate pressure.
Bobby,
I'm not saying he's Anthony Spencer. I saw you pause. I'm just saying Anthony Spencer used to generate pressure, but people do want to see you finish plays.
Okay. Did not come across complimentary. Bobby tweeted this out yesterday. NFC Pro Bowl voting leaders announced by the league. Dak, CD, Zach, Micah, Bland, and Brandon Aubrey all lead their respective positions in Pro Bowl voting. Second most votes in the NFC. Tyler Smith, Sam Williams, and who is this guy? LS.
Oh, the long snapper, Trent C.
Oh, I was like, who is Trent C? I had no idea.
The team just breeds long snapper.
Broadus is going to hear you disrespecting the long snapper position. He's going to come at you. He's not going to give you mushroom and chili advice anymore.
So that was the Pro Bowl voting.
Look, I mean, this is what happens whenever the Cowboys are good. The Cowboys are going to start dominating these fan votes and everything else. And look, to be honest, I mean, those are all pretty deserving. Like, I don't think we hear any of those and go like, "That's
Zach,
It's tough
Best
because
guard in the NFC.
It's tough because Zach's standard is at such a level, and maybe he hasn't been up to that standard, but it's still above the standard that the rest of NFL guards have. And so it's kind of tough to measure because you do say, all right, he's not been quite what he has been in the past, but that's still probably at an elite level.
Yeah, it's like, what do you do when the Hall of Famer is now just an all-pro?
Yeah.
Like, do you look at it the same? You know, like, yeah, sure, he's dropped off. But you know, like, even when Brady dropped off at the very, very end, he was still. I mean, there were still times where he was like, okay, he can still make that throw.
Well, he
maybe
led
not
the
last year.
He led the league in touchdown passes in Tampa that first year.
Yeah, I mean, so like, it's. I'm trying to look at Zach's
PFF, by the way, while you look that up, highest graded offensive tackles for the season. Tyron Smith is second. Penei Sewell first. Then Tyron. Barely over Darrisaw in Minnesota, then Trent Brown, then Trent Williams.
Penei Sewell, that would have been your Tyron Smith replacement. You wouldn't have had Micah Parsons if he would have slid to you. That's the guy that they were in love with that year that they took Micah. But no, Tyron's been good this year. Last game was not great for him. Seattle did give him trouble last game. I'll say this. I'm not going to kill him for a bit of a rough game because, like we talked about it this offseason, I didn't think he could play at this level anymore.
Right.
And so he deserves a ton of credit for bouncing back the way he has. The Cowboys, McCarthy, they all deserve a ton of credit for finding a practice schedule that's kept him healthy. And so, yeah, you're getting the absolute most out of him. And, you know, we had all felt like, all right, this is Tyron's last year. We got a question the other day on Love of the Star where it was like, hey, would you consider running it back with Tyron next year? And it's like, look, if you can keep him healthy, if you find something that works, and Tyron still wants to play, if he's playing at this level, you absolutely have to consider it.
This is what an amazing player. Zach's PFF grade since 2014. 80, I'll just round 86, 86, 90, 89, 80, 88, 91, 93, and then the last 2 years, 73 and 72. So shouldn't
have paid him.
Yeah, even in his 10th year, he is still a 72. It's fantastic. I mean, it really, really is. And then his penalty numbers are even stupider.
Oh, he went, I think it was
stupider.
I think he went 3 years at one point without a holding call. Like, I mean, he is ridiculous. But I mean, like you say, that the step down there has been noticeable recently. I don't think he's still one of the top offensive linemen in the game, but he's clearly not the mauler that he once was.
Yesterday, former Jets coach Eric Mangini took note of this show when they were replaying, I guess, one of our interview questions to Jerry Jones.
It was your follow-up, I think.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out exactly which one it was.
So we asked about San Francisco, like, pulling away. I asked that, and then you come in with the...
Isn't it clear, like, we're all basically playing for second place?
Right.
Yeah.
And then Jerry's like, clear to you, not clear to me.
Right. And Eric Mangini was very, very surprised and taken aback on FS1.
Who's that dude asking Jerry Jones questions?
Oh, I used to work with him, Sean Shreve.
How are you going to clown the owner of the Dallas Cowboys? Hey, it's obvious your team's not as good as some team. However,
I think I'm guessing it was, what would you say to the people who say, and then we clip the narrative. That's like, I used to do radio with him.
Well,
look at that. 13 years later, he's still correct in the way you ask questions.
So there you go. We asked the tough questions, Eric Mangini. Eric taken aback that we would tell Jerry that you're clearly behind San Fran. I don't think it's that crazy.
No.
What was crazy was Jerry's response of,
yes,
that's clear to you. That's clear to you. No, it's clear to Ray Charles.
Yeah, listen, Eric Man Glazer. Like, we'll interview Jerry the way that we interview Jerry. And
Man Glazer.
Yeah.
What's the reference?
Bennett Glazer, and he doesn't like.
Oh,
how
stop
I
it!
We don't need to do any random Bennett Glazer.
You're gonna get me kicked out of the Detroit game.
That's the end game. Is just for you to lose your privileges. That's what I'm looking for. But the Mangini, like, what is the confidence with which they all have? Like they hate whenever we speculate on how they need to coach or whatever else. I do love the confidence from all these guys. Like, what a silly question. And then whenever I hear like somebody like Mangini or Rex Ryan do an interview, I'm like, what are you even asking these guys right now?
When they ask something?
Yeah, whenever they're like part of like setting up, it's. I just think it's funny.
Live on the Fan Cam, live on Twitch, and live on YouTube. So will Mike McCarthy be on tomorrow at 6:30 in the morning?
Don't think so. That's my guess.
Yeah.
Although, look, I mean, if he really wants to show tough Irishman, he'll be there.
Yeah, that's right.
As we're live from the Firehouse in Wiley.
That's right. Last Firehouse tour for a while.
Yep. It's going to be going away. Wiley, it's fire station number 4, 3200 McMillan Road. So we'll have beanies and Texas State Brazil and everything else. And it'll be your chance if you are east of Dallas. This is your chance to come out and see us.
Are Luka and Dak going to win MVPs in the same exact year? Wait till you see what the odds are for this, especially after Headband Luka last night. Luka and Dak MVPs next.
Let's get you over to K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing, the official roofing and waterproofing partner of the Dallas
by Window Nation.
For Doncic, his 10th of the game.
Yes.
And there's the lob for Giannis. He's got a first half triple-double.
Luka, 29, 10, and 10 at halftime. No one in the history of the NBA had a 25-point or more triple-double in the first half. He did it with 6 threes. He ends up with 40, 11, and 10 in 3 quarters. He moves past Larry Bird to number 9 on the all-time triple-double list. He did it all while wearing a headband. And, Bobby, you were loving the Utah Jazz defense last night. That was the audio from Bally.
They're pretty terrible. They are pretty terrible, that Utah Jazz defense. We were sitting there watching the game. We had done the Cowboys hour last night.
Well.
And then Kristen and I went, and we were just, like, driving home. She's like, do you want to go home yet, or do you want to stop somewhere? So I was like, all right, we'll stop at Chili's real quick and, like, get a quick drink. So we were getting a drink, and we were watching the rest of the game up there, and it was just unreal how awful that defense is for Utah. They just, like, look totally disinterested. And then when Luka likes to flex on them a little bit, then they get super, whiny and start trying to fight, and Colin Sexton starts pitching a fit. But, man, Luka is playing at such a high level right now. And when you see the offense clicking into place like that, that's the type of positivity Jason Kidd wants us to write about. That's what he wants to hear about.
What are we noticing about Luka's game that's different / improved, if anything?
I mean, I don't know. He's improved on it. I guess players generally like to say they improve on one thing every single year. I don't feel like he's some different, unique conditioning that he's in. Does anyone feel that? Does anyone feel that was the talk in the offseason?
He looks lean. He looks a little leaner.
He does look leaner. That was the thing I was going to say. I don't know if I've noticed, like, oh, yeah, it's really showing up in the way he's running up and down the court or anything, but he looks, to me, he looks like he is in better shape this year.
The biggest difference in the numbers, the one that jumps out to me is the 3-point shooting percentage. It's a 5-point increase from his career. He's a career 34% 3-point shooter. He's shooting 39% this year. The field goal percentage is the same as last year, 49%. He's actually shooting 2 more threes a game. The free throw percentage is 76%. It's been 74%. The rebounds are the same. The assists are the same. And the turnovers are the same. So Luka's actually scoring like a point less than last year, but the 3-point shooting is the biggest thing that jumps out. The Mavs, every single commentator that's associated with them, I've been talking about, they want to play faster. They are playing faster. And, man, it is also a treat to watch Kyrie glide through the air. I was getting ready to come up with a Drexler gif last night, although Kyrie can't throw it down. But the way he glides through the air like that, that's some Portland Clyde, man, because this guy, he's sweet. He really is.
Unfortunately, 78% of the people watching last night's game have no idea who Clyde Drexler is.
You think?
We are way past.
That's Chris Arnold's best friend. Chris has him on almost once a week, it feels like. So
for real?
I mean, he's had him on. Clyde usually comes on the station about 6 times a year with Chris.
Pepe, do you know Clyde Drexler?
Yes. Portland Trailblazer, great.
Yeah, we just said that.
Okay.
Houston, I believe. Was he on
Good
Houston?
job.
He was.
Good job. Maybe the Rockets thing.
Who was his college team?
Houston, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Whoa!
Very good.
That's what he was talking about. He went talking about the Rockets.
Correct, I believe.
Babe Laufenberg.
Jamma, listen to this.
Because he watched some Phi Slamma Jamma thing.
I did.
He did. He watched the 30 for 30.
I thought Babe Laufenberg was up feeding you answers already, but then I'm like, yeah, it's 8:30. That's Babe's wake-up time.
I think it's important to point out, too, like when you talk about the efficiency and the level that he's playing at, so and the fact that they are playing with a lot more speed and they are getting off, more shots and things that they're doing. So when you see the turnover numbers and it's like, well, the turnover numbers look flat, per 100 possessions because of the amount they're playing, he's down almost a turnover, 1 turnover in the per 100 possessions. He's playing a lot more efficiently. The effort on defense, you'd still like to see a little bit more. He does the Olay from time to time, but, I mean, you're going to live with that when his offensive rating's at 121.
If I asked you which one is more likely to win their MVP award this season, Luka Doncic or Dak Prescott, you would answer back with who? Keep in mind, as we said to start off the show, the Mavs are 4th in the West, so standing will play a role in that like it does in every sport, unless statistically you're just so much better than everyone else. Here are the odds for the MVPs from Sports Betting Ag. Regular season favorite right now, because we have, of course, the in-season tournament MVP. Regular season MVP, Joker's plus 140.
Wow.
Luka's next at plus 550. And then Embiid, who dropped 50 last night, is plus 800. So you got like 300 points separating 1, 2, 3 with Joker in the lead. MVP in the National Football League, Dak Prescott is barely edging out Brock Purdy, plus 225 versus plus 250. Then it drops to Hurts at plus 600. So which one do you think, and you can answer both if you'd like, which one do you think has a better shot to win MVP?
I think it's pretty close, but I would probably lean towards Dak. Just because, like, for instance, I think this weekend, I mean, we'll talk a little bit more about this, obviously, and really preview it tomorrow, but, like, I think Dallas handles Philly this weekend. And because of that, like, I think that big primetime game, they're even with each other. This is going to be potentially a separating game for him. You're not necessarily going to get those same opportunities. Like, Luka's not going to get the same opportunity to separate, I don't feel like, in a big stage like this. So I would lean towards Dak because there also feels like there's a little bit of Jokic remorse from last year in terms of just the way that, you know, he goes on that run, Denver goes on that run, and a lot of people, Michael, complain about it all the time when you start basking on the MVP discussion from last year. So I do think that there's a little bit of like, yeah, Jokic was his best last year, and yet we kind of took it from him because we felt like we just needed to spread it around.
Yeah, it's Dak. For a lot of reasons. One, we're you know, further into the season. We're 70% into the season. So that plays a role. And also, Dak and the MVP is basically down to a 2.5 horse race. It's Dak and Purdy with a little bit of Jalen Hurts thrown in there. Whereas with the NBA,
and this schedule, though, you got to factor in Dak's upcoming schedule too.
But yes, I think
cupcakes are gone.
Cupcakes are gone, but I think the upcoming schedule presents more of an opportunity for him to win the MVP because if he plays well in those games, like that pops. That pops more. Now it's also a chance to lose it.
Yeah,
greater chance either way, bigger swing. The NBA, it would not stun me. You know, you get a great month from Giannis, he's in. You get a great month from Embiid, Joker. There's too many guys that are still that could still, I think, win it.
By the way, we're obviously 10 days out. 10-day forecasts aren't always the most, accurate. But after this Philly game, when they go on the road to Buffalo, Dak's going to have to be fighting for his MVP case in 33-degree weather with snow showers in Buffalo. Right now is the forecast for.
We going with the 10-day forecast here? We're gonna buy that.
I'm just throwing out that even if it's not that, it's Buffalo in December, and that's going to be tough to play in.
You going there for that road trip?
I don't believe so. I don't think that's happening.
Have you ever been to Buffalo?
No. I've had their fantastic chicken wings, but I've never been to Buffalo.
Well, then how have you had them?
Because everybody makes buffalo wings. It's like I've had a cheesesteak. I've had taste of Philly.
You go to Duff's in South Lake.
Oh man, I've been wanting to go there.
Great.
Is it?
It's fantastic.
What's different about it?
They're big. There's something there. They got a million flavors. They're really, really, they're super crispy.
Oh.
And they're not like really deep fried. They're just like, it's fantastic.
So the buffalo sauce is different?
It's really good. Yeah, they got a ton of it. They got like a bunch of different kinds. Yeah, we really like it.
I did when the schedule came out. I texted Joe Trahan at the Cowboys, and I was like, Buffalo in December. I was like, I think I'm gonna have the flu that weekend. I don't have a ton of interest in going to a crappy small. Yeah, exactly. Appendicitis.
Buffalo,
maybe that's what Mike's trying to get out of.
Buffalo is a lot like Milwaukee and Pittsburgh. It's just like a lot of fun, but it's not a place that would go in the wintertime. But in the summertime, it's fun. A lot of beer, a lot of patios to sit on. Like it's great for like 3 months. Not even 2 months.
Back to Cowboys, Eagles. How has the line and the spread, by the way, moved this week?
It started with the Cowboys as a favorite anyway.
Yep.
Last I checked,
I have it. You can guess if you want.
3.5. Cowboys 3.5.
Yeah, 3.5.
And it was at 2.5 earlier in the week, so it's bumped up a little bit.
Jason, go ahead.
I think this is a. I've already bet this. I've already bet the Cowboys in this one.
Go ahead. You and Bobby sound confident.
It's not so much anything other than, look, these teams, we knew they were going to split anyway. We always assumed they were going to split. And then going to the schedule, the way teams play the week after they play San Francisco, that adds another wrinkle. Since the last 3 years, no team has won a division road game the week after they played the Niners.
division road game.
You're coming off not only the 49ers, but Dallas is coming off 10 days rest.
Yes.
Too. That was a wild stat I heard from Eskin yesterday. I didn't know that was the case, that they're 3 weeks in a row playing teams that are coming off 10 days rest.
Jason Kelsey was on his brother podcast, New Heights, and he was asked about all this talk over Roger Goodell supposedly wanting to ban the tush push.
Listen, ban it. I really, at this point, I don't care. I'm over the discussion about it.
To be fair, it would just be banning like the push in the back. Everybody would still be able to run the QB sneak, I think.
Well, that's where I'm kind of like, whatever. We were really good at running quarterback sneak before we did the push. I don't think that it's a necessary part for it. It certainly helps. There's no question about it. I don't have the energy to care about whether it gets banned or not. We're going to run it right now because we're good at it and it's effective. And whatever they do next season, we'll figure out a way to do something at a high level and make it effective. I don't know. I mean, if it's for a health reason, I don't think a lot of guys get injured on it. So I don't think that's a good reason. If it's for an unfair advantage, we've already seen other teams do it at not as good of a success level. So I don't know that it's that big of a competitive advantage. If they do ban the brotherly shove, there will be a good reason behind it that the commissioner wants to get done. Whether people agree with it or not, it is what it is. And we move forward. We were 36 for 38 running quarterback sneaks before the push. Shout out to Baldy. Baldy breakdowns. The tush push gets a lot of the hype ever since Jeff Statlin's been here. We've been pretty darn efficient on quarterback sneaks, just around the 92% mark, if I don't say so myself.
I hate that this guy's on Philadelphia. I really hate it because I
like him.
I know.
He's hard not to like.
I like him so much. He's genuine. He's blunt.
Yep.
He doesn't look like he should be possible future Hall of Fame center. He
Great
sings,
eyebrows.
He wears the sweaters. He's just a likable dude. But there he is talking about the tush push. And he was also asked about the Dre Greenlaw Big Dom scuffle because the National Football League yesterday sent out a memo, Choppy, reminding teams, make sure your game day staff understands that their roles do not extend to being involved with game day altercations. They must refrain from such involvements. And apparently Greenlaw and Big Dom, the Eagles security dude, kind of made good afterwards. Eskin yesterday was laughing about it. He does the Eagles sidelines. And here's Jason Kelsey saying it happens all the time.
I don't think it was that chippy. I really don't. I think the guys are playing hard. Greenlaw was playing hard. Shed me for a block early. Yeah, he's a good player. Listen, he's a good player. Fred Warner's a good player. They have great players on their defense. I don't even think what Greenlaw did on the sideline was that. Like, it was a personal foul, but it's like one of those ones where it's like, listen, he's on the sideline. He's trying to make a play, and he's playing hard. I didn't think that it was that chippy, and I don't think Dom meant anything. He was just trying to separate the two in the instance. Like, Dom is not the first person, a coach, strength coach, staff member that has separated people on a sideline who are getting in each other's faces. I think nobody wanted anything to happen, right? And I don't think that, I know Dom, and I trust that what he was trying to do was just diffuse the situation. When people are on the sidelines, people getting together, people try and separate them. I don't think it's a huge deal either way.
So this whole thing has been split down the middle, like me versus you. You have Nick Eatman, Kelsey, Eskin. It's not really split. It's Roger Goodell and the league on my side and all those other people on your side.
Yeah, I mean, and look, and I think Goodell had to say that because that's at the end of the day, you don't want anybody getting involved, at all. But we've seen, coaches or strength coaches. Really, they're the ones that have the muscle that get involved there. That could just break people apart. It's weird. Like, Sirianni is now saying, like, well, he can't be out there. He can't be a part of that. And Shanahan's saying, like, well, I've watched the film and it really wasn't that big a deal. And I think he got overblown what he did. It's like, well, hang on a second. Now, both of you guys were completely opposite on Sunday night.
A Tolo has decided to have me Venmo him $30 as he took the Neymar soccer relationship challenge and recorded it. Are we going to be responsible for a divorce in the Metroplex? Next in the payload.
Let's get you over to the greatness of Diamonds Direct. Let's make holiday magic this year with something beautiful and timeless from Diamonds.
is leading the way to finish this year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right, guys. It is Thursday, 6:40, which means it's time for a little payload, and we have to jump right into it because Sean Sharif challenged the Tolos yesterday after we discussed the Neymar cheating contract. Is that right? And he put a dollar amount on there, and the Tolos came running, as they usually do. We discussed the Neymar girlfriend/wife contract where he's allowed, since he's so famous, he's allowed to cheat on his wife, but it has to be a certain way, correct? If he hooks up with a girl, he has to use protection.
Yes.
No kissing.
Yes.
And it cannot leak out to anyone, correct?
Exactly right.
So Sean,
and he screwed it up.
He did. He messed up.
Brazilian OnlyFans.
Now he's got no girl because we all have girls here except for him. So
these random flexes are so funny.
I know. 5 weeks in, I can say whatever I want now. So this is Tolo Aaron. He heard the segment and because Sean said, Tolos, I'll put $60 on the line, right? It was 60.
30.
Was it 70? Oh,
30 a person.
Okay,
I think it was 100.
That's why I thought
brought us guilted you into going up to 100.
I know. 30 a person.
Okay, $30 to Tolo Aaron because he asked his wife if he was super famous, if he could cheat on his current wife, if the roles were the exact same. And
I said $30 to put your marriage and your relationship in jeopardy by proposing the Neymar social contract.
Good value, good deal.
So Aaron has the phone off to the side. He's doing this all, he's not setting anything up. He's just asking her straight questions, and it might have backfired just a little bit.
It made me think to ask you. We've been married, we're going on, how many years now? 10, 12, 13, 14? Like, it feels forever. If I was famous.
9 years. No.
If I was famous.
No.
If I was, listen.
I don't care what you say. The answer is no.
If I was famous and I wore a condom.
No.
And I didn't kiss her.
No.
Would you allow me to?
No.
Why?
No. Would you allow me?
Of course not.
Exactly.
I'm famous, not you.
I meant if the roles were reversed. Do that.
You couldn't share me?
Sure, baby. Go for it. Dip your.
What happens if I do? If I was famous, though, not now.
I'll take you for everything you have.
You would?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Then your famousness would not be so helpful.
All right. Well, then I will not.
You won't be doing that?
I won't be doing that.
Well done, Aaron. Well done.
So
it got a
good,
little feisty there at the end, but I applaud him for his work.
First, he's like, what, 10, 11, 13, 14? She's like 9. He's like, it's felt like forever. And then the tone definitely changed a little bit at the end. Send me his info. Social media or whatever you got, Pepe. Well done.
I'm bailing at Sure Babe. As soon as I heard that, I'd be like, all right. I was like, this is a joke. We can
cut it off.
Sure
We're done. Say it's all a joke. And
great job. Great execution.
And he's listening right now. Tolo Aaron, he's DM me on Twitter. He's like, that was great stuff. Love you, Pepe. Yep. So great job, Aaron, for coming through.
Send me your Venmo, brother.
Real quick, truckwreck.com text saying, asking the question, is it cheating if it's allowed?
No. How can it be cheating if it's allowed?
Well, I mean, you're engaging in not a relationship, but some kind of extramarital or some kind of extramarital affair.
Yeah.
Is that not cheating regardless of whether it's allowed or not?
One of the dumbest questions you've ever relayed off the text.
I mean,
it's like it's like the owner of the store saying, "Come here and come take this out of the case." Diamonds Direct goes, "Come in here, get this $5,000 necklace out of the case. It's yours." I take it. I walk out. That's not stealing.
I don't think it's. I don't think you can say, well, isn't it still cheating if he was given permission? I think the more nuanced question is it cheating if he just broke her specifics? Like if she said you can do it this way, but not this way. Yeah. Like she's saying this wouldn't be cheating, but this would be. That would be more what it is. Or she just.
It's a violation of the code. He violated the code. He messed it up. He had the hall passes, and he screwed it up with the Brazilian OnlyFans. Well done, Aaron. Hit me up. I got your Venmo.
And I believe the bet is still on, right? Is this you didn't put an ending date on this? Tolos could continue to send me stuff, correct?
What is your problem?
What is he doing?
I'm like the only one who gives you any praise around here
Sean's money.
and any credit. You're sitting here trying to bleed me dry. Yes, if anyone this morning records one and we execute it and play it by the end of today's show, because tomorrow a lot going on. Wiley, Firehouse, I will Venmo you as well. If
Send that to Lucius too, Peyton.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to do that.
Just set up a live fan cam in his house.
So we go from marriage to first dates. We've talked a lot of dating on the payload.
Oh, this is ETX Aaron.
This is ETX Aaron.
Oh, this is Aaron.
He's a big time Tolo.
Big time.
Always tweeting stuff out.
top seed Tolo.
So we go from marriage to first dates. Now, gentlemen, do you guys all remember the first date you had with your significant other?
Yeah.
Remember, not maybe conversation for conversation. I know it's been a while, Bobby. You've been married with Kristen for what, 20, 25 years now?
It's been 9.
It's been a while.
You're
But
like Jerry with was it 5th year, 6th year?
But do you remember the scene? Do you remember what you guys ordered? Did you order food? Was it just drinks? Do you remember a lot of that?
I remember complete specifics, and I remember she told me later, she's like, you were really off-putting when we went to a movie afterwards. So she's like, you wouldn't stop complaining.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Which I didn't. I was being.
Because on my first date with Mackenzie, I had bought, queso. I learned my lesson, RJ. We had bought queso, but she didn't eat a lot of it. She just had a few chips, and I was like, oh no, was queso not the right move? Was she not hungry? She had the drinks. That was fine, multiple. But so this is Shannon Sharp and Chad Ochocinco on their podcast Nightcap, and they're saying that, ladies, it's okay if you clean the bowl. You can lick the bowl clean. Like, we're not going to judge you on the first date. And then Ochocinco took a little turn with it.
Ocho, I don't know if you saw this today. There's a picture going viral of a date finishing off her entire plate.
That's what I'm talking about. Be yourself. I don't want to meet your representative.
Eat it all, baby. I ain't judging you.
Yeah. Hey, matter of fact, if you get ribs and you get dirty, you know how the ribs be up under your nails?
Yeah.
Take your finger, take with all the ribs and stuff on it, and the barbecue sauce, man, put it in his mouth.
Huh?
On the first date. Yeah, man.
No, whoa.
Yeah.
Ocho, now see, now you speeding now.
Yeah.
We're in the school zone.
No, I'm not speeding. I got my seatbelt on.
Come on, Ocho. Ocho, we got to build up to that. That's like 6 months in.
6 months?
Ocho, I'm finna do one of you. I'm finna pull you. You licking fingers on the first night?
Now I want to go around the room. Sean, we'll start with you. First date, Amanda has barbecue sauce on her fingers. She sticks it in your mouth. What are you doing? Is it over after that? Or do you start cussing her out? What do you do?
I think yesterday we were talking about losing respect for them. Like, I would try to sleep with her the first night, and then I would not hit her back. I think I would lose respect. The more important question to me, the great topic is her finishing her entire plate on the first date, whether that's allowed for the ladies. And I was trying to think of what food would be off-putting where I'm watching. It's kind of like the Jerry Seinfeld man hands where he's looking at her like, ugh, oh my God. What food could she eat and polish off to where you're like, I wasn't expecting you to.
She polished off a full large pizza by herself.
Yeah.
On the first date. I mean, that's not even, I'd still be, it wouldn't bother me, but it'd be like, holy cow.
Yeah. She finishes a salad, that's fine. Because girls are going to eat less too on the first date. Appetizer, whatever. But I'm trying to think of like a big hearty meal that she takes, like every bite of the steak.
A full rack of ribs.
A full rack of ribs.
She's cleaning the bones.
And that's look, if you're hungry, eat. Like, I don't want to deprive you of it, but like just the visual of first date, like pulling the meat off that, like it's too much.
Can't eat ribs on the first date. But I'm just trying to think of like the quantity. Because I always tell Amanda, I'm like, I think she knew I was the one. She said, oh, we're getting an appetizer and the full bottle of wine. It wasn't a carafe. It wasn't a half carafe.
Was it Camus?
It was not Camus. Hell no, it was not Camus. I wish. But I'm trying to think, like, if she took down a whole fettuccine Alfredo,
it's a hearty meal.
It's
a hearty meal.
A whole one on the first date, I might have been like, oh. Okay.
Damn, girl.
Yeah, damn, girl.
I would assume.
I want that as a drop.
What if Mackenzie had a whole chimichanga, like a big dog burrito?
Wow, no dessert for you.
I would assume if she ate an entire large pizza or something like that nothing is going to happen that night.
Yeah, well, she's not ordering a large pizza.
No,
that'd be
by herself.
Badass.
Right. But I would assume nothing's happening that night because it'd be just too bloated. But if Sarah had taken her, barbecue sauce fingers and shoved them in my face on the first night, I am washing that down with a Blue Chew because I know that she is down for anything at that point.
You would have dropped
That
down.
would have turned you on.
I would have
I knew it
proposed
would've.
right there.
And wouldn't necessarily have turned me on. I would just know I'm like, oh, she is down for anything tonight.
Payload continuing right here Thursdays on 105.3 The Fan.
So text in 877-881-1053 to the boyfriends and husbands out there. If your significant other did this, or if they cleaned their plate, completely dry,
Polished
would you
off an
take-
impressive meal. What was it? Trying to think like Amanda's favorite is like crab legs, like
Jameis.
Yes, I'm trying to think. Shell Shack. We're not going to Shell Shack on the first date, and if she's just like breaking into it and licking all the kitchen sink sauce and taking down everything, no, that's not happening.
Because I'm thinking, with me, a big pasta guy, does it bother you if they're like, because you know how you have leftover sauce on the bowl, if they're like clinging their spoon up against to get all the sauce?
Yes.
It's like once the noodles and meat are gone, you got to let it go,
that
right?
would on the first date.
You got to dip the bread. You got to dip the bread then at that point.
No one's licking their plate clean, I don't think, on the first date.
Last one here before we go. It's a restaurant violation for my girlfriend, Mackenzie, but if you see couples sitting in the same side booth in a restaurant, do you start judging them immediately? Is that against the relationship code?
Yes, violation.
Can't do it, right? You got to be opposite.
Yeah. Trying too hard. It's like those that they force hold handing in public. I always make fun of those people. They're not going to last either. And their arm, it's like their arm is getting tired. The full extension, like holding. There was a guy that we used to work with who did this, and I just make fun of it and mock it. And predictably, they didn't last. But just holding out like you're doing an arm exercise, like to show your love in public. Lame.
The only acceptable sitting side by side would be those circular booths, because then that's a little awkward to sit across from. So
I love a good booth.
Yeah,
love a great booth.
I like a good booth too, but
feel very Maggiano's-y.
It's acceptable if there's a game on that you're watching.
Yeah, of course.
That's it.
TV view.
TV view. That's the acceptable aspect of it. Sarah always goes for the booth side. Sometimes you have a half booth, half chair.
Half booth.
You know what I mean? Like
you got to go booth, right? I mean,
I prefer the booth.
Yeah.
She always walks in first, takes the booth, and I want the booth. But it's like I got to have my back because I can't have my back.
I agree
to the people.
Yeah.
But
you're protective. You got to protect.
But she always takes the backside. So I've got to go. I've got to have my Wild Bill.
How does this blockbuster affect the Rangers in the American League, if at all? We got to hang with you tomorrow for the final Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour. Find out how to hang out with G-Bag today. And Ross Tucker from Filthy previewing the Eagles. It's all next in the 7 o'clock Expressway and hour right here on The Fan. But first...
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The Dallas Morning News says it was a successful surgery for Mike McCarthy, who yesterday was feeling uncomfortable, experiencing abdominal pain. Dan Quinn was like, yo, man, you do not look too well. You need to go get checked out and looked at. Went to the team's medical staff and had to undergo emergency acute case of appendicitis surgery. Say that 3 times fast. So Coach Mike is apparently still supposed to be at the stadium and coaching. Is he going to be downstairs? Is he going to be upstairs? Jerry Jones with more on that tomorrow, 10:30 with the KMC Masterpiece. And we will have Patrick Walker in the final hour of the show. But a little medical issue for Coach before the Eagle game.
Yeah, and not even, you get what, handful of days before the game, he's got to be up, standing for 3 hours, and then calling plays. Seems like a lot. Get him a director's chair, get him a megaphone or whatever, get him a stool like Derek Dooley. Don't make him stand out there. I don't know. You put him in the booth. That's very odd. The booth head coach, very Joe Paterno.
Yeah, has that ever been done except for Paterno?
I think guys have done it for standalone games, like one-offs, like this situation.
I'd love for a head coach to get a job and announce at the opening presser. I'm going to be doing this upstairs, by the way.
This is according to myhealth.alberta.ca. You know those Canadians, they're not going to
University of Alberta.
force you back to work too quick over there. Your recovery time depends on the surgery you have. If you have the most minimally invasive one, they say you can expect to return to work or a normal routine 1 to 3 weeks after surgery. So he's trying to Aaron Rodgers Achilles this thing. He's trying to show up A-Rod.
Meanwhile, a lot of people think this could go a long way in deciding the MVP, as some sites in Vegas have Dak as the favorite. Some have Purdy as the favorite. What's Bill Barnwell saying about it, RJ Choppy?
Well, he's got he kind of went away from some of the traditional names, the Mahomes and Hurts in this thing. So he was talking about unconventional candidates, positions who don't win the award, playmakers on pace to set records, and quarterbacks whose profiles did not attract serious MVP consideration before the season. And right there at the top is Dak Prescott. Before the year, quote, an above average quarterback without a superstar ceiling. And currently the hottest QB in the game. The write-up. Very few quarterbacks would qualify as an unlikely MVP candidate given how frequently they win the award. Among vets, Dak was getting virtually no MVP buzz or chatter over the offseason, which was instead dominated by naive concerns over his interception rate. That has regressed back to his prior career mean. And while he's been pigeonholed in a solid quarterback kind of realm, who would never compete with the likes of Mahomes or Allen for hardware, that is changing fast.
We talked about this before the season. I remember when you first got MVP odds this offseason, Sean. I remember we were reading about, and Dak was like 15th or something like that. It is stunning to me that they wouldn't hedge a little, because I remember all three of us were like, yeah, if you can get Dak at plus 3,500 or whatever the heck it was to win MVP, that seems like a good bet, because if he plays well, he's an easy pick. Like, he's an easy person to have in that conversation, and he's doing more than just playing well. He's playing the best we've ever seen him play, and it's arguably right up there with the best 6 to 7 week stretch we've seen from a Cowboys quarterback.
Well, since week 6, since the win of the Chargers, his QBR is 79.8. All right. Second place in that same time is Trevor Lawrence. Okay. The gap between Dak and Lawrence is bigger than the gap between Lawrence and the 12th place quarterback at that same time.
Wow.
Now, the first 5 weeks, bring it down a little bit. But since week 6, the dude's been unreal.
Seth Walder, who you guys like, said Hurts has a lesser QBR than Dak with a better offensive line and better receivers. What is the case for Hurts besides QB wins as MVP? I don't see it. So
I feel like
that's right.
I feel like we were ahead of the Nationals on this about 3 weeks ago when we were like, what the hell is up with this Jalen Hurts as a slam dunk MVP candidate? So
yeah, 10-1 will help do that. At the time, 10-1. And if they wind up going 14-3, the Eagles, I mean, he might have a really good chance to win it no matter what Dak's numbers are, just because we've seen it before. They like to give it to the guy who's the quarterback of the 1 seed.
Ross Tucker, Philadelphia, WIP, former Cowboy at 720. It's always fun to fight and argue with him as an Odyssey NFL insider. And then Mike Tirico at 8 o'clock, Babe Laufenberg at 8:40 during an absolutely loaded Thursday edition of Sean and RJ. It's the show of whales. Is it going to go? Is it going to float? Is it going to swim? Nope. Oh, Ryan. There it is.
He was asleep.
You'll float too.
It's a fat, slow whale this morning. Okay, must have been licking their barbecue rib plate. Robert Saleh, what a mess and around the rest of the NFL. Robert Saleh is going back to Zach Wilson. Apparently, Zach Wilson has accepted.
Oh my God,
the job back.
What a novel concept! Accept the role of playing in the National Football League.
And Robert Saleh said, "We always believed Zach was the best quarterback in terms of giving us a chance to win, even though they played two other guys in front of him recently. They just cut Tim Boyle's ass on Tuesday. Boyle, Trevor Siemian both playing. But Saleh said, we're just trying to spark the offense. The very talented quarterbacks, but don't get me wrong. In my opinion, Zach gives us the best chance to win. So Zach Wilson is back at the controls. And I'm wondering if Bobby's point has validity yesterday. Has Robert Saleh mucked this up enough with the Joe Beningo text messages, with Zach Wilson and all this stuff? Has he screwed up the endorsement of Aaron Rodgers to get this job back next year? I wonder.
It's a bad look. I mean, you're getting into you're having.
You ain't got no haters. You ain't popping.
You're having
well, you're popping
conversations. Dissertations with a media member, not even a media member, a semi-retired media member. That's it. Who was pressured more? Robert Saleh into putting Zach Wilson out there, Brian Cashman into making a trade for Juan Soto. Who was pressured more by media and fans? I cannot believe the teams in New York City.
Cashman is the answer.
Yeah, you're right. But who are?
Because I don't think Jets fans are clamoring for Zach. No one's
no.
Put Zach back in. Zach Wilson's done there as a New York Jet. He will not be there after this season, in my opinion. But this thing has got messy.
It has. And it's like they're sitting there and they're running their team off of talk radio.
Yes.
It's crazy.
Man, and if you know the talk radio in New York, that's about the worst option you could run off of. But, I mean, that's wild that Saleh thought of all the answers I could give to these blistering questions about putting Zach Wilson in there. I am going to say that I intentionally played worse quarterbacks the last 2 weeks. That is such a stunning admission. That's either gross negligence or it's such a stupid lie and reflects how dumb he is that he should be fired either way. That is so bad. Could you imagine how much we would crush McCarthy if he said, these last 2 weeks I've played an inferior quarterback on purpose. I thought it would spark the team to do that. We would lose our minds, especially if they lost those 2 games.
Or if things felt and got as messy around here as the Jets. Oh, where's Woody Johnson? We'd be destroying. We'd be broiling Jerry Jones. Look at the mess that you have underneath of you.
It's just and the leaks, the issues. I think what this is yesterday, him
leaks.
saying that's what it is. He's probably panicking over the leak info, and he's trying to come up with.
Who's panicking more, the Dodgers over Dave Roberts talking, or Robert Saleh over Aaron Rodgers getting ticked, upset over the leaks?
Man, I wouldn't want to be in the crosshairs of either of those. The fact that Dave Roberts apparently gets pulled aside by Dodgers PR to hey, you need a talking to here. That's a little bit more of a ridiculous one to me, though.
It
is the Shohei one. But Zach Wilson, this one's just a disaster.
And you have now agreed with Bobby Belt when it comes to Ohtani irritation.
Oh, man. After careful consideration and thought,
Hell yeah, brother.
I have come over to the Bobby Belt side. This is what he is doing. Is one of the most egomaniacal things that you could possibly do. And Buster only on TV said, the Angels don't tell him to do anything. They say go play baseball. That's it. They don't ask him to sign autographs. They don't ask him to go talk to sponsors or anything like that. He offers no help. He doesn't try to grow the game outside of actually playing the game. And that's a very telling. If you have an employee who's not willing to do stuff outside, like their main job to help the company in any way, like to bring more money in, which would help everybody. I mean, like, what an egomaniac. It's a terrible look that he's got right now. And the sport can't do anything about it. They can't force him to sign. They can't force teams to sign these guys quicker. But what a miss. This was a huge miss for Major League Baseball. They had, name me this is arguably the biggest free agent
ever
in any sport ever. Like, globally, one of the biggest. And he has completely gone. I mean, he could have said, this team's in, this team's in, this team's in, and he could have gone there and given updates. Get on the press coverage and give us updates every day. What's going on? What are you thinking? I mean, it'd be great.
That's one thing. That's one thing to just remove yourself. It's another thing to enforce a media blackout with teams and basically tell them you can't discuss it. You can't put my name in your mouth. You can't do it. Okay, fine. You don't want to talk about
He's
it. Fine.
Testing them. It's I'm against both of you guys.
It's silly.
I'm against both of you guys with this. We don't know who we're assuming that we don't know anything about Shohei. We're starting to do these media narratives and accuse him and blame him for all this stuff. Shohei Ohtani can pick who he wants when he wants. He's not responsible. I'm sorry to tell you guys, he's not responsible for Major League Baseball's freaking PR problem. He's not responsible for Major League Baseball having boring coverage in the winter meetings. He's not responsible for Major League Baseball having a water. No, he can do what he choose your damn team based upon what you want in the contract and when you're comfortable in doing it. It's a lifetime decision. So I don't want to hear all these people on Major League Baseball Network bitching and crying that things are boring around here because you guys have to talk about Craig Kimbrell. And you have to go to your shot of the boat inside the hotel 50 different times. That's not Shohei Ohtani's fault.
But in a way it is. Now, it's not his fault, but the whole sport's at a standstill because no big name will sign until he signs.
I don't put that responsibility on Shohei.
But it's not on Major League Baseball either.
Okay, well, it's not on Ohtani.
It's not on him.
It's not Shohei's job to.
It's not his job.
It's not his job or responsibility to keep the entertainment of the sport rolling in the offseason when he's trying to pick his team.
We should.
And he's testing who's got a big mouth. What he's doing, Aaron Rodgers believes, and you can make fun of Aaron Rodgers all you want. Rodgers believes it is a sign of a bad organization when these leaks happen. So to me, Kevin Durant going to a meeting, wanting to make sure things don't get out. He's testing the trust factor of these teams. I don't think it's to the point that you guys are making it of, man, if you utter my name in public, you're eliminated. He's testing who he can trust. That's the way I see it.
The two names you just threw out there as comparisons, Kevin Durant and Aaron Rodgers. Would you say those are big ego guys?
Sure.
I'm just saying he is an egomaniac about this. It's fine.
But he doesn't want to do it. He doesn't want attention. You can't have it both ways. He doesn't want to go out and do signings. He doesn't want to go out and be the me face. You guys are calling him selfish for not being a PR machine, but now you're saying he doesn't. He wants all the attention.
Fine, his own personal choice, what he wants to do with his attention, everything else. Fine, great, go with it. You essentially start dictating to teams, though, like you can't talk about it. That's ridiculous.
I don't know
MLB
how much
gave him
teams,
the opportunity to make this $500 million. He owes them a little something of the team should be able to talk about this. We need some of this juice too.
Well, I heard the Blue Jays talk about it yesterday. I'm more concerned if and we don't know this. Again, we're all assuming. I'm more concerned if he has these team structure mandates of, hey, got to have a 6-man rotation. I got to do this. I got to do that. But, Corey Seager had his own program here, too. And we all just conveniently forgot about that because they won the title. Corey Seager was doing things on his own, too.
The difference is that Corey Seager
plays for us.
Yeah.
No.
Exactly.
No. Like, Corey Seager doesn't grow the sport the way Shohei does.
Okay.
All right. The problem that baseball has is their two biggest players, Trout and Ohtani, have no desire to be in the limelight or promote anything. Now, it's not their job to be marketers, but it sure as hell helped when Peyton Manning was in every commercial.
Agreed.
It was great for the NFL that he was in every commercial.
I'm just saying, I think we're talking about 5 different things here, and people are frustrated because there's nothing else to talk about with baseball hot stove except for Juan Soto getting traded to the Yankees. 7-player deal is done. Bobby, how much does this worry about the American League?
I don't know. It does. I'm trying to think of a comp for this because, these things have not worked out for the Yankees before. Stanton has kind of blown up in their face.
Kinda.
It definitely has. That was never
He's
one
like Stanton's the Arlington, Virginia house.
It's the Stanton thing is like you've got, and that was one where they kind of stole him to begin with, or they thought they did. But the Stanton thing kind of blew up in their face. I just don't know. I can't understand why San Diego's just so quick to purge him, especially after the decline we've seen.
They're in debt. They had that $50 million debt they owed.
Let's get to our Philadelphia frenemy to get you ready for Cowboys-Eagles Sunday night. Former Cowboy offensive lineman Ross Tucker joins us next on Sean and RJ.
Let's get you over to Zeros. Get your carpet clean.
RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by QC Kinetics.
On the line is Odyssey NFL insider, former NFL player Ross Tucker. Insider calls are presented by BetQL. Download the free BetQL app right now and get instant access to the industry's most advanced suite of sports betting tools right at your fingertips. It feels like it has been a while since we've had Ross here on Sean and RJ. Mike Tirico coming up at 8, Babe Laufenberg at 8:40, SMU coach Rhett Lashley at 9. Good morning, Ross. How have you been?
I'm doing awesome. How are you guys doing? It's snowing here, by the way.
Oh, man. Okay.
Yeah, good thing. It's only Thursday, but good thing it's a Cowboys home game and not an away game, I guess.
Yeah, then you guys wouldn't be able to tush push.
Yeah, the elements helped so much against San Francisco last week.
Whoa! Shots fired already.
Yeah, it's a little chilly. I'm feeling a little chilly for this interview. A little cold. I saw that you were on WIP for an hour, so that put us in a bad mood. But let's see if we can change that. An honest conversation.
That's every week, bro. That's every week. Wednesdays, 8:30 to 9:30.
Oh, okay.
What can I tell you? They love me, dude. They love me in Philly. How can you not?
Could you possibly talk to them for an hour about?
Oh, we take calls and stuff.
Oh,
it's awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, we take calls. I highly enjoy taking calls from people. The Eagles are 10-2.
Yeah.
They lost the game, and there's only two categories, it feels like. Either like, oh my gosh, everything's over, like they're not good, Jalen is regressing, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Or doesn't matter, nothing happened at all, like I'm not even acknowledging that they lost, like it's just one game. It's like there's no in between. You know what I mean? It's just funny. Nobody calls in and is like, yeah, I mean, that was pretty bad, but it's only one game. Like, it's either one way or the other. It's funny.
So your most popular tweet as of late is, let's have an honest conversation about Jalen Hurts. What is that honest conversation that you're having?
Well, first of all, it shouldn't be that whatever. I mean, should we even talk about what David Carr said? I don't even know if we should talk about David Carr saying that he should be benched for Mariota.
Well, I think he got Ross Tuckered a little bit.
That was a bad headline.
That was a media spin. I think NFL Network really screwed over their own talent. He was saying give Jalen a little bit of rest for the bigger picture, and the whole thing got spun to him saying Marcus Mariota is better than Jalen Hurts. I thought it was kind of screwed up.
No, I agree. He did say he thought, though, that Mariota would operate the offense better right now than Hurts would.
Right.
Which I don't agree with, but I understand. So here's the deal. Two things about Hurts that are noteworthy. Number one, it's still pretty clear, and it kind of has been all year, I'd say, even though they have such a good record, he's not running like he did last year.
Yeah.
And whether it's like the knee injury, the bone bruise on the knee or whatever, and it's pain or whatever, or he just is trying to protect himself more. He doesn't, like, when you watch him run, he doesn't run with the same, like, vim and vigor. You know what I mean? Like,
he's laboring. He looks like he's laboring.
Yeah, last year when he ran like he meant it, bro. You know what I mean? Like, he was going to get yards. He would run people over, like
punishing.
This year, it's like pretty clear. It seems like he doesn't want to run. And honestly, I felt like that was a little bit started even before he supposedly hurt his knee against the Jets.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if there was something bothering him or it was just he's got this contract now and maybe the Eagles have hammered it into him to, like, protect himself more. I'm not sure. That's number one. And number two, which is probably more troubling, and it's so funny because they kept winning, so, like, it's almost like we weren't talking about it or people wouldn't notice it. But now that they lost, even though it was really the defense that gave up 6 straight touchdowns, now people are talking about it more. But he's just not getting the ball out on time as much as he used to last year, right? Like, last year, they were a machine. I mean, he would drop back, ball out, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Goddard, the run game. I mean, they were like a beautiful offense to watch last year. And this year they're still 10-2 and they're still good and all that stuff, but he holds the ball longer. There are guys that are open early in the down and distance, and he won't throw it to them. And only he could really answer why that is. I think at times it sounds weird, but he almost like gets spoiled by how good the O-line is. Like, I don't know if you guys watched or how much of the Niners game you watched, but it's like there are times where he has like 5 seconds, and it's almost like he's gotten used to that. That's just not reality. You know, any offense, and you guys see this with Dak, although Dak's been doing more stuff off schedule this year, you still feel better about it when it's like the quarterback gets the ball, back foot hits, ball out to an open receiver, catches it, which, you know, the Cowboys have done a lot this year. It's been impressive.
Is he maybe trying to throw more to prove to the world that he is a passer?
No, I don't think that, because I think he proved that last year. I just think he's not trusting what he sees as much. Now, like, they'll show you the first play of the game last week, Jack Stoll, the backup tight end's wide open because Goddard's out. And so then the question is, like, did he just not throw it because it wasn't Goddard? Like, did he just not throw it because it's the backup blocking tight end? You know, we don't know the answer to that, but that's some of the questions that people have about him. I mean, you know what's really funny? Do you guys realize a week ago he was the favorite for the MVP in the National Football League?
Yeah, that was funny.
Like, which by the way, on some level, just tells you that nobody's really blowing it out of the water this year, right? I mean, like this week it's Purdy.
Yep.
Now Sunday night, you know, if Purdy's just okay against Seattle, and if Dak lights up the Eagles and Dak plays really well and the Cowboys win, which is a distinct possibility, by the way, then I wouldn't be surprised if Dak is like the MVP favorite next week. So, like, if the MVP favorite is changing every week, probably tells you that nobody's really, you know, separating themselves all that much.
That's why everyone has gotten the MVP vote incorrect, except for me, as I've been saying that it's not even one of these quarterbacks the whole year, that it's Tyreek Hill. Who is your 1, 2, 3 MVP?
I don't know. It changes so much. Changes week to week. I would say in some order, Tyreek Hill, Dak Prescott, and Purdy.
What's different to you about watching Dak play right now during this run he's on?
I think it seems like he's more confident in who he's throwing it to. I mean, like some of these throws, like even like the touchdown to CeeDee Lamb. I mean, Dak is just playing like a man that is truly believing in what they're doing and who he's throwing the ball to. Which, by the way, what's up with your guy sandbagging all of us? I mean, McCarthy says last year after you guys
appendicitis?
After 105, no, not that part of it. After you guys at 105.3 The Fan fired Kellen Moore last year,
he quit.
After that happened, McCarthy says, you know, Kellen's trying to score points and run up the scoreboard to get a head coaching job. I've been there.
Yeah.
Like I just want to run the ball and rest my defense. Well, yeah. What the heck's he doing, guys? I mean, Mike McCarthy. The biggest negative I had for the Cowboys coming into the year was Mike McCarthy as the play caller, and he's been outstanding. I mean, way better than he was the last time he did it in Green Bay with Aaron Rodgers. I don't know where all this came from, but McCarthy, basically everything I said about McCarthy this offseason, don't replay those tapes. Don't go back and listen to those shows because I was very, very wrong.
Well,
very wrong.
Don't own your wrongness yet, because we here on this show, it's an amazing topic, but we believe that Mike started off with the way he did. The way you criticized him would be wrong. You were correct. Then he said, we need to change this, and we need to revert back to maybe what Kellen Moore was doing. So not necessarily growth, but an admission of being wrong early on has led to this Cowboys explosion of points. That's the way we feel.
Well, whatever it is, it's working, and it's super impressive. I mean, their offensive line is playing awesome right now. Like, awesome. We know about CeeDee Lamb. They're getting good contributions. I feel like the Ferguson kid stepping up the way he has really helped you guys. I thought there might be more of a drop-off when you let Dalton Schultz go, but Ferguson's made a bunch of plays as well. They're impressive, and they're going against an Eagles defense where Ferguson's got to be a major factor in the game because the Eagles struggle right now, linebacker and safety. So it's got to be all about the middle of the field, whether they put CD in the slot or Ferguson. That's where the Niners attacked them. Heck, that's where the Cowboys attacked them week 9.
Ross, you mentioned the secondary struggling there, and I know Seth Joyner kind of called out the secondary for their lack of physicality, their lack of willing to come up, and make tackles. Is that a fair criticism of that secondary right now, that they're playing a little timid, and what is the issue? Why are they having so much trouble covering right now?
So a couple of things, right? So first of all, the 2 guys that started and played every snap at linebacker in that game, there's a chance, maybe not this week, but there's a chance that those guys don't play any snaps like in 2 weeks. Because Zach Cunningham has clearly been their best linebacker. He was out with a hamstring injury, and then they just signed Shaq Leonard. I mean, they just signed Shaq Leonard, and the one guy that started, they just cut him. I mean, they'll put him on the practice squad, but they just cut him. And then the other guy, Nick Morrow, played really poorly. So they really, really, really struggle at linebacker. Although, in fairness, that's a position that they never really value that much, and they never really invest much in that position. And then the safeties, I would say, just been okay in Byard and Blankenship. And I feel like the corners, Slay and especially Bradbury, those guys are getting up there in years a little bit. They're probably both a little bit worse than they were last year, where they played pretty well. And then even at nickel, I think Bradley Roby's pretty good, but then they'll still put the undrafted free agent Eli Ricks out there sometimes, and he got exposed. So, I mean, they just have – and that happened against the Cowboys too. They have too many important plays where undrafted rookie free agent Eli Ricks or Nick Morrow or whoever is like covering Deebo Samuel or CeeDee Lamb, and that's just not going to go well. And that's the problem more than anything else. And, Seth, I understand where Seth's coming from, but there's a lot of corners that don't really want to hit you these days, right? Like there aren't that many corners actually that are like really want to tackle you and hit you, period. And I think that, the way Seth played and the way he was brought up and playing for Buddy Ryan, like that's like unacceptable in his mind. I get it.
The great Ross Tucker, Odyssey Insider, joining us here on 105 through the Fan. All right, you saw him up close. So when healthy, when everyone's there, do you have to play a perfect game to beat San Fran, or do you got to play a perfect game just to compete with them?
Well, I think you have to play a really, really good game to beat them. Really good game to beat them. I don't think you have to play a perfect game to compete with them. Guys, I picked the Niners to win last week. I think most people saw that coming, right? I mean, the Eagles have been winning these close games. The Eagles have played Kansas City on a Monday night. They got back Tuesday at 4 a.m. Short week. They play the Bills. The game goes to overtime. And then what people don't realize, like, Josh Sweat and Hassan Reddick played over 80 snaps against the Bills. Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis, the 2 young D tackles, they played the most snaps of their career by 20-some snaps. And then they were going against the Niners team that had played on Thanksgiving. So they had 10 days off. So it was like bound to look like that. I think the Niners are really good. I don't think they're that much better than the Eagles or the Cowboys. I think the Eagles or the Cowboys could beat them. I mean, because what happened is, like, the Eagles just totally ran out of gas. You watch, the Niners were breaking tackles left and right. They were running on the Eagles. I don't really envision that happening. If they play against each other again in the playoffs, I don't think the Eagles are going to be run over like that and getting tackles broken left and right. They really, and this sounds like an excuse. It's not. The Niners are a better team. Niners deserve to win, but the Eagles look like a tired team that ran out of gas, and I don't expect the Niners to convert every third down like that the next time they play.
Who do you think wins Sunday night, and who do you think wins the NFC East?
Yeah, 2 different things. I think the Cowboys win Sunday night because the Cowboys have to win. And let's be honest. I hope you guys realize this. This is a must-win game for the Dallas Cowboys. If you guys finally want to get to the NFC Championship game at least for the first time since '96, you're not doing that as a wild card, man. It's just hard to do as a wild card. So they have to win this game. I mean, this would be a really nice win for the Eagles. And the fact that the Eagles got embarrassed Sunday and they're getting Goddard back and they signed Shaq Leonard and they might get Zach Cunningham back, I think that gives the Eagles a really good chance Sunday night. But the Cowboys have to win this game. And quite frankly, even if the Cowboys do win this game, which I predict that they will, I think they're the better team right now. I think they're playing at home. I think it's hard for a team like the Eagles to sweep the Cowboys. For all these reasons, I like the Cowboys to win the game. Even if they do, though, guys, I mean, look at the remaining schedule for the two teams.
Yeah.
I mean, the Cowboys still have to go to Buffalo, to Miami, play the Lions. Those are all losable games, whereas the Eagles play like the Giants twice. They play the Cardinals. So I think the Cowboys win Sunday night, but I think the Eagles still win the NFC East probably at 14-3, whereas the Cowboys are probably 13-4 and have to be the wild card, which sucks, but that's probably what's going to end up happening.
Explain to us, Ross, as an offensive lineman, what is actually happening in the execution of the tush-push up front, and whether you agree or disagree with Goodell on it being banned, if that report is true.
Biggest difference between the Eagles and other teams that I see is twofold. Number one, the left side of their offensive line, those dudes are straight up monsters. Like Landon Dickerson, 6'6", 355 at least. Mailata, they list him at 365. Last time I was told, he's 380. So, and because Mailata is from Australia and a rugby player from Australia, he has taught those guys what to do, and I guess it's called a rugby maul. It's not a scrum, it's a maul. He's taught those guys the key. And the key is to keep your hands on the ground and stay on your feet and just keep moving. Because everybody else, when they do a quarterback sneak, they just like dive forward, and then they don't have any more power to keep going because they stop their feet. Watch the left side of the O-line for the Eagles. Those guys, they stay on their feet. They bear crawl. So after the defense all falls flat on their face or all does their initial surge, and then they're just on the ground like a fish out of water, the Eagles get stuffed on the first second of it. But then it's that second surge when the pushers come in and the left side of the line keeps running their feet where they ride that wave. And, dude, they get like 2.5 yards on it because of that. And I'm surprised these other teams haven't realized you got to chop down Dickerson and Mailata's legs. You can't let the left side keep running their feet because they're just too big, they're too strong, and if they can keep moving their feet, it's eventually going to be – it's like a wave. It's like you're at the beach. It's like a wave that just keeps going.
Good to hear from you. You're a media mogul, TV, seeing him, hearing him on television, radio, the podcast. He's got 9 different things tagged in his Twitter account, of which he doesn't follow at least me back. But it's good to have you back. It's good to have you back. Enjoy the game.
Why would I follow you? Like, your next tweet will be like, they need to get Dirk Nowitzki more playing time. The Mavs need to get Dirk more playing time, or whatever it is, right? Like, something I don't care about even a little bit. Not even a little bit.
Wow. Oh. I mean,
shots fired.
Man, you see, I knew this was going to be contentious.
Yeah, I mean, but you follow Jimmy Kempski. Nobody likes him.
Like, I read every tweet. Twitter is like a news resource for me to keep up with the stuff I have to know. So I don't follow local people in other cities because I don't care that Luka Doncic swore after the Mavericks won by 50 points. I don't care. I mean,
I thought we were
for Luka Doncic. He's a good player.
Friends, and had a. See, he's too big now for the beer at the Super Bowl party.
That's it.
We'll never see him at another Super Bowl party.
Never see him again.
He's too big now.
No, you know what? I'm going to try to do that this year. Good.
Well, maybe
we're not going. We're going to the. We're going to the
hockey game.
Hockey game.
We're going to the Vegas Golden Knights game, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, you follow Ari Myra.
I'll go with you guys. I appreciate it. I'll go with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good weekend and enjoy the game. We appreciate you as always.
All right, see you guys.
Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider Calls presented by BetQL. Download the free BetQL app right now and get instant access to the industry's most advanced suite of sports betting tools right at your fingertips. We'll save high-low for tomorrow. We'll do a fun Friday because we got Tarico at 8. I know you're sad. But maybe we'll get a Tolo to assist us in Wiley for the final Firehouse tour of the year and up until the spring.
3200 McMillan in Wiley. Very cool. Very cool setup we're going to have out there.
This is the most hype I've heard.
Yes.
2 weeks ago, I had people saying, "Where are you at Friday?" I'm like, "It's not this Friday. Where are you at that Friday?" I'm hearing a lot of people that are going to be coming out.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. Apparently they've got a really cool like a monument to 9/11 to the Twin Towers out there. So we're excited to go on out.
Yeah, it'll be a good time. And you're right. There's been a lot of chatter from folks. I've heard from a lot of people. I was doing Market Street yesterday. There were a lot of people who were like, "Oh, I'm going to come out there." And if you are east of Dallas, it sounds like this is the one that you're going to want to get to. And so I know we have a ton of people listening in Wiley. We get texts all the time from people out in that area. So this will be, I think this could be the biggest one yet, especially knowing it's the last one. If you guys want to come out and see us on the road, you want to get your Tolo beanie, you want to get your Texas Day Brazil, this will be your last chance for probably 6-7 months, something like that.
And you had 40 people yesterday at Market Street?
Yeah.
No way.
Yes. Yeah, we had a lot of people come out there. That was one of our biggest ones. We had Donna, a Tolo who is in Frisco. She said that her boss over at okay, Richie Valens, settle down. She said that her boss, Jason, who also lives in Flower Mound like I do, her boss over at Edward Jones, Jason, she said he knew I was coming out here. He told me to say he's a big Mike Fisher fan. He wanted you to know that. So I got that shout out there. And then there were several people. I had like 3 or 4 people who were like, "Man, I used to listen to other stations, and this recently I switched just because
They didn't want to fall asleep while driving.
Yeah, and so
it was a hazard.
I hit them all the time. Tom, he's a brand new listener. He won some stuff yesterday. He said he's been listening for just the last couple weeks. And then Blake from Highland Village, a Marcus alum from 2016. Blake said he was very particular. I was like, "Oh, I'm out there. I'm in Flower Mound." He goes, "Well, yeah, I was Highland Village." Like, he made sure to put that dividing line. Like, you're not me, buddy.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all for turning it on, leaving it on. The G-Bag Nation today, live from Globe Life Field and the Rangers Toy Drive from 4 to 7. Stop by the Globe, bring a toy, and get a ticket for a select 2024 Rangers home game. Wow. Toy for a ticket? Are you kidding me? And then tomorrow, we're going to be at Firehouse number 4, as Choppy said, and then KMC live from the Buffalo Wild Wings in Bedford. Miller Lite giveaways, including tickets to the Eagle game Sunday night. So you're turn it on, leave it on station, out and about today and tomorrow. So we'll save high-low for tomorrow in Eagles version. Chop, you got a Chop Senior update? This saddened me last night. This saddened me.
Not a good one. He has stopped eating, my old man. Now, my dad's in a home, like very advanced dementia. My mom said it's been like 13 years. And I'm like, there's no way.
That
he's had it. That he's had dementia.
Oh.
Like that's, and she said, that's why he was forced to retire. And I said, do we live in the same, are we related? That was not the case.
It's like Bobby keeping score in power rankings. Like, have we been here together?
There's no way. He did not have dementia when he was working. I don't think he did. Now, look, maybe she would know more than I would. She is married to the guy.
I mean, that would be the whole time you've been here, right? Pretty much 13 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, he definitely. I mean, he was doing a radio segment.
Yeah.
He's doing bits.
He sang at an event.
Did he?
Remember, it was I think it was a community beer, maybe. He got up and sang I don't know, CeeLo Green song or whatever. That was whatever the hell it was. That's it.
I love that. There's only one song. I love CeeLo Green. I love that song.
Yeah, it was a good song. And he got up and sang that song. So like, there's no way, but whatever. So she says, and this lady, I swear to God, one of these days, I go over there yesterday, and she's on the phone. Like, she gets a phone call from my sister, and she starts going in talking about my dad not eating. And I look over at her in the middle of the phone call. I said, "Yo, I'm right. You didn't tell me.
Right.
I'm right here.
Yes.
You guys are talking about this like this is a known thing.
Yeah.
Could you let me in on the secret? If he stops eating, can I go say goodbye for crying out loud?
Right.
Could I bring my kids over there to say goodbye to their grandfather? Holy cow.
What'd they say to that?
The kids?
No,
Oh, my mom. Well, I just didn't want to bother you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a bother, Ma. Okay, you're not bothering me here. But she's like, he stopped eating. And they say the hospice nurse says when it gets close to the end, they lose their appetite. They have no desire to eat, and eventually that is what saps them of their strength, and that's what kills them. And I'm like, well, I said, so she was going to go over there last night. I said, listen, you get over there. I want you to shove some food down his throat. Whatever you got to do. She goes, I can't do that. That's how they choke. And I said, you know what? Make it a liquid. Give him a protein shake. Anything. Shove something down his throat so this guy makes it to the weekend so I can get on over there and bring my kids. Because I don't want, I don't. I've got my BetQL show tonight. I can't do it today. Some things take priority, Sean, and that is sports gambling. This takes priority.
At least they could do is pay you then.
At least they can do is pay me. Thank you, Bobby. I appreciate that one.
So there's not like an exact timeline on days.
They don't know. No, there's nothing. There's no timeline because he could wake up today, and he's up now, I'm sure, and he could just start eating. There's no way of knowing, but we're going on 2 or 3 days without food, and they say he's barely had anything to drink. And now the dehydration gets in there. I'm sure Peyton would call it dehydration. Sorry, but so anyway, I don't know what's going to happen, but that's the latest. And now I'm like thinking to myself, all right, I've got to get the kids over there. Just because, this is the worst time of year. Why would this happen now? Couldn't they wait? Couldn't this thing wait?
Right.
Couldn't this wait until a different time of year? But there you go. That's it.
I think on your last update on your dad, you said he was having, there was some trouble that he was having with, chewing or swallowing.
He was choking. They had to give him the old Heimlich.
So that's not,
a couple times.
That's not this then. That this is just he's lost his appetite?
Yeah, so they started to puree his food, which is, by the way, that is the most disgusting and, it's dehumanizing. The fact that you have adults who are 70-something years old who forget how to swallow, and they have to give them this nasty baby food. Oh, if he knew, he told me if he knew what was happening to him right now, he would beg me to shoot him. And I would. If I knew I could get away with it, I would put him out of his misery right now. He doesn't want to have somebody change his diaper. He doesn't want to have to eat this baby food. He wants a steak. He wants a pork chop. He wants chicken breast. He wants chicken cutlets. That's what he wants. He wants chicken cutlets. He wants chicken parmesan. He wants veal parm. That's what he wants. He doesn't want baby food. He's eating Thanksgiving in a soup can. That's what he's eating right now.
You're gonna have to go back and get all the Chop Senior segments. You're gonna have to go and we're gonna have to replay them here and there, probably with you out, because.
I can do it.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah. I'm a rock.
You mentioned you want to get the kids over there. Have the boys, is this going to be one of their first, big losses in their life? Have they had to go through this yet? Have you guys had to?
So they lost. Yes, probably. Now, my ex-wife's grandfather, so their great-granddad, but they were young.
Yeah.
They just call him old grandpa. They don't even know, they don't remember him. They were probably 5 and 2, 7 and 4, whatever. This would be it. This would be the first real big one I think they've lost. And this would stink. Now, Julian, my youngest one, my dad, I think he probably stopped knowing who he was. He's 11 now, so he was probably 7 or 8 when he stopped figuring out who he was. So he may be still too young. My oldest Luca, it will definitely hit him.
You got a Chop Senior drop?
There was a girl in the neighborhood when I was growing up. Her name was Marie Andolini. She knew more about the old Salzich than anybody I've ever seen. Oh, my God.
Bobby, this was a Sunday dinner, I think we called it. Just 10, 15 minutes of him just getting interviewed. Gold. Had the accent, had the humor, had everything. So we might have to bring back some of the Chop Senior. Well, I'm sorry to hear all that. That sucks.
Yeah, it does. I appreciate that. But
sucks.
Look, I'll be sad, but like I said, I've known. I haven't had a dad in a few years. I haven't had a conversation with him.
Yeah,
he can't talk. He hasn't spoken in years. He doesn't know who I am. This is I don't want to see him. This is not the way to live. It'll be for the best. I promise.
I'm taking our heart of the choppy.
This is how I deal with it. I joke around.
My phone, my phone is full with voicemail, because I've like started saving all my dad's voicemails.
Oh boy.
Is that morbid? I'm like, I just want to have the voice around, the emails, but like all my phone voicemails, if you call me and it's filled up, I'm like starting to save all the dad voicemails. I'm like, just get him out. Let me get home for Christmas. Let him come out here for the new house in March. Let him make it till that. He's in spectacular health and shape for almost being 90, but man.
Yeah.
What's the bereavement leave around here? Because I'm like, I'm going to need a lot of days.
Yeah.
Long time, lot of days. That might be the end of my Odyssey career. I'm not coming back. I'm like half joking. I'm like, I don't know. Then you got to do a Father's Day top. And then you got to sit there and see a father and a son catch. And I'm thinking about this crap already.
It hit me yesterday. I'll tell you this, because when I saw the breaking news that the Juan Soto trade happened, he absolutely would have called me. And wanted to talk about that. He's a big baseball guy. He was a big Yankee fan. He absolutely would have called and wanted to talk about that. And when I saw the news, I was with my kids and I saw it and I was like, the first thing I thought was I was waiting for him to call. And then I was like, oh crap. Yeah, no, I am.
The voice of Sunday Night Football. He's going to have the TV call of Cowboys, Eagles, the great Mike Tirico. Oh, Ryan got that whale swimming across early. The show of whales continues with Mike Tirico next on Sean, RJ, and Bobby.
But let's get you over to the greatness of Diamonds.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
We are getting set to be joined by the great Hall of Famer, Mike Tirico, the voice of Sunday Night Football. He has the Cowboys-Eagles call. What are we going to talk about? We're playing in the commercial break, and Choppy goes right to golf and horse racing for Tirico. I know you're dying to talk about the golf. Go ahead.
The USGA changed the golf rules to where they're rolling back the golf ball, so you lose 9 to 11 yards. No golf.
Rolling back.
They're gonna make new golf balls. They're gonna change the whatever inside the golf ball, the compression, all that crap. Newsflash. And first of all, they're saying that we, the recreational golfer, have to follow these rules in 2030. I don't follow your rules. When I'm playing 9 holes on a Tuesday, I'm not following the lateral hazard out of bounds rule to a T.
What are they going to inspect your bag?
Yeah, exactly.
How are they going to?
They think that we're all playing in a tournament with every foursome that we're in, but that you're going to bust out the rule book. If somebody busts out the rule book on me on the 5th hole, I'm going to look at that. I'm going to leave. I'm going to leave the golf course. They're not going to
inspect your golf ball.
They're not. I am hoarding. Dick's Sporting Goods, get ready. And I am stocking up on current golf balls.
And then horse racing.
The Belmont's got 2-year reno. And I guess they're going to go to Saratoga for the third leg, which I got to put an asterisk on that if they're not going a mile and a half on a Triple Crown.
So there you go, Mike Tirico. Bet you didn't think we'd start off with golf and horse racing on the home of the Cowboys this morning. Good morning.
You guys got a couple other of my loves and my job descriptions. If you want to throw an Olympics question in there too, let's go. We can do all four. So let me just tell you this with Saratoga for the few people who might be horse racing fans. It's disappointing that it's a mile and a quarter because if one of the horses happens to win the first 2 legs, it'll be a Triple Crown that will not be seen in the light of the others for sure. But by going a mile and a quarter, I bet you they attract a much better field.
Yeah.
So I think this is a little bit not just the logistics, but also trying to get a better race on the track that weekend.
What about golf trying to bring back the distances?
Yeah, I heard what you guys were saying. Here's the problem with golf. While you may not worry about the rules on the 5th hole, right? And that's fine. Go enjoy the game. There are a ton of amateurs who do, right? Mm-hmm. I'm sure you guys know guys who are members of clubs, who play in events, who are true hardcore golfers. And then you have the world-class amateurs, and then you have the pros. So you try to get one set of rules for a whole bunch of people. So it's really, really hard to do. I think that by the time this rollback happens, the technology in the golf clubs will catch up enough that it's not going to impact the pros. I think they're going to be hitting it as far 10 years from now as they are right now.
Right.
Just the technology shift is going to change. And I think they're just trying to hold the line so guys aren't hitting drives 400 yards because that'll make most of the golf courses out there obsolete. For most of us who play, honestly, guys, this doesn't impact us a bit. So hoard away if you'd like, or just save your money and get the new golf balls in 5 years.
Are you planning on having your usual sit down earlier in the week or the day before the game with Mike McCarthy after the appendix surgery yesterday?
I'm sure it'll be health permitting. I don't know where Mike will be health-wise, either Friday or Saturday when we get over to see the Cowboys at the Star. Those things that happen and pop up during the week. You're like, oh, that wasn't expected. We'll have to adjust. I'll tell you, we did the weirdest production meeting I've ever done in 17, 18 years of doing NFL games and 25 years of doing football games. When Geno Smith got hurt for Seattle, we had the Thanksgiving game. We did our production meeting, which was their request. We didn't care. We did our production meeting with Geno while he was getting treatment on the table in the quarterback's room. And it's like, there's this guy just like beating the heck out of his elbow, with this procedure to get blood flow down to the elbow. And we're like, Gino, you okay? He's like, yeah, man, I'm all right. Go ahead. Ask away. I'm like, I felt really uncomfortable doing it, to be honest. But I'm sure we'll connect with Mike at some point, if not Friday, then Saturday, assuming his health is good. And the reports I saw yesterday were that everything went okay, and I hope that's the case.
Mike, give us your impressions of Sirianni when you sit down with him. Obviously, we can't stand him. His antics, his face drives us insane. We think he's a good coach, but he's just freaking annoying. What's he like when you sit down with him?
Oh, he's direct. He's direct and aggressive and honest, and there's not a lot of gray area, and that's fine. That's perfect. That's what you like with a coach, right? He's one of those guys that And we've seen them in all sports, right? You hate them when they're on the other side, but if they were your guy, you'd love them, right? Those are the characters in sports. Think of like Rick Mahorn and Bill Laimbeer when the bad boys were around for the NBA with the Pistons, right? Like, man, I can't stand those guys. But in Detroit, where I live, those guys are freaking legends, right? Those guys represent the best of an era of basketball. So that's what Sirianni is. He's unapologetically aggressive. His team plays that way, and you love that. When your team plays to the personality of your head coach, then you know you're doing everything in the same direction. It may not work all the time, but at least you're rowing the boat in the same direction. And that's what they have in Philly.
So the last time, we're talking with Mike Tirico from Sunday Night Football. The last time you guys got a chance to see the Cowboys on Sunday Night Football was probably the lowest point of the season for the Cowboys. That was that road game against the 49ers where they got absolutely drubbed. There were a lot of questions. Since that point, they have been a completely different team. Dak has been a completely different quarterback. What kind of differences are you seeing in this football team since you guys last saw them against the 49ers?
Look, the offense has gotten better, right? They're rolling. There's great everything that Mike and Dak talked about when we were there for the Giants game, or we were in New York for the Giants game. We came down to see the Cowboys on that Friday before the game, and then headed up to New York. Everything they talked about and the vision for the season, we're seeing offensively. A crispness, the timing patterns in the receiving game, moving the ball around to different threats. You know, and Cooks looks good. Getting the other guys involved a bit more, Tolbert and Turpin in the game. Ferguson emerging in his second year as a legit, really good, solid tight end. So you're seeing all of that play out. So this is the vision they had, and they're executing it. You know, I don't want to be the guy who's doing, you know, the hot take headlines on morning TV that just it's the same stuff over and over and over. But you cannot help but look at the quality of competition and say, look, don't for 1 second think Dallas isn't a very good team. They are a very good team. But a lot of the success has been against some of the worst teams in the league, right? We know that. The Giants, the New York teams, New England, L.A., that's a half dozen of their wins are against those 6 teams, if you include the Chargers and the Rams. And so there are teams that they've beaten that we know aren't very good, right? Although the Rams are starting to look okay. So seeing it against Seattle was encouraging. Now let's see if we see it the rest of the season as the schedule gets meatier down the stretch here.
What sports talk TV or radio do you take in?
None.
None.
No. Let me take that back. I will listen to sports talk in every market I get into. Living in Detroit, I'll put it on during the day when I'm in the car just listening. I don't particularly watch the morning talk shows very much because there's one purpose and one purpose only. It's ratings driven, right? I've been around this enough that I know what I think, and I have my opinions. I don't need my opinions formed by a debate on who's the MVP in week 5 of the season, which is the stupidest conversation alive, right? You know? Carson Wentz would be the MVP of the league if we went by those shows that had debates for 12 weeks of who's the MVP in October. This is the time of year. We're 3/4 of the way through the season. Now you start winnowing the field down, right? And so the debates just to get eyeballs or clicks, they don't wow me. Intelligent sports conversation, pulse of a city. Like you guys give the pulse of the city. The guys on sports radio in Philly, you get the pulse of the fans in the city and the hot topics and that stuff, right? There's a certain level of this is the real conversation as opposed to, hey, let's grab for a headline, let's talk about the Cowboys this or that we see just way too much of. So I just invest my time better in other things in life.
Mike Tirico on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. We'll have the Sunday night call joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. I just wanted to ask you an overall question. There's a lot of attention for Tom Brady, talking about the quality of play. We're talking about having a hard time with the MVP race, with the Heisman, figuring out the teams. The overall discussion, Mike, of football quality being down. Your thought on that?
Yeah, it's a good question, and I've thought about this a little bit. So let me just take the NFL, because I think the NFL and the college conversations are two really super different. If you ever wanted to go down that college road at some point, call me anytime. We could have that conversation. Yeah. I'm very passionate about where it's gone and where it's going, the totality of the sport. But the NFL stuff, I'm going to point to this. You know, Phillip Rivers, Matt Ryan, Eli Manning, Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, those guys, right? You know, Joe Flacco when he was playing really well, and now obviously he's resurfaced with Cleveland. I'm talking like a half dozen guys. You know what? Every time they played, you got a good game. Their teams were good, right? I think the level of quarterback play, excuse me, guys, has gone down a bit. And I look at the middle class of the quarterbacks. Sorry about that. I look at the middle class of the quarterbacks, and I see them missing. And I think that's the problem. When you have great quarterbacks, you get these great games. We've had so many injuries and so many young guys trying to figure it out in the league, year 2, year 3, new system, that I think the overall quality of the quarterback play has dropped. And what I don't understand is that we've got more teams than ever throwing the ball in college football. And everybody's brother and their kid plays 7-on-7. I got this quarterback over here who plays 7-on-7. He's the best thrower of the ball I've seen in 30 years. So why are we not seeing that translate from 7-on-7 to high school to college to the NFL? I don't know what the exact answer is. I got some theories, but I think that's why the general quality of play has come down a little bit from what we saw maybe 5, 7, 8 years ago. I don't know if you guys think the quality's down. I think it's a notch down from where it was, let's say, in 2017, 2018.
Yeah.
Yep, I agree. You brought up college. What was your take on the Final Four? Did they get it right?
No, they got it wrong. To me, they got it wrong. So here's what wasn't asked of the committee, which drove me nuts. What theory did you use to say to yourselves that the Florida State backup quarterback, not the third guy who played in the ACC championship game because the backup quarterback had a concussion, what theory did you use to extrapolate the fact that he will not improve in his second game as the starter from the first game after he went on the road to Florida and his team won the game? What did you see or know about his ability to lead you to believe that they can't be that good? Because their defense is excellent. Nobody will give you any qualms about that. That's what I don't like about the system. They made an assumption that, Florida State's offense isn't good because Jordan Travis is out, which is correct. And I know that's one of the parts of the criteria set up. But how do you know that quarterback with 3 weeks, 15 more practices, and played okay on the road in that first start at Florida, how do you know he's not going to play better week 2 and have a Cardale Jones type game, right? Now, do I think he's going to? No. Do I know that for a fact? Absolutely not. So I think that they put themselves in a box of an unanswerable solution. When you win all the games on the field during the year and you've played 2 SEC teams, how do you tell those guys it's not good enough? This system died the way it should have died. An utter failure. It was one of the worst things ever created in sports. If let's say there are 5 of us guys, right? If the 5 of us decide, hey, let's get in business and we'll split the profits 4 ways, that's the dumbest business plan in the history of the world. And that's what the people who run college sports set up in this college football playoff. It was stupid from the start. It was done horrifically. It died the way it should have died, in disgrace and embarrassment. That doesn't mean Texas isn't good or Bama's not good. Or how does Georgia go from number 1 to not even in the mix because they lost by a field goal to a good team on a neutral field? Really? The system was so stupid that it was impossible to manage with any sort of authority and decision-making that you could stand up behind. So, and I told you, don't get me started on college football. I love the sport. I love the sport. The fact that nobody's running it right now is screwing it up beyond belief. The sport is going to have 30 to 35 teams playing in one group, and then they're going to lose out on all the other Power 5 schools for being able to play at the highest level, and that in turn is going to do damage to the sport. What makes the NFL great? The fact that Carolina is a 1-win team right now, and they could be a playoff team next year. Houston, which was supposed to stink this year, they're right in the mix for the playoffs, and they're playing exciting ball. Everybody's fan base stays engaged all the way through. You're going to take about half the fan base of college football and tell them, you know what, the team you love in your backyard can never win, so don't bother paying attention. That's stupid business, and that's what college football is doing.
We love having you on to talk about absolutely everything. Can't wait for the next time. Have a great call Sunday. We'll be watching. Thank you, Mike.
I'm angry at you guys. You got me in my college football mode. Now I'm angry for the rest of the day.
Well, you can co-host with us. You can co-host with us the rest of the show if you want.
You guys have a great day. We look forward to seeing everybody down there this weekend.
Thank you, Mike. Mike Tirico, Cowboys, Eagles with Collinsworth Sunday on NBC and Peacock. What did Dirk see? Could Dirk even see this coming with Luka and what he did last night? And Bobby heard a former Maverick spilling some Dallas Luka beans. We'll play it for you then. Babe Laufenberg next.
Let's get some better help in your life.
And then we just love it.
Luka with the quadruple double. He went 40, 11, and 10, and 2 curse words in the postgame on Bally as the Mavericks destroy the Utah Jazz. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Roberto Belt, our Cowboys insider. The show of whales will continue with Babe Laufenberg at 8:40. SMU head coach Rhett Lashley at 9. Patrick Walker with a Mike McCarthy health update at 9:20. We just had on Mike Tirico to talk about golf. We got a breaking news golf contract.
We do. I didn't know I thought the Live Tour was dead.
I hate Live.
I thought the Live Tour was dead. I hate Live. Yeah.
I think I would throw up if I tried to do that. I hate
Live.
I hate Live is right up there with Tuba toothpaste. Those are my favorites this year.
But according to the Wall Street Journal and the Telegraph, the Daily Telegraph, they're reporting that Jon Rahm is joining Live this week. The contract is for more than $500 million.
Shohei money.
For reference, if every PGA Tour event this year was winner take all, each purse is like $13 to $20 million ish, $25 million if you get the U.S. Open. If all of them were winner take all, and he won every single one, it still wouldn't add up to $500 million.
Wow.
And that's the thing. And that's what makes Live attractive is it's a money grab. And let's be fair. It's $500 million. I mean, you morally could do more. He could probably justify morally, hey, I could do more good with $500 million than without it. And you're taking blood money, and it is. It's terrible money. But to these guys, it's a money grab, man. It's hard to say no to. And Jon Rahm, I don't know. The PGA Tour there's a point where they can't recover from losing all these guys. Koepka, DJ, Phil, Reed, Rahm. There's going to come a point where they can't keep up.
But I thought that's the thing. Like, what is that? Like you just said, I thought Liv was dead. Like, how are they eventually? If this is a merger, how are they really losing them? Why is the PIF willing to spend $500 million or whatever for something that's going away?
Honestly, I have no idea. Like, this makes no sense because, like, if this is really going to go away and just fade into Bolivia, as Mike Tyson would say, why are they spending this kind of money? Just to get Jon Rahm for a year. They're not going to do that. I don't know, man. Like, this makes me wonder if the PGA Tour is the one that's not going away.
Back to Luka. He moves past Larry Bird to number 9 on the all-time triple-doubles list. He had the highest scoring first-half triple-double in NBA history. He had 29, 10, and 10 at halftime with 6 threes as Headband Luka made his first appearance. And Dirk sat down with the All the Smoke podcast, and they just asked him, like, dude, this made me feel better about my evaluation of Luka because I was dead wrong. RJ and Bassick were correct and right, and me and Dirk were wrong on what we thought he was going to be.
My end of career wasn't pretty. You know, we're struggling. There was some talk of tanking going on, and we needed a little spark plug to change things. I didn't think that was going to be this kid. I didn't think it was going to be this kid. When he walked in the first time here in this practice facility, you know, he looked at he's a big boy, but I'm like, I'm not sure this is going to work. Is he quick enough? Is he athletic enough to go by guys like he is in Europe? And so there were plenty of doubts there from everybody on the team. And you know how you meet already before training camp starts. You know, you meet a month before and you hoop every day and you work out together. And you can already see that this kid's got something about him. He's got that swag. He knows how to play. He was getting some N1 mixtape passes out of nowhere, and I'm like, he was flashing some of the talent. So we were thinking, man, he's going to be a really good player, but I didn't think he was going to go to that level. I mean, my role with him. I guess we're friends. We're cool. When I'm town, we go to dinners or whatever. Mentor would be a little strong because he doesn't really need me. I mean, he's as you guys see, he plays like a 32-year-old veteran.
So that's Dirk audio. Bobby this morning got in extra early for Kristaps Porzingis audio, and props to Tolo Andrew, who just sent us the same thing.
Man, I guess December 6th is Kristaps Porzingis weighs in on the Mavericks Day, because I was trying to find comments that he had made about Luka last year, and he made them on December 6th in an interview with Yahoo, and this interview with JJ Redick dropped yesterday on December 6th. So last year, Porzingis was asked about hey, why didn't the the pairing with Luka, that was supposed to be going on for a decade, what happened there? He said, on paper it would be the perfect fit, but it just didn't mesh the way we wanted to. We just did not mesh well together. Sometimes it's like that in the workplace, it just didn't work out the way you expected. Luka is a generational talent. You have you have to put the perfect team around him to get the maximum out of him. I just wasn't the right guy. And so that's pretty much the most extensive comments he's given about Luka since he's left here, until he sat down with JJ Redick on the Old Man and the Three podcast. And JJ Redick was obviously a teammate with Luka and Kristaps Porzingis for a couple months when he was here in Dallas. And JJ Redick just asked Kristaps flat out. He's like, did you and Luka clash?
Early on, for sure.
Yeah.
Early on, for sure. But I think we both tried to make it work, It's just, I think communication, like maturity, communication on both of our parts should have been better.
So that was not satisfying to JJ Redick. And look, there's some stuff there. He basically says we were both immature and there were communication problems. He was a little reflective about it. But JJ Redick was obviously there and witnessed some of it. And so he's like, okay, all right, if you're just going to say, well, it just didn't work out, I'll go ahead and I'll point to an example of I've seen the tension. So JJ Redick recalls a story right there to Kristaps Porzingis.
We were playing a game in Memphis, and Rick called a timeout, and Luka sat down. We had the 5 seats on the floor, and Luka sat down on one of the seats, and was he doing the Luka thing, that he does, where he's mumbling a bunch of words, and it's clearly out of anger. We don't really know what he's saying, but he's, saying things, and Rick takes him out of the game, and Luka reacts or whatever. He's now like 10 feet away, and Rick was like, would you guys stop being babies? And you go, why don't you tell Luka to stop being a baby? And Rick goes, hey, Luka, stop being a baby. And I was like, okay, all right.
Yeah,
I like it. There's something there. There's something there.
And Porzingis got very uncomfortable there. It was just like, and like just he did not want to talk about it anymore. So he had moved on. I think we all assumed this though when they were here, that there was just some natural tension there.
Right, we were keeping track of high fives.
High fives.
We had a high five scoreboard on whether they did or didn't during games.
It's weird. I am not like the biggest NBA fan, but
you're kidding.
The Luka KP failure of a relationship really hurts me more than it should. Like, I really wanted that to work. I really did, because I thought, like, man, you got two guys like that are just unicorns of types of talent.
Yeah.
That you were able to steal for basically not a whole lot and get Porzingis. And if he ever reaches his ceiling, because I'll never forget, like I saw him in Vegas Summer League. He went up and got a ball on an alley-oop that I'm not sure LeBron could have got. It was over the backboard, and he went and got this thing. I've never seen some white dude jump like that before, and some lanky 7'3" guy either. And I was like, man, if this guy ever reaches his potential, I mean, he's had flashes since he left.
He's 19-8 for life. That's
which
what he
is great. Oh, that's fantastic. You would sign up for that tomorrow.
Yeah, but
for year 2.
Yeah, but in New York, we thought this was going to be 26. Like,
yeah, we thought it was going to be number 1.
We thought it was going to be MVP.
Yeah, we thought it was going to be number 1.
I mean, that's the type of ability he has.
Absolutely. And now post injury, maybe not. But I mean, if you were to tell me that your number 2 is going to get you 19-8, I mean, there's a lot of teams that sign up for that.
Yeah,
now, maybe a 2.5. Yeah. But
2.5.
Your number 2. I mean, your number 1's not scoring 34 a night. He's scoring 28 a night. Is your number 2 going to score 26?
But
I mean, that's great.
But we thought he was a 1.
Well, more than
not when the trade happened in New York. It's like this guy's a franchise player.
More than just a 1. Like, the comparisons were everywhere when he came out that rookie year. Of people were like, "This is Dirk. This is the next Dirk.
More athletic Dirk."
Yeah, like this is going to be this will be the guy to take the torch from Dirk, and he's going to be this new generation 7-footer. He'll be right there with Durant shooting. I do wonder, because he had really peaked right before that ACL injury, and I wonder how much the ACL derailed him. Now, they did have one more clip. Do you want to play that one?
Yeah.
They did have one more clip where JJ Redick had asked him, "Hey, look, injuries were obviously a big part of this, but what is the reason that things ultimately did not work out with the Mavericks?"
Beyond just the health, like why do you think that it didn't work in Dallas? I mean, it seems like you're in a place of self-reflection where you are now in your career.
Definitely. It's a big mix of things, you know. It's a big mix of things. Maturity for sure, you know. I'm talking about what I could have done better. And then I wasn't that much into analytics and numbers. Like if somebody, I think, at that stage of my career presented it to me the right way and said, you know, this is what we need to do. This is what we need from you. You're going to be way more effective doing this. Like kind of explain it to me better. I think that would have made a difference a little bit.
I don't know. It feels like that's a possible shot at Carlisle because that was the big thing at the end. It was like, I'm not going to sit here in the corner like Chris Bosh in Miami or Kevin Love and just shoot threes. I'm an athlete. I'm a freak. I can post. I can drive. I can dunk. And as, you know, Carlisle famously said, and TNT replayed it nonstop, you know, analytics, the best way to use Porzingis, threes over twos.
Yeah, and look, I mean, his worst three-point shooting year of his career just happened to be here. All right, like he'd never shot
by 7% worse. He's a career 36. I mean, 8% worse, really. He's a career 36% guy. That season you're talking about, he was 28.
He was 28%. His field goal percentage is at 55% right now. He's a career 45.5. They're doing something with him in Boston,
but he's scoring less.
He's scoring less.
He's scoring 4 points a game less than last year. He's at 19. Last year was 23.
And then the year before that in Washington, his the second half of the year post trade deadline, he was at 22. Now obviously it was just him and Bradley Beal.
Right, and now they have a super team and he's taking 3 less shots a game.
He's the third option behind Tatum and Brown,
and you have Holiday.
Yes. But like this is he's a good player, and I mean, there's a reason why the Celtics are in a good spot.
I think more than a shot at Rick, I think that was a shot at old Vegas Bob.
Yeah.
And that whole analytics. But I think he clearly sounded like the analytics weren't the problem, but you had a messenger there who could. Probably the shot is at Carlisle there. That's the communication part is Carlisle, and the analytics is probably old Bob. But it's sad. He sounds like he's reflective and knows he was immature while he was here.
Headband Luka striking last night for the first time with 40, 11, 10 in 3 quarters in the destruction of the Utah Jazz. Babe Laufenberg previews the Eagles. Babe stops by for the weekly visit and trivia next on the Home of the Cowboys with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. But it is the most wonderful time of the year.
Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish this year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
It is time for our weekly visit with Babe Laufenberg, Cowboys color analyst, brought to you by Johnson Fitness and Wellness Home Fitness Equipment Stores here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, your home of America's team, Cowboys, Eagles, Sunday night on this radio station, as Mike McCarthy is supposed to still be on the sidelines after the appendix procedure yesterday. Babe Laufenberg going to be, Brad Sham going to be joining Babe Laufenberg this Sunday. Mr. Laufenberg?
That's what I understand. I think we've got two guys on the injury list for Sunday as questionable, and that'd be McCarthy and Brad Sham. And if you gave me my choice between the two, Dan Quinn can run things on the Cowboys side. Okay. Hey, before we get to my trivia today, I've got trivia for you. Who is about to embark on a reign of terror for about the next 18 years in about 6 or 7 months? That would be Sean Sharif. Sean, congratulations on the baby girl.
Oh, thank you, brother. I appreciate that. You still wrote me the nicest handwritten note when my son was born, so I still remember that.
Well,
Brad sent me a bottle of tequila, I think.
That just upped the ante on me.
Yeah,
Okay.
so tequila and a letter, please.
I'm going to think of what I can do. I'll never forget, very quickly, I had a friend. He had two, attractive daughters, teenage, maybe early 20s. And he was a good old boy, right? He said, and I have two boys, right? And he said, baby, you got to understand something. He said, you got boys. You're on offense. I got girls. We're on defense.
That's all I'm hoping mine's ugly. That's what I'm hoping for.
Oh,
wow.
Okay, keep that clip. Okay,
All
ready
right.
for trivia?
Thank you. Yes.
Okay. There are two coaches in the NFL history. Two coaches in NFL history have lost 4 playoff games to the same team. Only 2. Can you name them?
Ooh.
4 playoff games, the same team.
To the same team.
Tom Landry and Don Shula.
Wow.
Was I wrong?
You got one.
Oh, okay.
Let me see if my trivia expert Peyton can get it. Peyton,
We want to guess. We want to guess. I'm going to guess it's
okay.
I was going to guess it's Mike McCarthy is one of them.
I'm going to guess Madden or a Raiders-Steelers tie-in. Either of those correct?
I don't know. Let me ask Peyton. Peyton?
RJ and Bobby were correct. It is Tom Landry and Mike McCarthy. Tom Landry lost 4 against the Rams, but he also had 4 wins in the playoffs as well. They faced 8 times.
And McCarthy to
San Fran.
Well done.
About to be a 5th.
How many has he won against San Fran?
In the playoffs?
Yeah.
Zero. None.
0.
Yeah.
1-4.
Not good.
0.0. That Manziel.
Not good.
Is that amazing, though, that Tom Landry had played the Rams 8 times in the playoffs? I know he coached 29 years, but
8 times.
8 times. Okay, let's roll.
All right, well done.
Peyton. Thank you.
Babe Laufenberg, Boomer Jack's Bar and Grill Hotline. How is Philadelphia different in studying them this week from the first matchup?
I think the biggest difference is going to be Jalen Hurts is going to have the ability to run. He had a banged-up knee when they played the Cowboys. So really all the zone read stuff and the RPOs, he wasn't going to keep the ball on all the zone reads. He never kept it once. Now, he ended up running because he had quarterback sneaks and some scrambles. So if you looked at the rushing numbers, but he wasn't a threat to run in that game, as he had not been in the couple of previous games going into that one. But now he does have the ability to run. The knee appears to be getting better. Obviously, nobody ever says anything about it, but just judged or based on how they're using him, he will be a factor in this game running the ball, which he was not in that first game.
All right, well, Babe, a lot of other people are saying that he still looks compromised physically. You're not necessarily seeing that with the way he's moving around.
Yeah, again, but in the Dallas game, there was no way he was running the ball. They are running him a little bit now. So, again, no player ever says, well, my knee's at about 80%, and I can. So we don't know exactly how much he's compromised, and he is compromised, but they do run him now, and so that'll be a little bit more of a factor. And it's not just him running; it's that first game. You know, when you're sitting there in the zone read, you just disregarded him because he was not going to keep the ball. So not only you have more guys to the ball carrier because he's taken out of the equation. Now you got to take that guy, and make sure he doesn't ride and keep it, try to get the edge.
Is he throwing it around and seeing the field as well as you expected when you turned on the tape?
It's all up and down and game by game, and obviously San Francisco, but the amazing thing about that San Francisco game, 49ers first two drives were 3 and out. At the end of the first quarter, they had the ball for 2 minutes out of the 15, and they had minus 6 yards of total offense. Now, I'm not a bettor, and I know you can probably bet throughout the game, right, at any point. If you had sat there in the first quarter, when that first quarter ended and said, oh, gosh, San Francisco is going to boat race these people, you would have said, what, you crazy? Mm-hmm. But after that, obviously, they go on 6 straight touchdown possessions, and they were impressive.
You mentioned that he's kind of been up and down with his reads and such. Does that kind of lead you to believe we may have a Deron Bland recovery game?
Well, no, because when you look at who they have on the outside, I don't know that you want to get healthy against A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith and these guys. They're obviously good at the receiver position. Looks like they'll get Dallas Goedert back after Cowboys broke his arm in the last game. But no, I don't look at facing A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith and saying, okay, we're going to get healthy this week. And make no mistake about it. I mean, Hurts is a very good quarterback. I mean, I love it because, all the MVP talk, right? It's going to be Dak versus Jalen. And Dak, by the way, the 2 games head-to-head, Dak has completed 71% of his passes. He's had 6 touchdowns, no interceptions. So I think he's up for the challenge.
Talking with Babe Laufenberg here on 105 through the Fan. Babe, when you look at, the stretch, it's not been very long since Dallas played the Eagles. It was just 4 weeks ago. And yet it does feel like a 2 very different teams at this point. Dallas has continued to roll. They've really found a rhythm on offense. Philadelphia has, they've only lost 1 game since then, but it felt at times like Dallas outplayed them in that game. It seemed like they got outplayed by Kansas City and Buffalo and then San Francisco. Do you think right now Dallas is taking the field on Sunday as the better football team?
I think there's no question, Bobby. I really do. And when you look at that Cowboys game, Cowboys had over 100 yards of offense more than, they held Philadelphia under 300. They had just slightly over 400. And, like a lot of these NFL games, Prescott throws it to Schoonmaker. It's a touchdown on 4th down, and then it's not a touchdown, which was the correct call. But, I mean, you're 6 inches away from scoring there. The 2-point conversion, Dak steps out of bounds. That would have changed things, obviously. On the last drive, they would just need a field goal. And, again, if you told me they're going to go on the road to Philadelphia, have the ball at the 6-yard line with 1st down, I'd have said 4 shots in the end zone, they're going to hit 1 of them. And then we all know what happened there. But Philadelphia, too, their defense is just not good. It's almost terrible. They're the worst in the NFL on 3rd down defense. And Bobby, to your point about getting a little lucky, Philadelphia, they've been outgained by 100 yards in each of their last 5 games. And you're not going to win a lot of games getting outgained by 100 yards.
And trailing at halftime, like every game.
Yeah.
And Babe, when we talk about the way that Dak has kind of, attacked the middle of the field and the susceptibility that Philly seems to have in the secondary right now and the way they've been outgained, is the next point here as we look to find how Dallas stacks up against the rest of the NFC contenders, is this the measuring stick game it seems on paper, or is this like, no, you know what, because Dallas is so far ahead of them at this point, this still isn't even the test for us to be able to tell what their contender status is?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I don't think Philadelphia was the test or will be the test this Sunday that they were in that first week. I think Philadelphia was playing a lot better at that time. And clearly the only test that you have to take, the toughie, the final that you want to stay away from in college is San Francisco. I mean, they crushed Dallas, they crushed Philadelphia, and crushed Philadelphia on the road. I mean, I don't know what the heck happened in those 3 games that they lost 3 in a row after Dallas. I mean, we know Deebo Samuel was out, Trent Williams, but I don't know what happened. But the 2 games that I've seen him up close and personal now against Dallas and Philadelphia, I don't know who's going to beat him right now.
So it's clear they've separated themselves from the rest of the pack?
I think no question. And, gosh, you got to go back to the early 90s. There was a point where the Cowboys could not get by Philadelphia. I mean, they feared Philadelphia. I mean, I don't mean from a physical, I'm going to get hurt standpoint, but it was just they had no answers for Philly. And they finally beat them in 92, the first year they went to the Super Bowl. And that kind of changed everything in that matchup. And it's going to happen for San Francisco and Dallas. I don't know when, but right now, I don't think anybody would go into that San Francisco game in the playoffs feeling good about the way the Cowboys have operated against them in the last 3 games those 2 teams have played. And they've all been recent, so it's not – I don't put a lot of stock into, 7 years ago. Just 7 years ago, 90% of the guys on the team weren't on the team. But a lot of guys are here from those 3 games, the 2 playoff, and then obviously this year in the regular season where there's got to be some doubt in your mind that we can go out and beat San Francisco.
Babe Laufenberg on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. Did Mike Tirico stir up some memories for you out on the track?
Oh, let me just say, love Tirico. He is so good. And but yes, so he obviously the Belmont going to Saratoga, and I went to Saratoga with Bill Parcells. I did an interview.
Well,
yes, after he left here, I went up there to his house in Saratoga, and we did an interview at his house. Brett Kelly from CBS 11 and me, and we went to the house, did the interview, then we went out to Saratoga and continued the interview out there. And the place is like magical. I mean, RJ, you say your grandfather took you there all the time, RJ?
Yeah, I was born about like 30 miles away from there, and we would go there in the summertime, basically every weekend. It's a magical place. Magical is the best word.
Yeah, just what you want to do with your grandchild, right?
Yep.
Hey, son, why don't we go down
Teach him the ropes.
But it was great. You feel like you're in a time warp. You really do. You feel like it's 1950. Nothing has changed there. It's that red and white. A lot of people are going to get a chance to see it when the Belmont goes there. And what a fantastic place. And it was great too because Parcells up there, he was like the godfather. Coach, and he turned to me at one point. We're walking in. He's got his program, and he said, "They love me up here." I want to say, well, they like you probably better up here than they do at Dallas.
Fantastic. Yeah.
You know what's great though? I'm not a big gambler, but so I would bet $20 on a race. I just bet whatever he bet. I say, Coach, I'm betting with you. I know nothing about horses. So we're about 3 races into it, and I said, Coach, I told you I really don't know anything about horse racing, but I said, are the tracks different? He said, what are you talking about? I said, do they pay for like 4th and 5th and 6th here at Saratoga? Because that's where our horses are coming in. And of course, that went over real big with Bill. yeah, one of those guys.
Fantastic.
So I stayed out of the next race. His horse that he picked won, and of course, he could not rub it in anymore.
And not share the winnings with you. Awesome as always, Babe Laufenberg here on Sean and RJ every Thursday. Thank you, sir. Brought to you by Johnson Fitness and Wellness. Johnson Fitness and Wellness home fitness equipment stores. The head coach of the AAC champions, SMU's Rhett Lashley. Back on Sean and RJ next.
Let's get you healthy, boys and girls. Cue.
fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time. The show of whales continues here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Thanks for being a total that stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We're about to be joined by SMU's head football coach, Rhett Lashley, Patrick Walker, for the Mike McCarthy Health Update at 9:20. Crosstalk with KMC at 9:40 to talk about Luka and Juan Soto to the Yankees. But you are happy that we got some local college news with a game staying in place, right? Right down the road here. I love watching your eyes.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, Cotton Bowl, Texas OU.
There you
yes,
go.
sir. They're like, what are we talking about?
You should really read your prep email.
No, I was thinking SMU. I wasn't thinking Oklahoma, Texas, but they are staying at the Cotton Bowl, which is good. That game belongs to the Cotton Bowl. The Cotton Bowl game became much bigger when it went to Jerry World, when it went to AT&T Stadium. It went from a Tier 2 bowl to a New Year's 6 bowl, a Tier 1 bowl. That was boosted by that. The Longhorn Sooner game, going there would be sterile. It would be a sterile environment. Now, it'd be making more money, but the environment is much better at Fair Park.
Yeah, and I mean, there's so much. If you've ever seen the documentary Deep Fried Dynasty, that's their big money making day. Those vendors that pay so much to be out there. That Texas OU game is where they make a ton of their money. So I can imagine the state fair would have a vested interest in, no, this needs to stay here. We make way too much money with the people that come through. And it's a unique experience, being able to just go to the game, walk out, Fair Park, everything going on.
Now, I wonder if the move to the SEC, they may change the time of the game. Because the SEC for years, their 2:30 game slot's been their primetime game. That's on CBS. Now, the CBS is not doing the SEC starting next year. They're going to be doing the Big Ten. And the SEC will move almost exclusively over to ABC and ESPN. And I wonder if they will put it in the mid-afternoon still or at night. Because historically, this game's been played at 11 a.m.
Dallas Stars lose a wild one last night. I thought this thing was over. I switched on over to the Mavericks. But the Stars end up losing to the Panthers. They're 3-6 in their last 9 games, struggling defensively. Florida's first line had 4 goals and 5 assists. Florida better team in the first 2 periods. The Stars scored 3 in the third. They actually tied the game at 4 in the third. They end up with the loss tonight. Ovechkin, 1 point away from 1,500, and the Caps are coming off a 5-game road trip. They've lost 2 straight. Let's bring in the head coach of the SMU Mustangs, the AAC champs, Rhett Lashley, on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
Hey, morning, guys. Doing well.
Thank you for joining us. At what point this year did you realize we got something? Did you know when we talked with you early in the season, midway point? At what point were you like, we're the real deal?
You know, I thought going into the season we had a team that could win the league. I really did. I just felt like our roster and was good enough, and I felt like we had really made improvements on defense, and I felt like it just was all had a chance to set up for us, and I liked our team chemistry going through fall camp, but we had to go do it. And I think the first time was when we went to Oklahoma and played them really well. Yeah. Really felt like we should have won the game and just kind of didn't finish it off in the fourth quarter. But the way we competed specifically on defense just, I think, gave our guys a lot of confidence. And then, we probably played our worst game of the year in our rivalry game against TCU. And I think after that, we really started to find our identity on offense. And it probably was, we won our first couple conference games, and then we went on the road and we played a Temple team that, didn't have their best team. I'm not saying they were great and all, but I think we were 2-0 in the league, and it was just kind of set up for us to go up and not play well, have a letdown, and we didn't just beat them. We beat them 55-0 on the road, and just the way we did it. And if you were there feeling it, I left there just going, okay, we got it. Our team gets it. They're mature. They know how to show up every week. And at that point, I really didn't think we would lose again.
Coach, I remember RJ telling you that he has always thought, SMU is the sleeping giant. All the resources are there. It makes sense to, restore the glory that we've talked about in years past. What was the energy level like? The campus, the fan base, what was all that like surrounding this season throughout?
It's at an all-time high. I think what's funny is for something that we hadn't done in 41 years, there was so much expectation on this team. We had gone out and I think improved it in a way, and we had won. This is now the 5th straight year we've won and gone to a bowl game and all that. And so, there'd been winning and there was expectation in a way that is good. That's what you want in your program. But it was interesting because, again, we hadn't done it in a long time, and it was almost like, man, if we don't do it, it's going to be a failure, right? And so there was a lot of energy, but there was a lot of, hey, we need to do this. And I think what we're saying and what you're saying is just we know there's so much potential here. But all potential really means is you haven't done it yet. And so what was really cool and probably the most gratifying part is our team, our players, our staff was able to week after week kind of push through that expectation and pressure. And everyone felt it like, man, we should do it. We need to do it. We've got a team to do it. And we did it. And, you got to accomplish confidence. You got to break through and actually do it at some point. I agree with you. I do think we're a sleeping giant. I think we're extremely well positioned. Everything's hitting at the same time. The city of Dallas is embracing us. Most importantly, the kids that you recruit in Dallas are embracing us as Dallas's team. They want to come to SMU. There's a lot of buzz. We're going to the ACC. We've won, new facility, all the things. But you have to go do it. And so for us to actually do it was huge.
SMU head coach Rhett Lashley joining us here, 105 through the Fan. All right, you mentioned the ACC. That's where I was going with this. Did that kind of speed up the excitement too? And then how have the recruits really kind of taken that? Have you gotten a different, I don't want to say caliber of a recruit, but more attention from recruits?
Yeah, absolutely. For the last 5 years when the program's been kind of on the rise, there's been a little buzz and we've been winning and okay, great. SMU's doing some things. Like a lot of the kids in the Dallas Metroplex have wanted to come and stay home and go to SMU. Like they'll come on visits. You'll get in their top 3 or top 5 with a lot of, quote, power schools. But when it comes decision time, it's like, man, I want to come, but coach, I want to play on the biggest stage. I want to play against the Florida States, the Miamis, the Clemsons, you know what I mean? And we just weren't in position to do that. And at the end of the day, that's why a lot of kids would still maybe not choose to come here. But then when they transfer, they'd come back because they kind of wanted to come here all along. And so, the minute that ACC news hit, it was kind of like breaking the seal. It was really like the last step in like getting ourselves to where we can compete on that level with all the schools that are in Power 4 programs in our state. And I think you've seen it already. Like there's been some kids in the 24 class, flip or commit and come here. But the 25 class, kids that are juniors now, is going to be the first class that you really see the full feeling of going to the ACC, winning the championship, all that. And right now we have a top 10 class. All 5 of the kids committed are 4-star or better. We've never signed that many in one class in our history. And so you just start to see kids going, okay, now I can go there because I know next year, hey, Florida State's coming to Ford Stadium. I know the next year Clemson's coming, and I'm going to Miami, et cetera. And then now they know they can come to SMU, stay in Dallas, and compete on that national stage.
Talking with SMU coach Rhett Lashley here on 105 through the Fan. Coach, you talked with us back earlier this year a lot about, swagger, and you said that that's something that you wanted your team to embody, but you felt like, hey, we got to go out there and earn that. You can't just be a program that claims that without earning it on the football field. Do you feel like you guys earned that this year?
I think we earned the right to have confidence, and that's huge. Our program has a lot of confidence, and that's what you want. That's what true swagger is, right? Is you carry yourself in a very confident yet humble way, and like, yeah, you got to go do it. You got to go win. You got to earn it, and we don't want to be a program that's. I mean, look, it's recruiting, it's sales. You do stuff on social media. You're always, trying to put your best foot forward from a branding standpoint, but we want to talk with our pads, with our play, with how we play, and when you go 11-2. And you play good football, then that's the kind of talk we want. We're not all about the hype because hype fades. We want to be about substance. And I think this year's team was about substance, and I think they created a great foundation for our program.
Coach, you guys, a lot of people thought, and myself included, that you got kind of hosed on the bowl game and not getting to play in a New Year's Six bowl and the Fiesta Bowl. They chose Liberty. What was sort of your pitch to get in, and was there an explanation given as to why they chose Liberty over you guys?
Yeah, I'll talk about it with you. We've moved on as a team because, it was 24 hours after that, of us winning the championship. And, we weren't going to let anything steal our joy. We were going to celebrate this team. Our goal was to win a conference championship this year, and we did it. We've accomplished it. And, yes, if you do that in our league, you're probably going to get to New Year's Six Bowl. That would have been fantastic, but that wasn't our goal. And so, we've chosen to move on and not sit around and wallow. But, yeah, I mean, I think everybody knows that we should have gotten that bid at this point. I mean, everybody that has a lot of credibility and understands football. I made my pitch that Saturday night after the game in the post-game press conference. It's sad that I had to. I don't want to. There's so much data. I mean, just starting with the fact that ever in the past, the committees have always said you start with strength of schedule. They were 133 out of 133. Like, that's usually a non-starter and you're out. And they didn't even play or schedule a powered opponent. They didn't beat or play a team that was ranked. We beat a ranked team on the road. We played a ranked OU on the road. Like, we played at TCU. We get punished because TCU has a bad year. So it hurts our strength of schedule. I mean, imagine that. But they didn't even play a team like TCU. We win at 9-3 Memphis. Like, it really wasn't hard. And I think also Liberty's a good football team. So you hate to come out and say this because I don't want to disrespect them. They went undefeated, and that's hard to do no matter who you play. And they have a great football team. Like us, they have a really good offense, but the difference is we have a defense. And so, I think all the criteria pointed to us. It didn't go our way. And, there's really nothing we can do about it. I do hate that our kids are maybe robbed of that opportunity. But you know what? Somebody was going to be disappointed between us and Liberty. I think a lot of people feel like it might have been a pretty good game. We'll see what happens out there. We've got to focus on BC. We've got a great opportunity to do a couple things. We get to try to win our 12th game. That's only been done one time in our program's history. If we win our 12th game, it'll tie the only time we've ever won 12 before. Okay, and we get a chance to go win a bowl game. We haven't done that since 2012. We've done a lot of firsts this year. And then lastly, we're playing an ACC team. We're going into the ACC, so it's kind of cool how we exit and then enter. And it gives us a chance to go into the offseason with not only momentum from a final win, but hey, we're going into a league and we just competed with and beat a team that's in that league. We're going to be able to belong. And so we got a lot to play for. We, in my opinion, and a lot of experts' opinions, it wasn't the right call and people were shocked, but hey, there's nothing we can do about it.
Did you have a strong take or opinion on the Florida State controversy?
I think at the end of the day, same deal. Someone was going to be disappointed. It's a little different because it's up there for number 4 or 5, but it's really not. I think the confusing thing for everyone is the committee looked at Florida State and Alabama and judged it one way, and then they looked at us and Liberty and judged it the complete opposite.
Yeah.
At least be consistent, right? And we can disagree with that, but we can get behind you. At least had some logic to your process. Not, did you even watch our game against Tulane, or were you just watching Alabama and Georgia? Because, I'm being honest, we beat Tulane a whole lot worse than that score. We played really well, and that's a good football team we beat. And so it's or do you even know what's going on, or do you just look at a record and go, 13-0, cool? I don't know. What happened to Florida State is terrible. To go undefeated in a league like that and to not get in is really hard to fathom. Also, I don't know how you leave Alabama out. So, they were in a tough spot.
Yeah.
And I think it's never been better that we're going to a 12-team playoff, because now the argument will be over 11, 12, and 13. And that's fine, but there's more teams getting in. You got a better chance to get it right. But I think just the lack of consistency and transparency, nobody knows why. The only explanation given on TV was, well, maybe Liberty tried to schedule a Power 5 opponent and couldn't. So, who knows?
I love the trophy picture that you sent out, but my big question is, what do you take in your coffee? I'm tired of choppy bonding with Mike McCarthy every Friday. They just straight black, but I'm proud. It looks like there's some creamer in there. I like it.
Look, I started drinking coffee 7 or 8 years ago because it was something to do with my wife. She likes coffee. I'm not a coffee person. So I bought into this coffee thing, but my coffee is always very creamy colored. I have a little bit of coffee with my cream.
Yes.
And then I can handle it.
Hey, man, thank you so much for coming back on. We're so happy for you. You were an outstanding interview early in the year. Awesome today, and best of luck moving forward. Hopefully all the recruits are calling even more, and best of luck in the bowl game. Thank you, Coach.
Guys, thanks for having me on the show. Appreciate you.
Rhett Lashley, head coach of the SMU Mustangs on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. Let's get a Mike McCarthy health update. Is it going to be on the sidelines, up in the booth? Is it Dan Quinn? Is it Bones Fossil? Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com is next. But
Brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Do you think that tough Irishman's going to miss this game? That's a big hypothetical. We'll let all that come to that. We're certainly anticipating Mike being back for the game. We'll handle it and hold it down for practices, and knowing him, he'll be online tonight wanting to go through the red zone and third down and everything else. So, we certainly expect him to be rocking, by game day again.
Dan Quinn talking about Mike McCarthy's availability after he was diagnosed with an acute case of appendicitis. Got the surgery yesterday. Michael Gelkin said that he was out, and it was successful. So we bring in Patrick Walker at Voice of the Star on Twitter, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. What was yesterday like at the Ford Center with this whole thing playing out?
Well, initially it was a bit concerning, just when you get the news that anyone, had a medical situation, and then when you figure out it was McCarthy and then what was going on with that. The good news is that they caught it early, because anyone who's familiar with appendicitis knows that if it's not caught early, it can really become a life-threatening situation. So he walked into the building and he had his usual conversations with Dak Prescott, Dan Quinn, Bones Fossil, Brian Schottenheimer. He was going to try to tough it out. He thought it was just some stomach pain, maybe a little bit of a stomach bug, but his collective, his Knights of the Round Table basically told him, hey, you don't look so hot, to the point where you might need to go get checked out. And thankfully he listened to him. And that's when it was discovered that he had the appendicitis. And like you said, he underwent surgery yesterday, but he's home and he's resting well. Expectation remains that he will be available to coach versus the Eagles. I tried to find out yesterday, spoke with Bones, to see if there was any indication of if McCarthy will be in the box or on the sideline. And he doesn't know just yet. Bones doesn't. So I'll see if we can get more information on that today, maybe tomorrow. But the way Dan Quinn puts it, like you said, you think this tough Irishman is going to miss this game? I think McCarthy is on the sideline for this game with the headset on. I think he wants to send the message to his guys that how you overcome adversity and how big this game is. And I think that's just going to add that much more motivation for the Cowboys. Not that they need it anymore, but when you see your head coach over there, who was just on the operating table only a few days prior, now he's over there trying to will you and coach you to a win, that does something for a player. That absolutely does something for a player. So heal up McCarthy. Barring any setbacks, he should be on the field, and we'll love to see it.
Can we get like a director's chair out there for him, a stool, anything like that? Is there a rule? I know you can do it in college. Is there a rule against that in the NFL?
I don't think there's a rule against that in the NFL, RJ, but I'll ask you this. We all know McCarthy well enough to know, do you really think he's going to stay seated?
No. He'd rather die.
He
really would rather die.
He's going to be up. He's going to be moving about. He's going to be active, completely bought into the game. And you'd have to handcuff him to the chair, and then even then that chair better be nailed to the ground, because he's getting up and he's getting active. So I feel like as long as he is in well enough health to be out there, and of course that's going to be determined by the doctors and him and his family, but all indications are he'll be out there. But if he's out there, you're not going to get 50% Mike McCarthy. You're going to get 100% Mike.
Patrick, give us a sense. I think this is a good opportunity to kind of educate us or recap how this team and locker room feels about McCarthy. Is it great love for him? We've thought that he's a player's coach. I know Tank spoke a little bit about it yesterday, but give us a sense of McCarthy's connection with this team personally.
Oh, man, it's deeper than player coach or coach to coach as far as colleagues are concerned. Just walking around and talking to guys yesterday, spoke with Dak off the cuff in the locker room, Tank on the record, Bones on and off the record, several other guys as well. And it's just this collective love, adoration, and respect for Mike McCarthy, not simply as the head coach of the team, but as a family member. That's how they speak about McCarthy, just as he speaks about them. It's the culture here in Dallas has so changed to the point where this is why they play so hard for each other. This is why they're so resilient as far as bouncing back from adversities that kind of hit them at different points in the years, because they all have a genuine love and affection for each other. So there was some rightful concern in the voice of the guys that we were talking to, but at the same time, there was a lot of optimism in McCarthy, because a lot of them kind of cited things like, funny how Dan Quinn said it, tough Irishman, but that's basically how they view him. This is our head coach. We love him to death, and if anybody can overcome something like this and be back on the sideline for us, it's Mike McCarthy. So the love, it runs deep from players to Mike McCarthy, from McCarthy to players, and from his coaching staff to him. So from top to bottom, I mean, everybody is in full support of McCarthy, and they wanted to show their love and respect for him yesterday by making sure that there were no steps missed at all. So I'm told that practice went extremely well. Everybody was on their job. Everybody was on their task because they know that when Big Daddy gets back, he wants the house to be in order. So they made sure it's in order.
We're talking with Patrick Walker from DallasCowboys.com. Pat, let's say that, all right, the optimistic line and what the Cowboys even had in the press release was McCarthy expects to be out there. Let's say there's a change of plans and they say, okay, no, this isn't going to happen. Brian Schottenheimer's going to have to be out there. Brian Schottenheimer's going to have to be calling plays. Will it be so much Brian Schottenheimer calling plays, or, I mean, is this offense in effect right now being run by Dak Prescott on Sunday, if that's the case?
Well, you make a good point, because when we're talking about a medical situation, so we can have all the optimism in the world, and that's based on the information we have right now, which makes it rightful. But, knock on wood, because it's a medical situation, you just never know what tomorrow brings. So if, in fact, there's a situation wherein McCarthy can't be available, then the order of succession is Dan Quinn takes on head coaching duties, but he's still obviously the defensive play caller. And as far as offensive play calling goes, it falls to a collective of Schottenheimer and Dak Prescott. And obviously you'll have input from, your running backs coach, your tight ends coach, Linda Wells, your offensive line coach. All of that will become more of a collective. But I don't think people understand just how much of a hand Dak Prescott has, not only in the install of this offense, but on a play calling basis. Obviously, when McCarthy is available, it's the large majority of it is on McCarthy, but there's a lot of input that McCarthy gets from Dak, even on a play-to-play basis, saying, hey, what are you seeing out there? What should our tendency change to? Because maybe the run's not working, maybe the pass isn't working, maybe this type of pass isn't working. So Dak Prescott is supremely comfortable in helping to run this offense, both on the sideline as far as collaboration is concerned, and on the field and pre-snap and moving guys around. And I don't know that I could have said that in week 1, week 2, or even week 3 in Arizona, because this level of Dak Prescott, as far as his comfort level in this Texas Coast offense, is light years now beyond where it was several weeks ago. So if, in fact, McCarthy can't take the field, then you can bet Schottenheimer and Dak Prescott aren't going to lose a step.
Texas Coast or Kellen Moore?
Texas Coast.
Okay. Differentiation being?
Well, the differentiation being just the willingness to let Prescott be Prescott. I think that when it came to Kellen Moore, and I'm not one that's going to bash Kellen Moore. I know he's out there struggling in Los Angeles, and there's a lot of factors around that. I mean, Staley's on the hot seat. Defense has not been great. But when it comes to what Kellen Moore's offense looked like, which was number 1 in the league, to what Mike McCarthy's looked like, which is number 1 in the league, I enjoyed this one much more because I feel like Dak Prescott is back to having fun, as opposed to, well, this is what we need to do, bang, bang, bang. It's snap the ball and we're going to play some football. So it just feels like it's a little bit more free for Dak Prescott, and I think that's why he's taking it to an MVP caliber level again.
How are you attacking the Eagles this weekend in this game if you're the Cowboys?
Put their secondary in a blender and hit power. Mm-hmm. It just absolutely – here's the beauty of it, and I don't want this to come off as me saying the Eagles are not a good team, because they are, albeit not as good as people are making them out to be. I'm right there with you, Bobby.
Thank God.
But this secondary, the Cowboys are coming off of a game wherein I said – I'm on record as saying the Seahawks secondary was the best that they have faced up to that point, and that was not excluding the 49ers, who did an exceptional job. But when you look at it personnel-wise, and you look at how they run the schemes, you look at the skill set, the physical builds of guys like Woolen, that Seahawks secondary was it. And Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb and Jake Ferguson and Brandon Cooks, they went out there and put 41 on their heads. Now, 1 week later, 10 days later, Cowboys are rested, and they're about to go against literally one of the worst secondaries in the entire NFL. And Bradbury and Slay, and I mean, the plays and the yardage and the touchdowns those guys give up, it just makes for perfect theater. It's absolute cinema what the Cowboys can do to this defense at home. And keep in mind, they were only, a knee, a toe, and a false start away from taking the first game in Week 9. So, Cowboys are infinitely comfortable at home. They're rested. Eagles are coming off of a blowout humiliation loss against the 49ers, and the stats are out there. Teams who play the 49ers get beat up pretty good, and they don't usually play well in the next week. So I love what I'm seeing from that standpoint as well, but throw the ball and then throw it again. And then fake like you're going to run it, and then throw it again, and then throw it some more.
Is that the biggest difference from Philly this year to last year? Is not only their defense but their secondary?
I would say so. The secondary had its struggles last year, but not to this level, RJ. I mean, for them to be spoken of in the air that they're spoken of, and I get it. They're 10. Well, they were 10-1, and now they're 10-2. But before the second loss, they were 10-1. "Quote unquote," finding ways to win, and I guess finding ways to win also means that the other team has to drop walk-off touchdown passes and run the wrong routes in overtime on a potential walk-off. Yeah, all of that goes to it. I get it. But for this team to be spoken of in the air that they're spoken of in, you would think that they're ironclad across the board. They have the offense, right? And they have the run defense. But you would think that means they have the secondary as well. That they have the run defense, one of the best in the league. They have the offense that can light up the scoreboard if you're not careful. But that secondary is lunch. It is lunch, lunch, lunch. So when you look at it from last year's perspective, they were at least making some plays. They were getting some takeaways. They were at least keeping some guys in front of them. They are really struggling to do any of those three things. And when you're the Cowboys and you have an offense as prolific as yours is, and it's not one that's rooted in the run game, it's one rooted in the passing game and the ability to stretch the field and be explosive, that's a nightmare matchup for the Philadelphia secondary. So if the Philadelphia front line can't get home and get pressure on Dak Prescott, that secondary is in for a long, long day, and I'm here for it.
Thanks as always, Pat. We appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good one.
You too, fellas. Talk to you soon.
Patrick Walker, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Let's praise Luka some more. Luka and Dak, MVPs in the same year. And Juan Soto is coming on over to the American League. We'll talk about it with the KMC Masterpiece next. But let's talk about DF.
On 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish this year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
For Doncic, his 10th to the game.
Yes.
And there's the lob for Giannis. He's got another triple-double.
Luka going crazy. First half triple-double. Ended with 40, 11, and 10. And I think headband Luka was
shoestring
trending all night long. Why did Luka decide to go with the new look post-game?
I mean, I'm getting long hair, so it doesn't fall off. I don't want to use gel no more, so it doesn't fall off.
I mean, is it?
It may not fall off here.
For style, or
just trying something out.
It might have worked.
Yeah, I mean, everybody says a headband. I say it's me.
Are you sure it's not the 3 nights off?
Oh yeah, that was amazing.
He also dropped another F-bomb in the post game and said S as well, which was funny.
Yes, and he was just bringing up the point that you and Bobby were. How is
Bad Utah? Awful. The only thing good about Utah last night, I did like their uniforms.
Oh, okay.
I did like their uniforms last night that they wore, but they're awful. They're awful. They're Colin Sexton and what?
They're just awful. They're Colin Sexton. Will Hardy, after the game, the Jazz head coach, his line was my favorite. He said, that was a masterpiece of dog S.
Oh, wow.
That's a pretty good way to put it.
But I do have faith that Danny Ainge will build something.
Well, Lauri Markkanen's their best player. He didn't play, but I don't think he makes up for the 50-point loss.
Right. Yeah.
But I'd never last year I thought they were going to win 15 games, and they ended up winning way more games than anybody expected.
Markkanen was awesome.
And so they do have 7 wins this year, right? Weren't they 7 and 14? I'm like, how have they won 7? Like, you look at the Detroit Pistons, isn't there more talent in Detroit than
I could see
Utah?
What was the Detroit Utah stat?
No, it was Detroit San Antonio. Like, they had lost 18 and 15 straight combined. They had lost 33 games combined between the two of them going in the last night.
Maybe straight, right? Isn't it 17 in a row for Detroit?
Well, the
It's
stat,
18.
the
18.
now.
They're 2-19.
And the stat we saw was the Rangers won more games in November than the Pistons.
They won 1 game in November.
Which is crazy.
Pistons still 1-0.
All right, who has a better chance of winning their MVP between Luka or Dak this season?
Dak.
Yeah, Dak.
Who's the runaway MVP right now in the NBA?
Jokic.
He's white.
That's just
That will
always
hurt
their
him.
thing,
Kendrick
yeah.
Perkins will not allow that to stay.
But that hurts Luka too.
And Jokic does he does everything. He's leading in every stat, every category. So yeah, I guess Dak is more likely to. Because
Well, and the other reason I say that as well is I just see right now an easier path for the Cowboys to get the, let's even say, 2nd seed than I do for the Mavericks to get the 2nd seed.
Yeah, with Jokic though, I'm like, they wanted to give it to someone else last year.
Yeah.
In Embiid.
Well, they didn't until somebody had a really strong interview on ESPN.
Oh, this is your Kendrick Perkins take?
Yeah,
I don't think he's wrong about that
100%.
In points, Jokic is 28, 13, and 10. Good Lord. I mean, his rebounds first in the league, 3rd in assists in the league, 54% from the field. Yeah, good.
Don't you think it would be tough? I mean, let's just say you had a vote. And I know that you've had a vote for years, and you did vote for Jokic the last 2 years. And for some reason, you did vote for Steve Nash, and you did vote for Dirk Nowitzki. And then somebody comes along who's a former player and says, if you vote for Brock Purdy over Dak Prescott, you're a racist. Wouldn't you go, God, I don't want to be a racist. Like, maybe I should really evaluate, why am I voting? And now I go back to the NBA. Why am I voting Jokic over Embiid? Am I being racist? I don't want to be considered that. Let me just go with what they're saying. I must be doing something wrong. And so, I mean, Kendrick Perkins did a hell of a job of changing the narrative with a month to go. Hell, they played each other like a week later, and Jokic dominated Embiid, I think, and it was like, I'm not voting for Jokic.
What's wild about Jokic is, and Kevin, I said this the other day, he never looks like he labors his body or he puts any tax on his body.
See that.
It's just
when
like
he runs, it looks painful.
That looks painful, but it doesn't look like he's running super fast to get there. It just looks like he's taking his time.
As fast as he can possibly go.
But he blew up your hangover theory, Choppy.
He did. Whoops. He did. I thought, like, look, over the summer, every day there was a video of him partying.
Or with a horse or something.
Or the horse.
Yes.
Or, coming out of a nightclub at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, in these blacked out Eastern Euro trash nightclubs they've got where they play nothing but dubstep the whole time.
Wow.
It's I thought for sure he would be, glow sticks. I mean, I thought for sure he was going to wear a glow stick like necklace throughout at least the first 3 games of the year.
I feel like he would have respected that oddly.
100%.
Okay.
100%.
How are we feeling about Juan Soto to the New York Yankees 7-player deal? And Soto has a year left on this contract. Kevin Hagelin.
I think it makes a lot of sense for the Yankees. I know they gave up a lot, and if you're the Padres, you got to be stoked about your return. But I think the Yankees are viewing this as we get a year free audition to be like, here's why you should stay here, because they don't mind paying all of the money. Like, I know the contract he turned down, and they're like, that's fine.
Was this a lot of compensation?
Yes.
Okay. Because you were comparing it to the Nats deal, RJ.
Well, the Nats deal. The Nats are really happy with what they got. They got Mackenzie Gore. They got Abrams, the shortstop. They got James Wood. They seem to be a stud outfielder.
Actor.
They got what?
Actor. Yeah.
Yes, he's a good actor. Yes, very. And they got another player too.
They're trading him with 2.5 years left of control.
Yeah. So the Yankees gave up Michael King, who's a guy they really like, who they thought. There was some talk that he might start the year as their number 2 starter.
And I thought he was originally
reliever,
a non-starter for them in this deal.
Yeah, I thought he was a reliever last year. Then he became a starter, and then I thought he was like a no-go. They're not going to trade him. But they did, and they gave up their number 4 or 5 prospect as well. But they gave up all pitchers and a backup catcher. So I think the Nats did a lot better, but. If you're in New York, I mean, Cashman had to do this.
Well, and if you're the Padres, you got to be stoked because you're giving up a player that in arbitration is going to be, $34 million or something? So you're not giving up a cheap player, and that's the only year you have of them.
Yeah, but you hope it's also not a sign that because their owner passed away, they go back to what they've been versus all the spending. And, I mean, they got a fun collection of talent. It didn't live up. It was a big failure.
Do you think that's the bigger deal? Is they tried this a couple of times and it failed, and they're like, this ain't the way.
I mean, they're gonna lose Snell, and Soto,
yeah.
I mean,
Bobby with another reason to dislike Shohei Ohtani is
they messed up with Tatis. That's the weird thing is if you were, and I know the Rangers aren't going to do this. If you signed Evan Carter today to a 13-year, $325 million deal, I think we would be excited. But that was exciting for San Diego that they got what looked like to be the next 2 to 4-time MVP of the National League in the next 10 years. And then he became a horrible teammate. Maybe he already was. He became a steroid guy. He became an injured guy. You got to really watch. I think that Evan Carter does not fall into the category of we're worrying about him as a person and a teammate. But I do think, man, if you're going to give a 10-year plus deal to a person, you better know that this guy is
the right type of dude.
Yes.
And
RKG.
Tatis, 24 years old. Tatis. Another reason to dislike Ohtani is RJ Choppy has joined the Bobby Belt Crusade.
Egomaniac, and it's happening again because the Dodgers called Joe Kelly, friend of the KNC Masterpiece, Joe Kelly, called him, and they were like, hey, you'd be willing to give up your number 17, right? We're going to need that. Which means that has come up as a discussion point of I'm going to need that 17.
I don't care that he's doing that. Everybody wants their own number.
But again, we're talking about if this was the one thing, fine. But you're talking about no talking, no doing this.
But
I'm not going to help you out.
That's not true if he goes to the Dodgers.
No, because Joe Kelly talked.
Okay,
now they're screwed.
But still, the Dodgers are talking. Their head coach is talking. One of their players is talking.
I mean, yeah, in that sense, but it's silly punishment rules and the whole thing of like you're not allowed to cover. Shohei clearly moves the needle. Like the World Baseball Classic, in large part, was what it was from an interest level because of what Shohei was doing, and that's my whole thing. Is that Choppy and I were arguing about this with Sean earlier. Like, I don't think he owes them anything necessarily. He shouldn't have to you should be out there, out front, be the face of the meeting, speed up your contract decision, whatever else. But there is a little bit of play ball. Don't put a blackout on all these teams from talking about you.
The issue that I have with that in terms of has it stopped anybody from talking about it? I feel like that.
And then the Dodgers wouldn't shut up Dave Roberts.
Well, yeah, that didn't work. But I feel like everyone has still been talking about this story, even though none of it is concrete information.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it, but it'd be great if there was a daily, we knew more. Now, I think Buster Olney's being a little bit excessive, where he's saying, man, Shohei should have gone and seen the Blue Jays thing and said, I love it so much. Just because you invited me there, I'm going to donate $50,000 to your team charity. That's a little bit much.
The GM that's on with Brian Kenny, who I normally like, he was crying about it yesterday.
Is it Dan O'Dowd? I don't know.
Jim Bowden?
No, it wasn't Bowden.
Yeah, Bowden was too busy.
Stop it. Stop it.
He's like, oh, you got to give an update. You're going to have to talk at some point. It's not Shohei's fault that the rest of the winter meetings are boring so far. They haven't gotten started. He's not your mascot.
You're right.
He's not your mascot to go out there and dance and be your baseball PR machine.
No, but they can't dictate killing discussion about him. That's what's stupid.
He can do whatever he wants.
He can do whatever he wants.
That's the thing. That's what you need.
He can do what he wants, but it also makes him an egomaniac.
And if the Rangers were alive, you'd accept it and you'd tell Chris Young to shut up. But now that he's eliminated, now you're putting the hate on him.
You're right.
No, I wouldn't want him here if that was the case. I'd be out on him.
It's not his fault. Unfortunately, the whole sport is at a standstill because nobody will sign. All the agents are don't sign until Shohei signs. That the guy at the top sets the market. So it's not his fault, but he's the reason why it's slow and boring.
Yeah.
Because he has to sign, and he doesn't have. But the guys at the top.
It's not his fault. It's his impact.
It's his impact. Yeah. The guys. The problem part of it is the two biggest names in the sport have absolutely zero personality and zero interest in being in the public eye.
Are you saying Trout and Ohtani?
Trout and Ohtani.
Okay.
If the two biggest guys in the sport, two best players of the sport were Bryce Harper and
they were hoping Tatis was one.
Yeah. The sport would be in a much more healthy spot, I think, because you have the two best players of all time would be such great personalities.
All right, today, G-Bag broadcasting from Globe Life. You can stop by and say what's up. Tomorrow,
our toy drive.
The toy drive. Bring a toy, you get Rangers tickets to see the champs. Are you serious? Wiley Firehouse number 4 tomorrow with us, our final Firehouse show. 3200 McMillan Road with C4 Energy in Texas de Brazil. Let's see if Mike McCarthy can tough it out and join us live tomorrow morning.
Are you anticipating
We're
that?
not. We are not. We'll see you on Wiley tomorrow morning. The KMC Masterpiece is next. Oh, yeah. Did you need to tease something?
No, we're good.
the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I know sometimes people enjoy me being defeated throughout the show. I might be defeated before the show has even started. I have no idea what is going to happen today.
Are we 4 days away, Corey, or 3 days away from Cowboys-Eagles?
Well, today's Thursday, so we're going to count today.
No.
Friday is also Friday. Saturday is Saturday. That's 3 in a row. And then Sunday. So we'll count 4 right now. It's got to be 4.
Yeah, because it's a night game. If it was a day game, it'd be 3?
It would be 3 if it was a day game, yeah. Because right now it's 10. Game would be starting
at 7.
Or 9 hours and 20 minutes does not constitute an entire day.
You tell that to the workers out there that are working.
Yeah. You do
9
a
hours a day.
pizza-thon show and tell me that's not a whole day.
Yeah, that's a whole day right there, bro.
I almost pulled a Luca right there.
You almost apologize for your cuss word with a cuss word.
Which I do get. I've thought about that many times. If I said a bad word, I think I would say another bad word in my apology unintentionally.
Yes.
All right. Do you get most tired of the work week on Wednesday or Thursday?
Wednesday.
So today you feel like you're downhill?
Yeah, because I can see the end, and I'm like, if you can make it through today, you can make it through tomorrow. We can do this.
I hear what you're saying. It's
Are
like
you
when I'm
gonna
doing
try to go against that
No,
today?
no, I'm with you because when I'm on my Peloton ride, I was on Peloton this morning, and I was doing a 30-minute ride. And I got to about 12 minutes left, and I'm like, I don't want to do this anymore. But I got to the Thursday of the Peloton ride.
Yep.
So when I hit the 10-minute mark, I'm like, look, I've done 20 minutes.
Finish.
I might as well finish.
Let's mark that. All right. So as long as we're talking about Luka, let's go to cut number 2, please.
For Doncic, his 10th of the game.
Yes.
And there's the lob.
Yes.
He's got it. Triple-double.
All right, we're going to talk about that. And thanks a lot, Corey, for getting the workers against me.
Workers of America are out there uniting against Kevin today because they work. Hey, damn it, Kevin, it's 4 days for us peasants in the field. Still love you, though.
Oh, they're Hot Pocket eaters, or what's the one you think is? Oh,
pizza rolls.
Pizza rolls, that's right. Hot Pockets are bigger pizza rolls.
From the 903. Hold on, are y'all tired of talking about sports already? No, it's just some of these pre-show conversations they're a sight to behold. Yeah, I guess. I could maybe see that. Is doubleheader last night. You got another slow start from the Stars. You had an amazing first half triple-double from Luka. Do you want to start with that as opposed to the Stars?
Well, I kind of wanted to start Stars first because they started first. And I was like, why aren't they on television? They're on TNT. So it just took me a little bit of seconds. Not a long time. Because I know that TNT does hockey now.
A little bit of
I would say this. Yes, slow start. Not happy. I'm going to be honest. I didn't know the Florida Panthers were good at hockey until I was like, they seem good. Let me go check the standings. And I was like, they are good. About the same record as the Stars now. They are obviously a little bit better. I think they have 34 points to 31 points, if I remember the standings correctly from last night when I was looking. But when you tied it at 3, I thought, man, the Stars are ready to go. Yeah. And I don't even know if it took a minute for a funky bounce and then for them to score.
37 seconds.
Okay.
Took 37 seconds.
Gross.
And then it was 4-3, and I flipped back to the Mavericks, and then I turn it back over to the Stars. I don't know, 3 minutes later?
3 minutes later.
And then it's 5-3, and I'm like, we're screwed. But then there was a power play, and I was telling my son, I was like, you got to score on this power play or the game's over. And they did. Wyatt Johnston made a great cross. I'm calling it a crossing pass. I don't know if that's the right term, but just go with me with that.
Okay.
And all of the Panthers were on one side of the ice, the Wyatt Johnson side. The left side crosses it to the right, and that was
your guy, Duchesne.
Yeah.
Kept it going.
And so I'm like, all right. But then they didn't win.
What is the reason?
Was Otter bad or was the defense bad?
Their slow starts early. Do we have an excuse yet?
Actually, I do want to talk about that just real quick. I do think it can be a combination of both, but I did not think this was one of Otter's finer efforts.
Okay.
Like, some of that can fall on the defense because you can have a night where you only give up 10 shots, but 5 of them are 1v1, and you're like, well, what the hell am I supposed to do? But I did not think this was his finest effort. One of the issues that you ran into with this slow start in particular is I thought the first shift or two looked like it was going to be particularly promising for the top line, and then they had a bad changeover, and you're like, uh-oh. And
Okay.
I thought that kind of set the tone for them falling behind. But I have not always found a consistent rhyme or reason for the Stars' slow starts, because I don't think that's the case every time. I don't usually think like, oh my God, well, that was a terrible transition right there, and that's why you're losing. I don't think that at all. It was just in this particular game, what led to the Rodriguez goal was bad transition.
Okay.
The other thing that I think about the Stars is this. Help me out here, hardcore Stars fans. Obviously, I'm getting into the Stars. I'm enjoying watching them. They seem to be doing what the Mavericks are doing this year, but maybe at a higher level, is beat up all the average to bad teams and really look like, hey, come playoff time. And there's a lot of time for things to change. But right now, the Stars wouldn't get out of the second round, right? Like, I mean, I get that they would beat, like if they were, and I know it's weird, I can't understand hockey playoffs, but they're like a 3 seed versus a 6 seed. They'd win that one because they're better. They had a better record. But
I won't tell you the way actual seeding goes.
But once you get to, if you're playing Colorado or like, they just don't look like they would win that series. Or Vegas, Colorado, Vegas. There might be another team or two that you just like they don't look like they could win that series right now.
To your point, probably their marquee victory of the season has got to be that New York Rangers game, because the New York Rangers are a really, really good team, and you put it on them late in the game, but obviously they are not in your conference, and so that would not be a potential playoff matchup until the Stanley Cup final. And what did you follow it up with? What felt like a winnable Vegas game that you ended up not being able to take home.
That kind of stinks too, because most of this team is the same team. Like, you would anticipate that they would have this kind of fuel to excel, or maybe they are in this cruise control mentality of we'll just wait till we get there, and then we'll turn things on. I don't know if that's the case. They still have room for growth, and that's the thing that they need to be working on the most throughout this season, is the growth to get to the playoffs.
Defensively, specifically, I would still that
You want to get rid of Suter still?
No, probably not going to go in that direction right now.
All right.
But yeah, I think defensively is where you still look like there's the biggest room for growth. But they still have a quality record. They're still in the mix in their division. I know they fell back behind Colorado a couple of games back, but still having a good season thus far. For the Mavericks,
I'm not complaining about it. Just be better.
Okay. I mean, that's fair. I think there's a lot of Stars fans out there that would be like, yes, this is a good start to the season. I think it could be better, though.
I would like to know this, Kevin, before we transition to Mavericks. From the Twitch and the Tolos out there, the Twolos and everything, are you new to hockey and in going on this journey with Mike this year? Is that the plan, that you're like, you know what? I too will now get into hockey? Because if that's the case, we will definitely bring more hockey to the table in the conversation. Just want to see where the Tolos are on this. So let us know, 877-881-1053.
That's a good question, and I'm actually glad that you said that, because that helped me stall for time just a little bit to count this up.
I can see it on your face.
Is the Stars are actually in a remarkably similar, actually slightly better position than they were last season at this point. They were 13-6-4, and I know they still have 3 overtime or shootout losses, but they look a little bit better because they did manage to win an overtime game. So they're a little bit ahead of, going back to that Arizona game, they're a little bit ahead of schedule. And part of that is because at the very beginning of the season, they won a shootout, they won an overtime game. So they're ahead of schedule points-wise because they have done better in the shootout and overtime, even though you'd still think, again, room for improvement.
They went on a huge stretch in April, right? Where they won last year. They won like 7-8 in a row, something crazy.
I would be
in
inclined,
April. It was a lot of
or
fun.
like 7 of 8 or something. Yeah, absolutely. Now for the Mavericks, it is, I know we were joking about the headband. It is hard to imagine a better first half than what Luka constructed last night.
That was pretty amazing. Obviously, we wanted 31, really 32, as he took the shot that hit backboard rim and then missed. But yeah, that was a massacre. The Mavericks played as well as you could play. They took on a team that's going to have probably a top 6 or 7 pick in the NBA draft and totally dismantled and destroyed them. In fact, I'll be honest, I didn't watch the fourth quarter.
I mean, that's fair.
So I watched
a 35-point game at that
I watched
point.
most of the first half. Obviously, I was flipping over to the Dallas Stars on TNT and enjoying the Mavs and enjoying some of the Stars. And then watched a little bit of the third quarter and realized this is just a massacre. Great job by the Mavs, taking care of business. I think Luka played 31-plus minutes. Kyrie played 27 minutes. You have a day off today. As we get into the stupid thing that's happening in the NBA at 10:22. So the Mavericks look healthy. They looked rested. They looked awesome. But that's kind of the way they're going to have to win against the better teams. I'm not saying they have to score 147, but anything under 120, and it's a loss. So that's like what you kind of have to see from the Mavs. If they're going to be a really finals contender or championship contender, in a weird way, I know this sounds crazy, that's what their offense has to look like in the playoffs almost every night.
They didn't even need Luka to score 40, and they still won by 10 points.
Man, that's a weird thing. He could have scored 0 in that game, and theoretically they would have won. I was hoping we would have a little space for this to talk a little bit about Derek Jones Jr. I know we've talked about him a couple of times, but I was reading an interesting article about him, and one of the things that he said, and it is, if you want to talk about the improvement in his game, it's so clear. Not only does he shoot vastly more three-pointers, he is more successful at them. And it's not just a product of playing more minutes, because you can go back to one of his seasons with Miami, and I think the year he played in Portland, and he was about like in this range minute-wise and everything. But one of the things that Derek Jones Jr. said is, it's probably one of the first times in my career where I had and he stopped, not the green light, but I have a light to take the shot when you've got an open shot and play basketball.
Freedom, yeah.
Coach Kidd told me, just play the game. It's a simple game. You really don't have to complicate it that much. You're open, take the shot. And just
what's the line that Jason Kidd told Scalabrine when he muffed that pass? He was like, "I already made the decision for you to take the shot.
Yes.
So just do it."
And that's the same as, like, a lot of times it's Luka. I realize obviously Kyrie could set it up as well. And I know it's early, just like it is with the Stars, but it's not as early as you might think, is because you are, in the case of the Mavericks, about a fourth of the way through the season. In the case of the Stars, a little bit more than a fourth of the way through the season. So things that have happened are starting to form as potential trends for the season. And the most positive potential trend for the Mavericks, outside of how quickly Derek Lively has developed, has been the three-point shooting of Derek Jones Jr. to me.
He was, it's tough to say and harsh to say worthless, but multiple organizations had tried to get the most out of Derek Jones Jr., and they just haven't been able to. The Mavericks 3 years ago, if I have my years right, it might have been even more than that, but they were really interested in Derek Jones Jr., and then it was like, remember the Mavericks were getting him, and then 30 minutes later they weren't getting him, and it's really weird, but I do have to give Derek Jones Jr. a lot of credit. He didn't give up on himself, because that's kind of easy to do. And then 2, I have to give the Mavericks credit for seeing a guy who has been unsuccessful for 3 teams, maybe 4, but I know 3 teams.
Phoenix, Miami, Portland, and Chicago.
Yeah, there you go.
And I remember when we got him, my son, who loves Chicago Bulls basketball more than anybody I know, he goes, "You got a good one." And I thought, I don't see where you're coming with that.
Yeah,
but
it wasn't good for Chicago.
Yeah, so far, it's worked out.
Yeah, and he's a solid defender. He's not great, but he's solid, right?
Yeah.
And that's where
I could see that.
They signed him for his athleticism and defense, but in a way, you can't have a Maxi Kleba out there, and I don't want to take a shot at Maxi, but I guess I am. Maxi's a bad offensive player. And so at times it's tough to play him in the playoffs because you're like, dang, we need him on the defensive end, but they don't respect him at all on offense. And so what Derek Jones Jr. is doing through 20 games is he's a respectable offensive player, and that's huge to be on the court come playoff time.
Yeah, he can run the court too. That's a big deal since they're trying to push tempo a lot more. And now consistency, it's not like he's going in there every night and giving you 12 points.
Fair enough.
But occasionally he'll give you 20 on a night that you kind of need that. And that's nice. But he's not also just a stand around Dorian Finney-Smith, Reggie Bullock. I'm standing in corner waiting. He can take that ball and do something else with it. But he does have the green light to shoot the three. But he has an extra set of skills I thought those two guys didn't have.
No, I see what you're saying for sure. I just thought it was such a simple but potentially magical key to unlock something more from Derek Jones Jr. when he said, I've got a light to shoot. And Coach Kidd told me that. And I thought, well, that's a pretty easy cause and effect if it holds up.
We're out of time. Yes or no? Is Derek Jones Jr. better than Grant Williams?
No.
Not a better defender.
I mean, we can carry it over because I know we're talking a little bit.
I want Grant Williams to hit those open threes more. That's my thing.
Fair enough. Absolutely. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, but also what do ratings say about interest in the NBA in-season tournament? All of it next right here on The Fan.
Through your phone.
Barricades.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, guys. What's going on?
I was curious about this, and I've been thinking about it because you've said this a couple of times that I've been putting a lot more thought into it. So first of all, thank you for that.
Oh no,
it's a good thing. It's a good thing.
Or is it?
We had this conversation with Trayvon Diggs a couple of years ago. Obviously, the discussion has happened with Deron Bland. Do you believe there will ever be such thing as a shutdown corner anymore with how the passing rules have changed and how the offenses have opened up? Because it feels like every time a cornerback is good, the next question is, but is he a shutdown corner like Deion? Right. Which feels like an unfair comparison.
Yeah, no, I think that I think those days have gone by. Just because of the advent of what the offenses are doing in this league, what the quarterbacks are doing, the amount of passing that is going on. Hey, and remember the 94 NFC title game, Deion did not shut down Michael Irvin. If you remember, they tried. San Francisco decided that they were going to put Deion on Elvin Harper and double team Michael in the first half, and that didn't work. After the Cowboys got the turnovers out of their way, right? And then the second half, they put Deion and Michael, and Michael had a really good day. And if it wasn't for the
pass interference,
uncalled interference, they were going to win that game, right?
Thank you.
So, yeah, I think you're right, Kevin. I just think good corners make plays, but they don't shut down a guy, play after play after play. Guys are going to get theirs, the way these receivers play and the way sometimes you play defense, right? Sometimes you're off the ball. And so if they have the right play call, say they want to run a slant, well, then, if you're playing 5-8 yards off the ball, you can't cover that slant. So you're not always in man coverage. And I think sometimes, that gets distorted too on how a cornerback's playing. He's probably playing the technique that they want on that devised defense. And it's going to allow the guy to catch a ball but not get behind him. So there's a lot goes into it. But my opinion on corners is you're going to get beat. You just got to make plays to compensate for getting beat.
I'm sorry if this has been covered already, but was there a discussion about that DK Metcalf play that went for the big yards? Was that a Deron Bland technique thing, or was Donovan Wilson supposed to be somewhere else?
Yeah, that was a weird play, right?
Yeah, it really was.
Because it was almost like both of them got there at the same time, and they were worried about running into each other, and they didn't do anything, right?
Yeah.
He got beat off the line of scrimmage. We'll give him that. And I would imagine should have been some sort of help there. Not that you're counting on it, but you would have liked to have it. And then you saw when a guy's running record speed, right, you're not catching up with him. But, it's just like, CeeDee Lamb. Has he not faced good corners this year? He's got 90 catches.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Most in the NFC. So I factored it out over 17 games. He's on pace to catch 127 balls. Michael Irvin's franchise record is 111.
So you don't think Michael Irvin was that great?
Yeah, right, yeah. And he's also, by the way, on pace to catch 1,674 yards, which would also shatter Michael Irvin's franchise record for more single-season receiving yards. So, yeah, and I'm sure he's faced good corners, right? But he's putting it that this is the league we're in right now.
I am kind of curious if you know exactly how Hendershot fits into this thing as we move forward.
Yeah,
I'm very excited.
I think that more of another kind of down the field threat. Not that Schoonmaker or Ferguson aren't, but they're different types of tight ends. They'll do some blocking, right? I don't know that Hendershot's a big blocker, but it's a big target down the seams, and it's a big target when you get into the red zone, right? And McEwen, I thought, was doing a good job, blocking, but I think they've gained more confidence with Lipke as a fullback to maybe take on more of that role than have an H-back like McEwen doing the blocking, lining up as a fullback. So, it's just another addition to that tight end core that, I think many people were worried about when the season started, and now it's sort of flourishing before your very eyes.
Do you have any idea if anyone in the locker room ever talks about Brandon Aubrey never missing a field goal? Or is this like a pitcher no-hitter kind of deal when you're just like, hey, he's doing a great job, but don't get into the specifics of why that is?
Yeah, I talked to him yesterday because I was somewhat, I was starting to watch, and not that I saw anything, but it's like it dawned on me, this guy's already kicked the ball a heck of a lot.
Yes.
Yes. And so I went back and looked. Okay, he's got, 26 out of 26 field goals. He's got 36 out of 39 extra points. He has touchbacks on 76 of 79 kickoffs. So if you add all that up, he's kicked the ball 144 times. And he's still got 5 games to play.
And I think that kickoff number is far and away higher than any other kicker.
Yes, because the Cowboys have scored all these touchdowns, right? I think he might have been second or third in extra point attempts. I think when I looked, he had 39. Somebody had 40 or so, right? And I was sitting there going, kind of worried about, does he get a tired leg? And we were kind of talking about it. And he goes, when we practice, I don't practice kickoffs, just to not have to do that. So they, if they're doing kickoff return, they're using the gun to shoot the ball, right? So they have backed off on that during the season. And I think John Fossil was, cognizant of he's already played a football season, be it 10 games, 12 games in the USFL. And so I think they realize we got to be careful now and not let him practice too much and, drive himself into the ground. So they've been kind of not worried about it, but cognizant of the fact that let's not wear out our kicker.
How big of a deal is the touchback? Like, obviously, I know they've changed a lot of rules to potentially start phasing out more of the kicking game, and there's an extra game in the season now, but Brandon Aubrey is on pace to have 20 more touchbacks than any kicker in the history of the NFL this season. That feels like a big deal. I also think I just take touchbacks every single time for granted.
And you probably do, right?
Yes.
It's like it's the weirdest thing in the game, and it'll happen Sunday night, right? The stadium will be in a frenzy. Everybody all fired up. They're standing, and here comes the kickoff, right? And the towels are waving, and then it's a touchback.
Yeah.
It's like the game doesn't start until they put the ball on the 25-yard line, right? And I don't know if people sit back down or they keep waving their towels, who's ever, getting the ball. But, yeah, it's kind of anticlimactic. I mean, he's had so many, and I don't remember what he told me, but he's had so many touchbacks that he knows which games he had the returns in. And it was only 3, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of just taking the kickoff return out of the game. When you see the Pro Bowl voting and last year, Turpin gets in as a return guy, right? First time in Cowboys history. Yep. They had to put another slate up on the Pro Bowl wall there because they never had a returner, punt and kickoff returner go to the Pro Bowl. So his name's up there. And then, when the votes came out, it was like, he didn't get it. Well, he doesn't get it a chance. No kickoffs, basically. I bet he hasn't had more than, 5 that I could probably look up real quick, but off the top of my head, they just don't get a chance to return kicks anymore. So he's had 6, That's it, the whole season. So it's kind of hard to shine. And then from a punting standpoint, teams really value a fair catch more so than, trying to kick for distance. Let's just not just take the ball out of his hands. So, yeah, it's a different game for basically safety reasons.
Somebody did ask on the fan text, has anyone ever had a perfect season field goal kicking? And I just looked it up. It's 11 different kickers have. Actually,
they have, really.
At the moment,
Wow.
it's I guess technically 9 because Brandon Aubrey and Harrison Butker have not missed this year. But so far it is 11.
Do you have the number? What's the most?
39 from Gary Anderson in 1998.
Oh, that's the year though that he missed in the NFC Championship game, right?
Yeah. Mason Crosby hit 36, Vanderjack 33, and then it's kind of in the 30s. Zendejas hit 31. But yeah, since then, since Brandon Aubrey and Harrison Butker at 28 right now, they're kind of ranked number 2, tied for number 2 all time. So
and at that time, Vanderjack was the most accurate kicker in the NFL.
That didn't work out super well. I think we all remember that.
Well, he missed remember the kick he missed in the playoffs, right?
Indeed.
Yep. And he never recovered from that.
Peyton Manning was stoked about that. All right. Thank you very much, good sir. We will catch up with you again tomorrow.
All right. Make sure everybody checks their appendix, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That is a good.
How do you do that? Just reach down there?
Punch it.
Oh, my gosh. I don't. Maybe not that. Okay, I wanted to ask you guys a question. And Mike, I wanted to start with you because there's kind of mixed information from the ratings thus far. I've seen so many stories media-wise that are like the NBA in-season tournament is an unqualified success. Adam Silver was so smart to bring this on. LeBron talked about how he likes it now. KD was like, I didn't like it at first, but I like it now. And all these amazing things. And then you look at the numbers for the quarterfinals. So the first 2 quarterfinals were Monday, and the ratings were awful. 1.06 million and 741,000. Those were 2 of the 3 lowest rated NBA games all year.
And there were no other NBA games.
Correct.
Just like today, there's no other NBA games except these 2.
And that went against the NFL for the first time in that spot with the tournament. And so some people have said it for that. So on the one hand, I look at those 2 games and be like, oof, that's pretty bad. But then Tuesday, they had the other 2 quarterfinal games, and they drew 1.97 million and 1.74 million, which were huge increases from last year. They were up 90% and 16% over the same spots. And so you would think, okay, success, success, success. Do you look at tonight's semifinals where you're going up against a god-awful Thursday night football game? And I'm really curious to see what the numbers are.
Help me out. Lakers are in this thing, right?
Correct.
That helps out tremendously. That the number 1 team in the NBA followed. That's the Dallas Cowboys of the NBA, if you're not a big NBA fan.
And to your point, the Lakers-Suns game was the game that was up 90% over year.
Milwaukee's in this?
Yeah, yes, against the Pacers.
Okay, so the Pacers bring nothing, but you do have Giannis. I don't know how.
And you have Zion
and LeBron.
Is Zion playing?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. I haven't been following Zion. I feel like every time I look at a box score, I feel like it's 50-50. He's going to be in it.
He's been doing pretty well this year.
I think that the Laker game will get a good rating.
Okay.
I don't know if Milwaukee and Indiana will get a good rating. And isn't that game at 4:00 today?
It is at
4 p.m.
Yeah.
It's fun to eat at 4 p.m.
So it's going to be at 2 p.m. Pacific time?
Yeah.
So that is not going to get 1 million viewers, right?
I would think you're right
all the
about
kids
that.
getting out of school, running straight home and turning on the Bucks Pacers
But you could get
game.
2 million for that Laker game, I'm guessing, the numbers that you just gave. I'm not interested at all. I mean, I'll maybe flip it on for a second because it's the only thing. I'm not turning on the football game at all. I won't watch 1 second of that thing.
And that's why I'm curious if there's a disconnect, because all these media people and players in the league, and the league itself, of course, are all being like, this is an unqualified success. But the ratings have been hit or miss.
Okay. Well, and this is interesting from the 214. I don't even know. Bro, do people even know they're watching the tournament? How do you know? I don't even know the tournament was happening. I've just casually been watching regular games.
Yeah, the stupid
And I think that's kind of why it's hit or miss, is because people are just like, I'm just going to watch this game. And then that's part of it.
Man, that's an interesting point, because if it weren't for the vastly different court, and like obviously the Mavericks didn't have that a couple times.
But I also don't know everybody else's courts. So some nights I'm looking and I'm just like, oh, maybe that's their court.
Everybody,
Although it does have that big stripe down the middle.
Crazy court. Besides the Mavs, right? The Mavs are the only team that, because the court didn't work right or something.
Allegedly.
Look. They're going to do it again next year. It was successful enough. They're going to do it again next year for sure. The NBA is promoting the living crap out of it. So,
but even then, like after Giannis and the Bucks won, he goes, "Oh, you get $100,000," and he goes, "Oh, we get money now."
Nice.
Like he was in the tournament. He didn't even know
who
Giannis.
Yeah, that's because you make so much. I guarantee you, the guys on league minimum salary are like, heck yeah, I know I'm getting this. This is 1/10 of my salary.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here
like on a $20 bill for Giannis. He's like, whatever. Go tell Panini to sue me again for not signing stuff.
Woo! Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Basak.
Big move by the New York Yankees, and I'm getting a little bit worried about the 2024 Texas Rangers next.
License number 9004E. There's number 5. Elmer's glue.
Finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. If you heard that promo for the G-Bag Nation being live at Globe Life today, also 3:40, they'll have John Gray. 4 o'clock, Mike Maddox. 5:30, Matt Hicks. 6 o'clock, Emily Jones. So a loaded G-Bag Nation today. And right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Basak.
All right, so we did have big news yesterday, last night. I guess it really became official when I woke up this morning, so I don't know the immediate...
Is that just because you were awake and now it's official?
Yeah,
Okay.
but I was watching MLB Network last night around 7 p.m., and they were like finalizing deal, right? So you knew it was probably going through, but it wasn't official. So when I woke up this morning, I saw that it was official. Juan Soto is now a New York Yankee. And that should be fun for baseball. Obviously, one of the better players in all of baseball will be hitting right next to Aaron Judge. So that is going to be arguably the most lethal 2-3 situation in Major League Baseball.
And then for like a third of the season, Stanton might be around too.
Yeah, he's all right. I mean, obviously he's very powerful, but I don't think he's he's probably not even a top 100 player in the game today.
There was a time, though, that he was the future of baseball.
For sure. And then he got hit in the face. And he was kind of, he has moments, right? He has those when he's healthy. He has some very hot, streaky moments. But probably you could say Giancarlo Stanton has not lived up to expectations.
He's 33 now with 402 home runs. Do you think he gets to 500?
I do.
Is that enough?
Because... to make the Hall of Fame, no, not for him.
Okay.
I know that.
Fascinating.
I know that Mark McGwire, there's things holding him out besides just home runs. But I do think just home runs sometimes doesn't get you there.
He has an MVP, multiple All-Stars, obviously.
Yeah.
He finished second in MVP another time. That's interesting. I never thought of it, but he has been missing from baseball for a lot lately.
Yeah.
So.
When it comes to Juan Soto, that was a big move. And I'll always say this. If you don't think you're going to win a championship, and San Diego's not going after a championship, and what the Diamondbacks did, I'm not saying the Diamondbacks 100% are going to make the playoffs next year, but the Dodgers will.
Yeah.
And you just look at that division, you have to trade them. You have to. Now, I'll give the Yankees this. 90% of the time, this is going to be my guess. 90% of the time, when you trade for the superstar, you win the trade. The other guys, no matter how good we think those prospects are, usually none of them come close to the superstar the team traded for. Now, I'm not saying it always works out. That's why I'm giving it that 10% where teams sometimes regret it. I think the Yankees only regret this trade is if Juan Soto plays in New York for 1 year and goes, I don't like it here.
Yeah.
And that can happen. There's plenty of players that are just like, I don't like New York. Now, he's a showman, right? And so maybe he really will like that type of stage. Maybe he'll thrive on that stage more than in San Diego. He was great in Washington. San Diego, he wasn't bad. If you look at his numbers, he was good.
He was really good.
But I was watching MLB Network last night about the potential trade, now the reality of the trade. And it was interesting as they were discussing, you would think a player going from San Diego, a pitcher's park, to New York, a left-handed hitter's park, that his numbers would go way up. But they're saying, at least they were saying last night, they don't think his numbers will change too much because he really likes using the middle of the field. He doesn't like pulling the ball a lot. So if you try to put where he hit the ball last year into Yankee Stadium, his numbers don't change that much.
Huh.
So it's going to be interesting. And then they're saying, look,
35 home runs, 132 walks.
Yeah, he's always on base percentage, top 5 in baseball on base wise. And the other thing too is he's only 25 years old.
Yeah,
and he got to the major leagues at 19. So I mean, he has a lot left in the tank. He's younger than Josh Young. So he has 1 year left till free agency, and he is younger than Josh Young is, who just got through with his rookie year. So, I mean, he's a very young player still and has had a lot of success. I have about 4 minutes here. I want to get to the Texas Rangers. Guys, I'm just getting a little bit worried about the Rangers, and maybe I should, maybe I shouldn't. This is just where I'm at as a fan. They signed Kirby Yates. last night or yesterday afternoon, they Rule 5'd Carson Coleman from the New York Yankees, which means he's going to be on the big league team.
Yeah.
If he's not, then he just goes right back to the Yankees. So I'm going to assume this, that he's going to be in the Rangers bullpen. I don't know much about Carson Coleman. All I can do is read this. He's 25 years old. He'll be 26 right about when the season starts on April 7th. He was drafted by Tampa Bay in the 33rd round in the 2019 draft out of the University of Kentucky. His numbers in the minor league so far in 2 seasons, he is a 3.92 ERA. He only has 98 innings pitched in the minor leagues. He has 144 strikeouts. So he has a very huge strikeout number.
Not a lot of
to innings
walks either.
pitched.
Like his walk numbers last year, or in 2022, he only had 10 to 69 strikeouts.
So there's a lot to like there. But he had Tommy John surgery, and that's why he has no stats for 2023. So they are hoping not only does he come back
in the spring. His Tommy John surgery was in the spring. Chris Young mentioned, he was like, we'll have to work with him on the timing of his rehab.
Yeah, so this is going to be interesting because the Rule 5 rules when I was playing, and maybe they've changed this, you have to be on the big league team all year. I think they have changed a little bit because at any point you send him down to the minor leagues, you're like, you're not doing good enough. It gives the Yankees an option to buy him back for half of the price that you bought him in the Rule 5 draft.
Wow.
So you buy him for $50,000. If he doesn't make your team, or at some point you don't think he's good enough on your team, the team that lost him has the option to buy him back at $25,000. And I mean, almost 100% of the time, the team buys him back.
When Chris Young said, and this is for me and everybody else out there, when somebody says that the fastball really plays, can you explain what that means?
It's a great question because it can mean different things. What I think it means here, because you see the strikeout numbers, is that he can just blow it by guys.
Okay.
Is that the hitter can pretty much know a fastball's coming and it still doesn't matter. He has swing and miss fastball.
It's not that it has great movement.
It could.
Okay.
That could also mean that too. But if you just look at his numbers, 98 innings pitched, 144 strikeouts, I'm assuming what he means in this situation is that it really plays in that he can get a lot of swings and misses with this fastball. That being said,
gotcha.
He is coming off of Tommy John, but we're out of time. Maybe I'll add it to Mike Likes It because Jordan Montgomery is still a free agent.
Yep.
Eduardo Rodriguez, a left-handed starting pitcher who's not as good as Jordan Montgomery, signed a 4-year, $80 million contract last night with the Arizona Diamondbacks. So you have a guy like Aaron Nola who signed a 7-year deal at approximately $25 million per year. You have a lefty who's not as good who signed a 4-year, $80 million contract. Blake Snell hasn't signed, but I think we're getting a good idea of Jordan Montgomery's market. It's probably 6 for $150, give or take $10 million. But he's going to get more than 4 years. Maybe he doesn't get 7 years.
Yeah.
So we kind of know what the market is. I don't know if the Rangers are willing to play in that market. And so I'm just starting to get concerned. I'll tease this for Mike Likes It to continue this conversation at 12:45. The Rangers are worse today than they were on November 1st, 2023 when they were the World Series champs. Doesn't mean that they're going to be worse next year. But on a piece of paper, I'm starting to get a little bit concerned, and I'll discuss more at 12:45.
You know what? And actually, if you want, we could discuss some more of it next because of the presser switch-around.
Switcheroo.
Okay.
What are the top 3 most important organizational needs for the Rangers? We were going to dive into that next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. from our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, we're going to get into a question that Corey posed to us a couple of days ago. What are the top 3 most important organizational needs for the Rangers? 877-881-1053. You want to jump in on the truckwreck.com text line. Also want to hear from the Twitch and the YouTube. But a couple of quick hockey notes for you. Tonight, Dallas Stars, they play again. They're at the Capitals, which means Ovechkin time. But I had another hockey thing for you. Did you see what happened to Barclay Goodrow?
No clue.
I believe this happened Tuesday night. So he plays for the Rangers.
New York Rangers.
The New York Rangers, correct. Thank you. He took a puck to the face.
Ouch.
And spit out a tooth and then kept trying to...
That's a bad idea. You keep the tooth in your mouth.
Yeah.
So you don't lose it?
Yeah, because now it's on the ice. And
you might swallow it.
I mean, hopefully it's ice colored.
Yeah.
Like, you don't want to be like, it's easy to find. It's brown, you know?
It was ice colored, but the blood on it, somebody grabbed it with their stick. But it looked like he spit the tooth out and then was trying to get up. And this is the beauty of how I love hockey is they took an emergency trip to the dentist, and then he was ruled out of their next game due to an upper body injury.
Upper body.
Yeah.
Jamie Benn took a stick to the face yesterday.
Yes. I feel like in that instance, the coach should be able to go, you saw what happened, right? Where he got hit in the face with the puck.
Upper body.
I have a stupid question that I don't know if you guys can answer or not. So if you get hit in the face with a stick, to me that would be a high stick and a 2-minute penalty. Yes. But last night when Jamie Benn took a stick to the face, it really wasn't. It was completely by accident, right? It wasn't even the guy he got a little bit off balance, I think, and the stick came up to his right and the puck was to the left. Jamie Benn wasn't close to the puck. So you're okay to hit somebody in the face with your stick if the guy's not close to the puck and you can tell that it was an accident?
That is theoretically not the rule. Now, being able to tell it was an accident or not, theoretically, the placement of the high stick in relation to the puck should not directly impact the penalty. But as you can see, that is not always the case.
Okay.
Now, Corey, you brought this question up. Mike said he was worried. What kind of brought this to the top of your mind?
Oh, I mean, I think that we all like to play GM, and we're trying to figure out how to fix our team, even though we won a World Series. I think the most difficult thing is to win the World Series and then reassess your team and say, all right, what do we need to do? What can we do better that we were worried about all season last year? So maybe we don't have to worry about it as much this year. What can we do better for this thing? But you also have to look at your team realistically and say, are all these players going to be the same next year? What do we need to add? It's a very difficult part of the job. But I decided on a top 3 list of things.
Can I ask about the eligibility of an answer? Would watering the infield dirt count as one of your top 3?
Mike, that dirt was bad when we were out there for Jared Sandler swinging for a cause.
On Sunday.
I almost tripped.
It looked like when you go to a kid's game.
Yes.
In late June. And you're just like, I know it hasn't rained in 4 weeks, but nobody has been out here to water it.
Yeah.
And I guess it just goes to show when it's not being used, it's not being used.
It's not being used. So, but no, Kevin, I think that.
So come up with, I got 3 others.
The infield.
I got 3 others. Don't worry.
I want to throw my 3 out first. Number 1, fix pitching development in the minors. I think that's top of mind for Chris Young. He needs to get pitching. He needs to get young pitching, and they need to be able to develop these young players.
I love what you're saying. I was thinking about what you said yesterday during the show. You said you didn't want to trade Brock Porter. Not that the Rangers are even trying to trade Brock Porter, but it's a hypothetical Juan Soto thing.
Yep.
And I thought to myself, 2 years ago, we would have said the exact same thing about Cole Winn.
Yeah,
First-round pick out of high school, and now 2 years later – nothing against Cole Winn. Maybe he figures it out in 2024, but Cole Winn is off the map of being a major league pitcher for any organization. He has to really this year, he has to put up an ERA, low 3s or better to be considered a major league prospect again. Like, that's just how quick it can happen for even a first round pick. I think he was 17th overall. That, like, his back-to-back years of having an ERA around 6 or higher has just taken him off the map. I'm not saying that'll happen to Brock Porter, but to your point, Cole Wynn's supposed to be in the major leagues helping the Rangers right now.
Yeah. And I guess he didn't have a win this year, Kevin, but he did have a 2.47 ERA and 95 strikeouts in A-ball.
Who's this?
Brock Porter.
Okay.
And that's where he had 8 hit by pitches. We're just going to chalk that up to.
That's good, man.
But 95
Not afraid
strikeouts.
to throw inside and hit some punks.
95 strikeouts, 42 walks. So that's a little high on the walk side for me, but he gets guys out. So I'm very interested in, like, his growth and development, but my thought is, if you fix that now, if you fix whatever the development problem is, that by the time he gets up to Double and AAA, it's time to go.
To your point, the Rangers have a major issue with their budget right now. Just to be honest, I have this. We've looked at different websites. I'm on Fangraphs right now. It says estimated 2024 payroll $207 million, and that's without Kirby Yates on there. That's without, obviously, Jordan Montgomery on there. That's without adding any free agent to the team yet.
Yeah.
Is you are $30 million away from being at the luxury tax number, and that might be a major issue for the Rangers right now.
Number 2 for me was fixed relief pitching, which they've started doing by getting Kirby Yates and the Carson Coleman. That's what Chris Young did say. He is a very good bullpen arm. So that's what their plan is for him. It's just the timetable for returning, but still fixing bullpen is important, and then starting pitching for me. It's those 3 things, and it all revolves around pitching, so you're not scrambling to get the Max Scherzers at midseason and the Jordan Montgomerys. I'd like to have that all right now.
So I like a lot of what you're saying. I decided to go a totally different direction with number 1, is figure out a long or midterm strategy for the TV deal. And specifically, I said long or midterm deal because short term is if Diamond decided to get out of the Rangers this season, you would revert to MLB for the rest of the season. But what are you going to be able to figure out after that? Because if you go to MLB and you stay there and they're like, hey, we'll guarantee you maybe 70 to 80%. I know they said 80 of the money. But you're still talking about a potential loss of up to $33 million per year. And think about that. Is like, I realize the Rangers have tons of money and hopefully are making lots of profit. But what if I told you because of this change, every single year you lost out on Jordan Montgomery? It's going to be somebody different next year or the next year after that. But if you know you have $33 million less in revenue coming in, regardless of what anything else looks like, that's a huge problem.
Yeah.
So my number 1 thing that the organization needs to address, and I appreciate everything that's happening in the winter meetings right now, is I hope they are just as feverishly trying to, whether it's, hey, we're going to do a package deal with the rest of Major League Baseball on Apple TV for 2024 and beyond, or whatever else. This needs to get figured out.
I love what you're saying because it combines with what Corey's saying without you guys saying it exactly. So I'm going to put it together. Corey says we need to develop pitching. Totally to agree. You're talking about the financial budget right now because of this. You have a 40-year-old starting pitcher in Max Scherzer. You have a guy that you're hoping that comes back this year in August in a 36-year-old Jacob deGrom. You have a 34-year-old Nathan Eovaldi on a 1-year contract at $17 million, and then there's a mutual agreement of a $20 million contract. Well, if he pitches great, can you agree to that if you don't have the money? All of these guys are closer to 40 than they are 30.
Yes.
So you better start developing pitching. This is not a future team. I want to make this as clear as possible. This is not a team set up like the Atlanta Braves are set up. In their lineup, they kind of are. You think of Evan Carter and Josh Young and Corey Seager's in his prime, and Marcus Simeon is 33 years old, right?
Jonah Heim.
And Wyatt Langford. So you think of, yes, but pitching-wise, you're in a 1 to 2 year window of pitching, and then it's all gone. Literally everything's gone from your rotation because these guys are closer to 40 and closer to the end of their contracts than the kind of, I know Jacob deGrom's at the beginning of his contract, but he's close to 40 years old.
Yeah.
So if you do not develop Jack Leiter, Owen White, Brock Porter. I know Kamar Rocker's not pitching in 2024, but if you don't develop these guys into people that can pitch in your rotation for $1 million a year, you're in big trouble for the future of this team being very competitive.
And that feeds directly into point number 2, and I feel bad about this, but I've made plenty of allusions to it in the past. You need to find a new senior director of amateur scouting. I think that Kip Fagg is a relic from the JD era, and it can be better. There is a fundamental problem with the way we develop pitching. I will say, position players, we've been doing pretty well, but there's a fundamental issue. And if there's a fundamental issue, somewhere along the way, it starts at the top. That has to be a thing. We made a lot of changes underneath, but we have kept together the same structure that JD had in place. And I fundamentally think it does not work for pitching.
I'm with you on that, man, because the history of this team goes back. I mean, he's been here for 30 years with this club. The history of this team, the history of this team says that we just struggled to create pitching in some way. It's always been that way.
It is weird. It's weird for an organization, if you really go back to 1972 when they moved, if you go to the history of the 30 teams in Major League Baseball right now, and I know some of them obviously didn't get established until the 90s, but if you go back, the Rangers, in a way, I don't want to blame just John Daniels. I don't want to blame just Kip Fagg. I don't want to just blame Chris Young. It's really weird from 1972 to 2023 that I'm going to assume that the Rangers are at the bottom of the list or close to the bottom of the list of developing premium pitchers in Major League Baseball.
And then number 3, very simple. I agree with Corey, the bullpen. I'm just going to leave it at that.
And I feel like they're going to continue to try, but I feel so much more confident that you just had 2 dudes who didn't look like that guy throughout the season. And then late in the season, in the postseason, they turned it on. They became those guys. Leclerc, I think, is confident. I saw the confidence in the playoffs. I saw it in the World Series. You can use multiple innings. And Spores look like a freaking closer out there. Yeah. So I feel confident that you have those 2. I do want to add more to it. I'm glad that they did get Yates to be part of that group.
I wonder what their plan is. I know you guys are talking bullpen, but I'm just here on Fangraphs looking at salaries. I wonder what their plan is for 2025 in a MLB starting rotation.
I don't know.
I mean, literally, you kind of have a great idea of this year, Max Scherzer, and then his career's close to over. Nate Eovaldi, and then I don't know if they're going to bring him back at 35 years old.
That's where they're probably thinking White, Porter, Leiter. We need 2 of those. DeGrom will be back and good to go.
And Porter's probably not going to be ready by 2025. I mean, as a high school pick, you're looking at more of a 4-year developmental stage.
So you're
looking more at 26 or 27 for Porter.
I don't know if they've given up on Cole. I know we've talked about this, but White, Leiter, obviously they believe in Jacob DeGrom to the moon. I understand reasons for not believing that, but
John Gray has 2 years left on his contract this year and next year.
Dunning,
you have Dunning under control for 3 more years, I believe.
Life. All right.
Maybe 4, but
so I feel like that's probably give or take what their initial thoughts are.
Yeah.
At some point you have if you're not going to just say we're going to pay, $200 million a year to pitching, then you have to come up with the Dylan Ceases, the Spencer Striders, those guys that you have created and you have control for them for a while, and they're budding stars. And let arbitration take care of it.
Yes, yeah. And somebody said, can you talk about Cody Bradford? I feel like we've discussed him quite a bit in the Dunning category of it still depends on a couple of pivot moves. What's going to happen with Jordan Montgomery, but he feels like he's going to be along with Dunning in that group where there might be a real live competition going into spring training for spot number 5, depending on how the rest of the offseason goes. But he's in the mix.
I look at Andrew Heaney is paid $13 million next year. That's a starting pitcher's salary.
Yes.
That is not if that's a relief pitcher's salary, he's a setup guy closer on that salary. So I look at his salary and go, probably going to start as your fifth guy if you look at whether it's Evaldi or Scherzer today, as we're looking at Montgomery not being on the team. I'm very worried about that. If I look at the overall salary of the Rangers, and then can you add him at $25 million next year? I just think future-wise, he makes a lot of sense. Is you don't have, besides Jacob deGrom, you have nobody on a long-term contract here that's a starting pitcher. And I mean, to your point, Corey, you have nobody in the minor leagues that you believe is going to be a starter for the next 6 or 7 years for the Texas Rangers. It's just not working out. Owen White right now is not working out. Jack Leiter is not working out.
Yeah.
That could all change in 2024. Cole Winn didn't work out. Like, I think he's off the board pretty much. And then Brock Porter's probably 2 to 3 years away of development to say, I think he can. And Kumar Rocker with the injuries, probably more of a guy that you look at as a 1 to 2 inning guy in the future.
And that's where, Kevin, that investment in that area is so important.
Agreed,
the finding,
agreed.
the scouting, and then the how do you grow them.
So Montgomery, can we bring him back, please?
Look, you know,
Pretty
I am
please.
very much in favor of that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, this could go a whole bunch of different directions. What's your curse? 877-881-1053. We will also hear from Dallas Cowboys offensive coordinator Brian Schottenheimer. All of it coming at you next right here on The Fan.
Young shot.
Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Reinhardt shoots. And in from a tough angle. The Panthers back on top. Puck bounced out in front onto the stick of Morkov.
It was a wild game last night. These Stars lose to the Florida Panthers 5-4. They will get back at it tonight at Washington. So they're playing the Capitals. Puck drop for their 7 o'clock. Now, we're going to hear from
I
Dallas.
have an idea.
Okay.
I turned back to TNT, and they had another game on. They should just trade for Connor McDavid.
Great, Mike. Let me know how.
That's pretty good idea, scored Mike. 3 quick goals. That Connor McDavid looks way better than everybody. I would just be like, you know what?
Is.
I mean, I do like. I know I shouldn't call him the doucher,
right?
Duchesne,
Matt Duchesne,
but that's what I call him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I like him. He's really good. That guy Connor McDavid's better.
So
I don't feel like you're breaking any sort of news there.
Duchesne for McDavid.
Yeah,
straight up. Who says no?
The Oilers.
Why?
Because
they like giving away the best player. They gave away Wayne Gretzky to the LA Kings or somebody.
Go back and look at that trade. You're right. There was a lot that went into that, though. Stars back at it
so
tonight.
We have to trade another player, I guess.
Yes, probably many and draft picks, maybe part of your franchise. And we will hear from
Mark Cuban did.
Cowboys offensive coordinator.
Trading it for trading it for gambling.
He snapped.
Brian Schottenheimer at 11:30. But Corey, you brought this up. What is your curse? And I think this is going to go a whole bunch of different directions, but I like this. This makes a lot of sense to me from the 214. My curse is being a courteous driver. It bites me in the ass daily.
Oh man, I can get that. I understand.
Yeah, me and Corey are taking advantage of you all the time.
And that's the thing is, I vividly remember when I broke bad on the highway. Is I got tired of staying in the line, only to watch people with their thumbs up their butt, not paying attention, and letting other cars just zip in ahead of them. And then I saw it too many times, and I was like, fine. And that's what I'm going to do.
The thing I hate the most about that specifically is when you let somebody in the school drop-off line go in front of you, like turn in front of you, and then their kid takes 2 hours to get out of the freaking car. And you're like, why? I could be gone already right now. That
but you can't honk at them, right?
Yeah. Well, because his kids will get scared.
And it just matters what age. I feel like by the time they get to 6th grade, you really can get out of your car and go to that door and just go, kid, you're effing everything up.
Hustle up. Get your tube out of the car.
Hold on. You meant for your kid, right? You're not walking up to other people's cars, are you?
All cars.
No, yeah, you're walking. He's saying that he let another car
turn in front of me,
and that kid doesn't understand how the line works. I think if you yell at them and put fear in them, they'll understand how it works.
My curse, Kevin, is I have an eyelash that grows out of the inside corner of my eye.
I quit.
Mike, have you seen this?
No, I hate eyes. I don't like I don't like eyes.
This is a weird thing because all of my life, I think around middle school, I noticed this or high school. But Mike, right here inside of on the inside corner of my eye,
I'll listen.
There is an eyelash. It grows. I'll pluck it, and then it grows back. It hurts. But the other night, one of our friends out at Jared Sandler Swinging for a Cause, she was like, "Oh, you have an eyelash," and she reached up on my face and started trying to remove it, And I was like, no, it's there. It's there. And she was like, it won't come off. And Adrian goes, that's because it grows out of his eye. And so that's my curse, Kevin. I think that's my big curse is that eyelash. And it looks a little awkward, but I can't do anything about it, man. It's just me.
Clearly, Mike agrees.
Yeah,
that's
a curse.
That is a curse.
My curse is when I give blood, my right arm falls off.
I am. And look, Mike, it's a tricky situation. Because I
want it to stop hurting.
Okay, and I get that.
Valid.
But I also want to encourage people. You should give blood. I understand
Mike,
why you would never
just
want
not
to give
from.
blood.
I'll tell you what.
Well, be careful about that because
if you're ever in Addison and there's a Carter Blood Care thing out there, just be like, do you guys know what you're doing?
Carter Blood Care is great, though.
I know they are. I've given blood a lot of times. but this one went really bad.
Yeah, Carter and Blood Care, both good.
I understand that. I do. From the 720, my curse is being a Browns fan. Need I say more?
Nope.
Derek Holland.
From the 254, my curse growing up, every sports team I was on ended up either winning it all next year or I was off the team or they did extremely well when I was no longer on the team.
That stinks. That is a curse, man, because you want to be part of that. You want to experience that moment.
Yeah, that's...
And what's your curse, Kevin?
My curse is my right ankle. So when I was a kid, I had this masterful invention called a scoot skate. And it was a skateboard, but it had a scooter handle on it.
Mm-hmm.
And I was going on this little path behind the houses and everything, and I tumbled down the path, went down the hill, really sprained my ankle very badly. But there was no one who was going to come get me.
High ankle, or was this regular?
I feel like it felt like a high ankle.
I gotcha.
Sprain.
Okay, gotcha.
And there was nobody who was going to come get me. And so I put my ankle on the scoot skate and just pushed myself sadly with one leg back to the house. Ever since then, every now and again, for no apparent reason, I'll just take a regular step and my right ankle will be like, whoop, and I'll be okay. It will hurt, but it's annoying as hell.
I'm being told, by the way, from Nick Harris that Mike McCarthy is taking a rest day at home today, and he'll be back tomorrow. Did you already say that, Kevin? But he'll be back tomorrow.
Will
back
he
in
be
the
back
facility.
on with Sean and RJ tomorrow then?
I don't know. We'll see.
Oh, we need to
find out.
get to the
My
bottom
curse
of
is
that.
I can't ski. And we're going snow skiing here pretty soon.
Yeah.
And my kids are like, "Oh, Dad, you got to try it again." And I'm like, "I'm scared to death." I'm
Do you
scared
think they
to
want
death.
you to try it again because it's so fun, or they want to see you fail?
Both. They love it. And I don't know if they want to see me. They do want to see me fail early on, I think, but then figure it out. Because I do think they want their dad to ski with them, like down the easiest. Are they called greens, right? I know blacks are the toughest, right? Black diamonds.
Yep.
So I would say the green ski slopes I think are the easiest, and the bunnies are the easiest. But the bunny, I called it the Black Diamond Bunny when I went because I just thought it was the hardest bunny slope ever, and my kids are laughing because like this is the easiest, and I'm like, then I don't want to see what is harder than this.
From the 903, I feel really bad. My curse is I was bidding against Derek Holland for the Mickey Mantle auction.
Oh.
Derek showed it to his person, like get it framed up and everything, and he was like, "Oh my god, this is amazing."
Yeah,
So,
Who said that to him?
The guy who grades his stuff.
Yeah.
He's very excited for him.
He did get a very cool. Talking about ankles, Trevor Lawrence looks like he might be playing this Sunday, by the way.
From the 214, my curse is that I sleep with my eyes partially open and they're always dry and crusty in the morning.
Okay.
That's your kiss thing.
Is that curse worse for that person or if they're married? Because how much would it freak you out if your significant other always slept with their eyes open and you'd be like, "Good morning," and then they're like,
I would think they were possessed, to be honest.
What?
Yeah. No, Lucy does sleep with her eyes kind of cracked a little bit, and so you can see the eyeballs sometimes, not all the time. But that would freak me out when she was a baby, and I was like, is she asleep or not? What do I do with this thing?
Oh, that would freak me out for
Child.
sure. From the 817, my curse is that I'm a serial skim milk drinker.
Gross.
Yeah.
Skim milk? I don't mind whole milk or skim milk or in between.
Give me that whole milk. Whole milk. Actually,
What
I don't
about
like milk.
fat-free milk that tastes like
It's
water?
fine. Isn't that skim milk?
I want coconut milk. That's what I'd
See,
rather
I
have.
always thought there's fat-free
Almonds.
milk,
Yeah,
and then there's
coconut
skim
almond.
milk that's like
Oh.
1%, and then there's 2%.
And then whole.
Yeah.
I'm fine with all of it. I'm kind of like you with milk. I guess you have a preference of milk. You don't have a preference of ice cream.
No.
I made some milkshakes for my sons the other day, and they're like, it was good. And I used nothing against Kroger. Kroger obviously has ice cream. But my kids were like, it does taste a lot better with Bluebell ice cream in the milkshake.
Me personally, I just disagree, and that's why I like 2% milk, is it tastes just as good as whole milk without the extra fat in it.
Okay. What about coconut and almond milk? There is a combination coconut almond milk.
I do like almond milk better than regular milk now.
Really?
Like when I'm doing cereal, I'll do the vanilla almond milk.
Uh-huh.
And I like that better than
I do
regular
too.
milk. But regular milk is fine. Like it's not, I'm not against regular milk.
Yeah. Are you saying you'd rather drink from the teat of a cow than you would of an almond?
It's really weird how they milk
Definitely
an almond
no
too.
that.
How do they juice an almond?
It doesn't make sense. They squeeze it. I don't know.
Because if you blend it, you make cream. It's true. I don't know which other way to say it. Because there's almond butter.
There is.
And so that's where you put it in a Vitamix and
cream
it
the
creams
almond.
it into a butter. But I don't know how you milk it.
From the
How do you milk an oat? Oat
Milk
milk.
an almond. I
what
was
are you
searching.
expecting to find? Okay, let me
I
know.
was
what you-
searching Trevor Lawrence, but now I'm
From the
going to.
254.
How do you milk an almond?
My curse is being a Texas A&M fan. I feel you on that. I really do. From the 972, my curse is I'm the Cowboys curse. I was born in 1996. How many people who were born then kind of feel that way? They're like, how come you guys won all your? I mean, but even if you were born in 1991, you probably feel the same way. You don't remember that Super Bowl in 1995, or probably not very well.
Yeah, probably not.
There's 7 steps
I
to
see
make
this-
almond milk, so it's actually not that hard.
What do you think?
So you're gonna do what?
I'm not
Start
gonna.
to
I'm just
make
gonna. I'm
oat
gonna
milk
buy it.
or
It's
whatever?
it's $4 to buy almond milk. Like I don't know.
What?
It'll probably
What
be
if-
$6 a month from now.
What if you became the biggest?
Probably be $2.50 when we get to October of 2024.
What if you became the biggest almond milker out there, though? And then,
There's
Mike
no
Bassett,
way. I'm not.
almond
Almonds.
milker.
Almonds are not cheap either.
Yeah, we got to find it.
Because I don't know. It doesn't say how many almonds you need to make
Yeah, it doesn't.
half a gallon
You
of
have to
almond
grow
milk.
almonds, Kevin.
This is crazy. From the 469.
How come they don't make pecan milk?
I don't know. Do we have Shoddy? All right, let's take it away.
Young Shoddy.
Hey, Ryan, David Moore, Dallas Morning News. Can you just start with what the contact you've had with Mike, and to what level is he involved today, even though you'll be here and running practice?
Yeah, I've had a couple phone calls with him today. He's doing great. He's obviously very involved. The good thing is, the way we game plan, we do a lot of things early, right? We front load stuff. We've talked about that. Should we get through first, second down, third down on really Monday and Tuesday, which is great. So he's been very involved. He's doing great. He's in good spirits, and it's always good when he's got a lot of suggestions when you're talking to him on the phone. But hey, what do you think about it? So that's when I know he's feeling good.
Also, too, I know you've talked about, and also Mike, about Thursday night when you get together with Dak and kind of go through what you saw in practice that week, what works and doesn't. How big is that? And I assume he'll be a part of that by Zoom tonight?
Absolutely, yeah. Again, we're going to do the same process. Nothing's going to change. We are full speed ahead and feel really good about it. Today's an important day for the work practice, the part of practice. Put the pads on, get out there. Guys have had some time off, and yesterday we kind of dusted off some of the stuff, put them in shells. But we're full steam ahead. Everything basically works as normal.
Clarence Hill, Four Star Telegram. Just to piggyback, did you talk to him at all last night?
I did.
Oh, you did. So
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Did he talk football?
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh yeah. Yeah. You can't have a conversation with Mike and he's going to talk about two things: football and Pittsburgh. And so I don't know if the Pittsburgh thing came up, but football definitely came up. Yeah. So yeah. And if you talk to him long enough, I probably got off because I had things to do. Pittsburgh would have come up. Yeah, for sure. So
you did talk to him last
Yes.
night. Is the plan for him to still be on the field Sunday and call plays? Where are y'all at in that process?
yeah, like I said, full steam ahead. We don't anticipate anything different. Again, he's involved in all the things. We'll have a long conversation again this afternoon. He's watching the practices and full steam ahead.
Dak talked yesterday that he would probably be a little grumpy, upset, pissed off, about not being here in such an important week. I mean, what is his spirits like, mentality like?
Yeah, again, Dak's probably right. He does have a little bit of that temper in him. But, again, I think, more than anything, he feels good. Again, great awareness of him to listen to your body, right? We've all been there. Like in this profession, I know I've been around coaches. I've probably done it myself, right? You're like, I feel off, and then you don't do anything. And but, he's in good spirits. He's excited. Now we have something else in common. I don't have an appendix either. Quick story, bore you guys with it, but mine was removed the day after the 1987 AFC Championship game, the fumble. So my dad and the Browns lost a tough game out there in Denver, and I watched it at home in Cleveland. They flew back. I kept complaining about my stomach. Like when they got home at 3 o'clock in the morning, the next day, they were like, "No, you're fine, you're fine, you're fine." They took me in, and I had to have my minor removed. So the Schottenheimers lost both on Sunday and then that next day when I had to have my appendix removed. 1987, I would have been 14. So, but I'm sure that's the last place my dad wanted to go to was the Cleveland Clinic after losing to Denver, right? And then have to go meet doctors, talk to nurses, and all that stuff. So, point is, Mike and I have something now in common. Neither one of us have an appendix.
Brian Todd, with ESPN. Mike, you said if you're going to call it, you got to install it. So you warming up in the bullpen?
No, we've both called it and installed it enough. Again, I feel really great that he's in a good spot. He's going to be ready to roll, and this conversation with Dak tonight is going to be great because again, look, we've been doing this a long time together. This would probably be a little bit of a more difficult challenge week 1 or 2, but like this thing's a pretty well-oiled machine, and we take great influence from Dak. He's very involved. Like I said, Mike really hasn't missed anything. I mean, he missed a practice, but for the most part, the game plan's been put together. We're way far ahead. We know this team. We know the opponent. We know they're good. Played them, 5 or 6 weeks ago. So, again, we're in a really good spot. And, again, excited to get out to practice today and see our guys run around and, more importantly, kind of warm those pads up.
How much have things changed from what you've seen from Philadelphia from 5 weeks ago to now?
They're still really good. It still starts up front. The defensive line, they're as deep as any in the league. I think they've got 7 or 8 guys that they roll through, and they really don't have a drop off. They're built that way really on both sides of the ball. So the secondary and the experience of the secondary with the 2 edge pieces with James and Darius Slay. And the safeties, I think Adam Byard was good. I think he looks more comfortable now when you watch Kevin run around out there in that system. I think when we played him, he'd only been there a week or so. But they do a nice job of disguising coverages and making us work both pre-snap and post-snap. But it's going to be a fun battle, and they're talented. Again, it should be a cool evening game on a Sunday night.
Saki's The Athletic. Brian, we've asked you a lot about Dak and him winning trust with his teammates, but I'm curious, as a coordinator, as a coach, how did you kind of develop that trust with him where he trusts you, you trust him, and especially in the heat of the moment of the game that, if you guys say one thing to each other, you guys kind of are on the same page? Yeah,
cool question. It really starts with spending time together. I mean, you think about how much time we spend together, like, going back to the off season when they got back, training camp, countless meetings, practices, walkthroughs. But even before that, I think you have to learn each other as people. You guys know how I feel about Dak as a young man. He's special. His heart's special for people. I think I'm a pretty good guy as well. So I think there's respect in that regard. We treat people right. We're not afraid to tell people we love them, we care about them. And so I think from that standpoint, it was a very natural fit, but then it just kind of comes down to time spent and discussions not just about football, which we have a ton of those, but about life. We're blessed. I'm blessed to be the coordinator of the Dallas Cowboys. I'm blessed to coach all these young men. But spending time with Dak is special, and I would think and would hope that he'd say the same thing about me.
There you go, Brian Schottenheimer right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy in honor of tonight's Thursday Night Football game. Who are the most unwatchable teams in the NFL? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Hey, Corey Majors.
the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Stevenson lit up in the backfield. Football came loose. Who's got it? LA says they do, with Tui Pelotu falling on it. No signal yet officially, and now they say Chargers football.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Is that one of the most unwatchable teams in football? Let's talk about it as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. This is inspired by tonight's game, where anticipation has been building as the over-under has now jumped back up above 30 at 30.5. Still, potentially...
What do you think the difference was? Like, what happened that they were like,
so much money came in. People were like,
gotcha.
They can't be that bad, right?
Patriots, who? Jets?
Steelers.
Okay.
Maybe they just really believe in the Steelers. Yeah,
I just know if the Patriots are in the game, I'm out.
Okay, and so Yardmarker had an article about this where it goes through the 5 most unwatchable teams and their most unwatchable player, which is obviously objectively hurtful, but, you know, here we are.
Can I name one?
Yeah.
Carolina.
Carolina is the 4th most unwatchable team. Their most unwatchable player, Bryce Young.
What?
Burn.
Okay, I'll say this. You had a terrible head coach. Give it some time and see if they can come up with some more creative plays than line up and run and turn around.
That's fair. And I'm looking at this article now. Just about all their unwatchable players are quarterbacks.
Okay.
Number 5 most unwatchable team, the Jets, then the Panthers. But this is where it gets fun. The Pittsburgh Steelers are number 3, the Giants are 2, and the Patriots are 1. That means you're watching a battle of 2 of the 3 most unwatchable teams on Thursday Night Football. And if you look at the picture the NFL put up, it looks like both of the players in the picture are sad that they have to be in this game.
Yeah, it does. I'm surprised the Bears aren't here, but I guess Justin Fields is exciting to watch, even though he's not doing the things you want a quarterback to do.
That is true.
But I feel like that Bears game that we just recently watched, was it Thursday night or Monday night? I can't remember. It was bad. It was atrocious. And that's how unmemorable it was.
Yeah.
That they were playing and I didn't care.
I know it wasn't Monday night because that was my.
I think it was last
Jacksonville
Thursday night. Yeah.
Jaguars.
Where either T-Law lied about having a high ankle sprain.
It wasn't last Thursday night
Well,
either.
they won't rule him out for Sunday, but he's not. They don't know yet. But that's good news, right? If it's he didn't practice yesterday.
What if I want the Jags to fail?
Well, you probably do, right?
I don't.
Ain't no sunshine when he's gone. You know, there's a song
as
about.
long as they're not playing the Cowboys, and I
You know
don't
what
have
I'm
to
saying,
hear that.
Corey? That song, Ain't No Sunshine. Isn't that about Trevor Lawrence?
Absolutely. No.
No.
I think that's about
Isn't-
the sun.
I thought it was about a breakup, but we'll check on
Ain't
that.
no sunshine when she's gone. The sun is a she, obviously.
Is it?
It's a
Of
ball
course.
of fire.
Yeah. But you don't refer to it as a she?
I
The
guess,
she sun.
I guess not.
877-881-1053. What
Oh my
gender
God.
is the sun?
Oh, I feel like you're waiting.
I mean, we got the man in the moon, so
Yeah.
we got to have balance here.
Thank you, Alec. Again,
'cause
he
the
asked you
moon-
to contribute. Now he's rolling his eyes
No,
at you.
I was going to say, does that mean that's because the moon's a lady?
The man in the moon is a lady?
No, the moon is a lady.
I
Oh.
see what you did there.
Here we
Okay.
are arguing genders.
Guys, I'd see, and that's why I said dangerous territory. Guys, let's talk about, well, what's not good is Christian Kirk. It looks like he does need surgery, and he will be out
That's it.
6 to 8 weeks.
I'm finding a
per
new team.
Initial report. No, you're not. And
I'm back on the Cowboys.
The Texans.
That would be
Texans would be a good
awesome.
run. The Texans would be an interesting run.
the Pro Bowl fan vote. Which player do you think has more votes for the Pro Bowl so far than anybody?
Dak.
No.
Micah Parsons?
No.
Must be Zeke based on what everybody tells me.
Zeke?
Yeah.
It's Tua. Tua has more votes for the Pro Bowl than anyone. But there are 6 Cowboys players leading their positions. Dak, CeeDee Lamb, Micah Parsons, Zach Martin, Ron Bland, and Brandon Aubrey are all leading their positions.
Where's Terrence Steele?
He is not leading his position.
What about DeMarcus Lawrence?
Same.
Mozzie.
Okay.
He already named the 6.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You're going to lose every name you name besides those 6.
Thank you, Mike.
Gosh.
I appreciate
Curse.
that. Oh my God. All right.
Big freak. That was
Hey.
his nickname.
In the card world, should I go back and look for my CJ Stroud cards that have popped up lately?
Yes.
Or that I've popped whenever I was
Yeah, no, you
opening?
definitely should. If they're like Chronicles cards and they're not numbered, they're not going to get you.
There are not a whole bunch of CJ Stroud
Anything.
cards out yet.
Okay.
But you definitely should.
I'm gonna go see if I can find something. It's not like a colored, like with the purple or green or anything, but I think I have one of the glittery looking ones.
Okay, you might have something I really like. I hope everyone was watching on the fan cam
glittery.
who got to see that is Justin Jefferson was back at practice yesterday, and the Vikings are saying that he will play this weekend.
Is it gonna matter?
I mean, they're trying to get a playoff spot.
Okay.
So maybe, but I understand your skepticism.
Yes.
What about, have you heard the story about Hayden Hurst?
I was just reading some of his tweets, by the way.
This story is crazy. His dad says he's been diagnosed with post-traumatic amnesia as a result of the hit he took in Chicago on November 9th. Wow. And so his dad's like, slow recovery, don't know when he'll be back, prayers appreciated. So for the better part of a month now, he has had amnesia or different phases of amnesia because of a hit that he took on the football field. I guess I don't really recall that for this long of a term from football.
Yeah, I don't either.
Hayden Hurst?
Okay.
He's back at practice today.
That's amazing.
He's out there, return to play activity, but not, they're working with him.
I just know his story is I don't want to say this.
He says he
I say
doesn't
failed
remember.
baseball player, but he tried baseball first, and then it didn't work out. And that's when he went to South Carolina and was like, let me do football. This baseball thing, he hated the minor leagues and wasn't good at it either.
He said he doesn't remember up to 4 hours after the game, Kevin.
Okay.
And so,
Which
and
that
he says
makes-
that's a scary situation, but the Panthers have been incredible walking him through this process.
And I will say that makes sense to me in terms of like concussion-like symptoms where you might not remember immediately after that. But yeah, scary situation. Indeed, indeed. And then the NFL put out a memo and they're like, hey, in case you didn't know it, don't get involved in dust-ups with players if you're a security guard or security guards if you're a player. And supposedly both parties of that incident apologized and all that good
At least it was an even trade-off in the game.
Was it?
Greenlaw leaves, and then
For
their
a
security
security
guard.
guard?
Yeah, that's an even trade-off, right? Instead of being like, hey, let's just pick one of your random players and kick him out, they were like, send off the security guy, and you lose a player too.
I guess you're going to go after their better players, but I think the idea is don't engage like that. Just don't do it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, what Eagles players do you fear and where do the Cowboys hold an advantage? Rolling into Sunday Night Football, 877-881-1053. Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. A whole lot going on with this station. Don't forget, today at the Texas Rangers Toy Drive, the G-Bag Nation will be live out at Globe Life Field if you want to go see them. They've also got a stacked list of guests with John Gray at 3:30, Mike Maddox at 4, Matt Hicks at 5:30, and Emily Jones at 6. And then tomorrow, Sean and RJ are going to wrap up the Firehouse Tour from Firehouse 4 in Wiley off of McMillan. And we will, of course, be at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Bedford off of Airport Freeway. Miller Lite will be giving away a pair of tickets to Cowboys Eagles.
What? Cowboys
Yeah.
Eagles?
Yeah.
You're kidding me.
I am not.
That is going to be worth your time then.
Absolutely. And plus, hopefully you like us too. What Eagles players do you fear, and where do you think the Cowboys hold an advantage? I want to go ahead and fire off cut number 8 because I feel like this player is probably on everybody's list.
He still got it. Throws to the end zone, and it's caught by A.J. Brown for the touchdown.
Fair to say that A.J. Brown would be on everybody's list of players from the Eagles to fear.
Yes. Yeah, he's definitely trying to rein him in is tough. He's physical. He can high point. He can run. He can do all of the things. And so trying to figure out what body type and speed type works best against him. Sometimes I do think, like Dirk for a long time had a hard time with smaller defenders underneath his chest. And that gave
Bruce Bowen type of guys.
Yeah, exactly. That because he was afraid of them getting under his ankles, just like Bruce Bowen. But that was a problem for him. And I do wonder if a smaller, faster defender is better because that person can stick to him a little bit better, but then he can just out-muscle you. And you're just like, dadgum, man, what do we got to do here? So, yeah, A.J. Brown, I do fear that attack. Kevin, knowing the way that San Francisco decided to defend them, though, is that something that I draw a little more of? I don't have to pressure Jalen Hurts because I don't fear him running as much right now.
Yes.
Because he's hurt. And that's what San Francisco did. They played a lot of shell coverage. The Eagles have had the second most shell coverage played against them this year. And so I do wonder if that's kind of screwing up everything for them because the Niners were like, our linebackers weren't rushing. We were just backing off, making him see us, and that gave him fits down the field.
I don't mean this to be a smartass by any means, but do you think Dan Quinn and the Cowboys can do that? Do you think they can say, here's our biggest asset, but that doesn't work anywhere near as well against this team as this would?
It takes so much discipline. And that's something that at this point, if Dan Quinn hasn't been preaching it all week and they haven't been discussing that part of, hey, look, I know what we're really good at, but we're gonna give him different options. They kept him in the pocket. I mean, Mickey was talking about that a little bit. They kept him in the pocket last week, and he struggled with that because he's really good on the move, and his ability to threaten you as a runner makes you a little more cautious with things. But they said, we're just going to lay back. If y'all want to run, that's fine, but we are not beating us downfield. And so that's a big thing there.
So A.J. Brown, I think, is the obvious choice.
Yep.
I'm looking at their defense because their defensive line, they don't have Micah Parsons. But I'm going to ask you guys this question.
Don't they?
Hassan Reddick.
That's my person.
Or Jalen Carter. Who do you fear more?
Hassan Reddick. And the reason is last game they played against him, he had 5 quarterback pressures. He only had 1 sack, but he was around Dak enough. I think he had 2 knockdowns or something like that too. Maybe it was 4. And so he gave Terrence Steele fits in the last game.
You think he's as good as Micah Parsons?
I think somebody else needs to be in this conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's discuss Josh Sweat.
And rub you the right way?
We'll see how it goes. Is Micah Parsons...
Hey, Corey, he just joined us.
Micah Parsons. Sometimes I wonder. Micah Parsons
Sometimes
obviously
you feel like a nut.
leads the league in pressures at 78. But think about this. It goes Micah, Nick Bosa, Josh Allen, and then Josh Sweat. But the thing that's interesting about that is Josh Sweat leads the league in fourth quarter pressure.
Mm-hmm.
And so I guess I'm of the opinion this will be a close game. I realize the majority of the Cowboys' home games have not been close, but the last game between the Cowboys and Eagles was close. I think this game is going to be close. And when the game matters the most, Josh Sweat has really turned it on. And so I'm not saying he's Micah. Maybe only 2 people are Micah, but I think Josh Sweat is in this conversation of somebody that I fear from the Eagles.
The reason I fear Reddick a little more is because of Terrence Steele. That's the reason why. Like I feel like we're getting not prime, but better Tyron Smith, maybe just as good as usual Tyron Smith. But Terrence Steele has had problems this year. And there have been games where you're like, okay, he's finally got it back. And then he goes back and makes mistakes. And him versus Hassan Reddick in the last game was a mismatch terribly. And it caused so many problems for this. So I'm still a little more concerned there. But this might be the week that Josh Sweat gets after it too. So across that front line, though, Jalen Carter, those guys are getting a lot more reps than they're used to, and that's been a bit of a struggle for them. But across that line, you have to beat your guy. Otherwise, you're dealing with where's that rest of that extra pressure coming from.
And somebody jumped in immediately with you, Corey. It's like, oh yeah, Reddick, because he lines up with Steele.
Yeah.
And that makes a lot of sense. I did see from the 469, I fear Devontae Smith the most. And here's an interesting note about Devontae Smith, because he's 7th in receiving yardage in the NFL since week 8. So, well, that's pretty good. Good job. I think what kind of balances that out, even though I realize they will not face off against one another, CeeDee Lamb is far and away the leader in that category since week 8. So as much as I appreciate Devontae Smith, CeeDee Lamb's like 50% more effective since week 8. And CeeDee Lamb has been blowing up with double-digit catch games. And so I think I understand what that person is saying. And Devontae Smith is a weapon to be certain, but I feel oddly comfortable if we have the same weapon again, even though I know they will not go head to head in the game.
Yeah, but does AJ Brown is a weapon?
For
and
sure.
so they have 2 weapons.
I do fear AJ.
And when you
Brown.
commit so much against AJ Brown, then all of a sudden it's like, okay.
Overcommit.
But for me, Kevin, with Devontae Smith, it's his second down receptions.
Oh.
He second
Tell
down,
me.
he has just as many receptions and yards as he does on first down, and he averages 13 yards per catch on both of those. 3 touchdowns on second down. 3 touchdowns on second down. That's the most. And it just feels like whenever they need to get a 13-yard out, they always get it with Devontae Smith. And it's not the third down crusher, but it's that second down. Dadgum, we got to reboot this whole thing now. And they picked up 13 yards in addition to it. So I understand Devontae Smith because he can slip through and slip past the cracks, and all of a sudden he's in the end zone. You're like, what the hell happened? But for me, it's those second down receptions that really are killers for me from Smith.
From the 817, Darius Slay got brought up, and then from the 214. I'm surprised I haven't seen this more so far. I fear the Eagles' best player, the refs.
Okay.
And nobody's bringing up Jalen Hurts?
No. I've not seen...
because I don't think he's healthy. That's the reason, he has to be a thrower if he's only going to rush for two times
I hear
for like
you.
20
With the game
yards.
on the line, though, he's done the job.
He's been incredible.
Yeah. If the Cowboys can have a game plan. Now, the problem is, Kevin, they are not as physical. I don't think they're as physical of a team by any means as the Niners. That is something that you impose your will on them, and that's what the Niners do. And the Cowboys have yet to prove that for me, although they have had these games where you're just like, wow, they destroyed that terrible opponent. But I need to see them do it against this type of team, and that could be the different factor in whether or not I fear Jalen Hurts in this game.
This might sound a little weird, but a little bit I fear Nick Sirianni, because do you know he's 3-0 on Sunday Night Football, and the Eagles are 14-2 in their last 16 road games.
Oh, wow.
So there are some incredible numbers. Like, for as much as they got just smacked down by the 49ers, so did we. And the Eagles have won their last 2 Sunday Night Football games against the Cowboys. Nick Sirianni is 3-0 on Sunday Night Football. And the Eagles are 14-2 in their last 16 road games. That combination of numbers makes me think, well, clearly they're doing something right with this head coach, and I don't like it.
I'm not worried about this game.
You're not.
They're going to win. The Cowboys are going to win.
The hell, Mike?
Does that have the Mike Bassett guarantee?
They're not going to win by, they could, but I don't think they're going to win by 14 or more points. But yeah, I do think the Cowboys at home are going to beat Philadelphia. I would be shocked if it is something like 42-17. I don't think that's going to happen, but I think the Cowboys are going to win this game.
I love it. I love to hear that from Mike because that's not typical. But he did predict them to be in the Super Bowl this year. So,
but then I backed off and said 11-6.
You know what?
What are you at now? You don't think 11-6 anymore, do you? Especially if you think they're going to win this game.
No, I do not think 11-6. I was just trying to decide: do I think 14-3 or 13-4? I'm going to go with 13-4. I think they're going to lose one of the Miami or Buffalo games. I think to win aren't those back-to-back on the road?
Yep.
That seems very tough to do. So I'm going to say they go 13-4.
All right. And like I said,
unfortunately, I think that's the 5 seed.
I think
you're right.
I went with at the beginning of the season 12 wins.
Yeah.
The two of you scoffed at me, and I was like, oh, and so bitter about that. All the scoffing.
I also said 11, so I don't know.
But I said 12, and you scoffed. You were like, "That's too many."
Wait,
Corey.
how many did you say?
12. Yeah, exactly. That was the sound you made. The somebody finally said it, and that was probably the one I really should have come up with first. But it's Kelsey. It's the trio interior offensive line, and can you penetrate that? What they do. And then also, if you're in fourth down situations or third down situations, can you stop that play?
And I think the variety of answers, it's not like we didn't know this already, but the variety of answers is the most you've seen in a month or 5 or 6 weeks since the last time you played the Eagles. So I think it's awesome that the Cowboys are on a 4-game winning streak, but I think everybody also realizes this is a whole different deal.
Yeah, and I think your team is playing at a different level for sure, and that's fair. But at the time, you had a lot of confidence. You still had a lot of confidence that you could play Philly, and you stuck with them on the road. But I don't think, Kevin, whenever we were discussing this, that variety was even there. I think we were like A.J. Brown, Jalen Hurts, and somebody was like Goddard. But now that Goddard's gone, that's been a hole in their offense as well. So it's kind of forced everybody to take on different roles.
I will say one positive I wanted to throw out where the advantages are. I realize how the last game played out, but Dak is still 30-8 against this division, and so
pretty decent.
He steps up and plays well again. Well, obviously this year he's played well a whole lot. But again and again, he steps up and plays exceedingly well against divisional opponents. And I do have kind of a hard time imagining the Eagles sweeping the Cowboys for a season series.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel like that's going to happen. So I'm liking that Mike's like, hey, we're going after it. We're winning this one.
We're the KNC masterpiece. I love that confidence right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, should be a really fun combo platter. It's National Eggnog Month. So give us a sports opinion, and then what is the food or drink you wish you consumed more outside of just the holidays? 877-881-1053. Let's do that next right here on The Fan.
Way on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by QCkinetics.com.
Is second best in the NBA. And now Luka weaves to the defense and has himself a 40-point triple-double.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where Luka Doncic put on an incredible performance and the Mavericks defeat the Jazz 147-97. So yes, by 50 points last night. It's also time for the combo platter. Now, it's National Eggnog Month. And so what I was curious about, and Mike,
There's no way you like eggnog.
I like eggnog.
Really? What?
You just need to water it down with milk.
Or rum.
That wouldn't be.
It's too much.
You need to milk it down.
Yeah,
is what he's saying.
Too thick.
Yeah, it's too thick. I'm not saying you need to like put tons of milk in it.
In a way, it does taste a little bit like, and it feels like a little bit like melted ice cream.
Yeah, and starting to thin it out just a little bit.
So you don't like thick, creamy stuff.
No, like my hair, I like it thin.
Okay.
I like thick, creamy stuff. Oh my god. Cream gravy,
dude.
Amazing.
Custard is awesome. Like custard is fantastic.
There you go. Flan.
Oh, I'm not a huge flan fan.
What?
Flan.
Not flan?
There are 3 different ways to pronounce it. I learned last night. There's a French way, an American way, and Hispanic way.
Pudding. I like pudding.
Pudding's good. Butterscotch.
Thick and creamy.
You like tapioca? You a tapioca guy?
I do like tapioca pudding.
What is happening? So I know you've brought this up before, Mike. Are there foods or beverages in honor of eggnog that you wish you consumed more throughout the year? Like, with eggnog, I don't feel like you ever see it outside of mid to late November through December. But so give us a Schwartz opinion, and then is there? That should be the easiest part, Mike. And then what's the food or drink you wish you had more of outside of just the holidays?
I'll give you some time here. I do. By the way, with tapioca, I used to think those were little fish eyeballs, and I was always like, I don't know if I. Anyway, that's a different story for a different time. Sports opinion. The Rangers need to hurry the hell up. All right. I want some action, and I want some action right now. And I want to know, look, if you're not going to sign big names, that's fine, but just go ahead and start filling this roster out. I would prefer you hurry up and get Jordan Montgomery back because that would be nice. That's my sports opinion.
I like your opinion because we shouldn't be that nervous. There's tons of free agents out there, and very few teams have done much at all. Obviously, the Cardinals like all number 5 starters in Major League Baseball. But I am getting that same sense of, are the Rangers just going to let Montgomery walk and just go with, like, we're bringing most of the team back without Montgomery? And I'm like, I don't know if that's a 90-plus win team, if that's the case.
Now that maybe, and this is popped in on the fan text, and I feel the same way. Maybe Chris Young's like, we got him at trade deadline. We can get another pitcher at trade deadline. And if that's the way you want to do it, that's fine. But you're giving up a lot then. So I do wonder what the balance between money and prospects is, because that's really what you're giving up. Or maybe because they are taking longer because other teams are waiting on stuff, and those teams are willing to make trades, and the Rangers have a couple things that can be tradable. Like those commodities could be traded. Yeah. And we've discussed Tavares, we've discussed Nathaniel Lowe, and some other things there. So maybe the Rangers are just kind of waiting for things to settle so they can swoop in and make a significant trade that'll make this roster a little bit better. But that's my sports thought there. My holiday, I don't always get eggnog, but I do. Adrian makes for the holidays a corn casserole that has corn and cheese and sour cream and some sort of bread at the bottom base, and it's all buttery.
Cornbread?
No, it's a casserole, Mike. Cornbread's in a different dish, not a.
You can put cornbread in a casserole.
I think it actually is cornbread at the bottom. Yeah. It might be cornbread at the bottom. Just buttery.
Did you really do all that? Just
corn casserole probably has cornbread. If you have a bread, it would probably be corn.
Whatever it is awesome. And we only eat it at Thanksgiving and Christmas. That's it. And so we have it for about approximately 2.5 days each year. Because I'll say half days because it's gone the next day. Everybody eats it the next day. So that's it.
Okay.
But I like eggnog.
All right.
I like pumpkin pie ice cream. HEB has a pumpkin pie ice cream, and I want to go try it.
I'd love to try it, but they hate the Trinity River. And it's obviously they don't have a boat to cross it.
Should have known that was going to happen. From the 945, Cowboys will win against the Eagles convincingly, and I want more Queen Anne chocolate. So they have the chocolate-covered cherries. My son says he loves them. I feel like I don't ever see them except for right around Christmas.
Are they real cherries?
Queen Anne?
I never tried them.
Okay.
Brandon loves them.
Is it like a goo? Like a jelly almost, or a gel?
I've had these.
Cherry.
I'm not a fan.
Is it a real cherry? What's in it?
It's like 10 for $2.
It's like the maraschino cherries. It's like the little, but then it does have a thicker syrup that surrounds the cherry.
Okay.
But
I think I've had them before. I think they're fine. I don't think they're something that I care to
have
for
all
Brandon.
the time. Yeah.
Or no, I'm not sure which one you're talking about.
It was Brandon. Yes, fair enough. From the 806, Dak and Luka will win the MVP this year in stuffing. I could eat stuffing all the time, not just the holiday.
So hold on. I didn't realize it was just a holiday thing because I always saw commercials that you could go the stovetop stuffing.
That's not the same, right?
I'm
Is
staying
it not?
over at
Kind of.
I'm staying over at Joey's house tonight because of stovetop stuffing, and I was like, none of my friends ever have stovetop stuffing for dinner.
Is stovetop stuffing the one with the hand that talks?
That's Hamburger Helper.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's Hamburger Helper, and then you had rice.
The one with the trolley. Yeah, that's the San Francisco treat.
That's the rice-a-roni right there.
Okay,
yeah,
excellent.
All those commercials really did matter to me back in the day.
Mike, what have you come up with for us?
For sports?
For sports, yes. You seem put out by this every time. It's the same formula.
I have plenty of things, guys. Hoops Hype. I went to Hoops Hype. Okay, so
Good. Does it work for you now?
Yes, thank you, Corey. Corey showed me how to do the ad blocker thing.
We
So I
did
can look at CBS Sports now and Hoops Hype with no issues. They have a list of every team's tradable candidates. And for the Mavericks, they have Tim Hardaway Jr. and Maxi Kleber.
Oh.
Now, I'm not opposed to trading either one of those guys. I think Tim Hardaway Jr. has been outstanding to start the year. He has been a very hot shooter to start the year, but we know he's a very streaky shooter. He's going to go through. We've had him long enough for 4 years. We know the streaks that Tim Hardaway Jr. can go on. And we know that this is a Maxi Kleber type of season. He is a very hurt player.
Yeah.
And he can help you when he's healthy. He can help any team in the NBA when he's healthy for about 15 to 20 minutes a night, but can become a liability in the playoffs because he can't score. He can't shoot at times, and he can't score at all at times, right? He's not like a guy around the basket or anything like that. So I looked at it and I go, all right, if these are our two tradable assets, right? Some teams have tradable assets to get better. Some teams have tradable players to add to their future. I looked at the other 29 teams, and the best player that the Mavericks can trade for on that list that makes sense is Dorian Finney-Smith. But I don't know how you trade a team that said, we're not doing this deal. We're not trading you Kyrie Irving unless you trade us Dorian Finney-Smith. I don't know how you get back Dorian Finney-Smith and say, hey, remember the players you didn't want? Do you want them now?
They put, one of them is playing better.
So it was weird
know.
looking at that list, guys, trying to look at the Mavs through 20 games and know that defense and rebounding are a major issue.
Sure.
Obviously, for Atlanta, it did have Clint Capella. It seems like, yes, guess what? Clint Capella's been on the Mavs list for 78 years, and we're not getting him, obviously.
But maybe one day.
Yeah.
I've given up.
Kind of like the Cowboys whenever they get Gerald McCoy, 15 years.
It's like Elton Brand could really help the Mavericks. Then when his career was over, we got him.
Yes.
So
that's exactly what we
4
do.
years from now, we will probably get Clint Capella.
Let's go.
But I looked at that list, and what was concerning with the list is I didn't see really anybody on the list that I was excited for the Mavs to trade for.
Okay.
One of them was Pascal Siakam. I think he could fit here tremendously.
Great.
And then it talked about what you'd probably have to give to get Pascal Siakam, and I'm like, it doesn't match.
Yeah.
The Mavericks and Toronto aren't going to match in this situation. So anyways, looking at that list, it just looked like this Mavs team, you really are going to have to look for maybe Omax Prosper, Maxi Kleber to get healthy. I don't know
You're
if
just
there's
gonna have to accept where you sit in the hierarchy.
Yeah, like you're going to have to accept that 4 is probably the highest you'll get, which is probably optimistic. 9 is probably the lowest that you'll be, which I don't think you'll be at 9.
Yeah.
So somewhere between 5 and 8 is where you're going to end up. Because I hope I'm wrong, but looking at Hoops Hype's list, I don't think there's a trade that makes sense for the Mavericks.
What about holiday food or beverage?
So I wanted to stick with eggnog.
Okay.
I'm not
great.
saying I love eggnog. I do like eggnog, but it reminds me of my grandpa, and we called him Papa, but he died when I was in 4th grade. So I don't have a lot of memory of this grandfather, but I remember him loving eggnog. He loved milk products so much that I always remember when we'd go to a Mexican restaurant, he would order white milk with Mexican food, which never made any sense to me. Now I see later in life it can calm down the spice that you're eating. But he used to always like eggnog. I have no clue. I was little, right? I have no clue if obviously he put alcohol in it or not. I don't remember. But I remember when I do have eggnog, I do put nutmeg on top.
Yeah.
Because he used to have nutmeg on top of his. So there's very few things I can remember about my papa. But that was one of the things that I can remember. So every time I have eggnog, it reminds me of my grandfather who passed away when I was in 4th grade.
That was a delightful story. Thank you for sharing, Mike.
You're welcome.
You said he couldn't do it.
Sometimes that's fair. From the 214, Florida State will show that they belong, and I wish I could eat turkey more than once per year. All right, just real
Dude,
quick.
you can eat turkey all the time.
Yeah, there's tons of turkey.
But how often do you see someone get, like, not deli turkey or something like that, get an actual turkey or buy a turkey at the grocery store outside of November?
For the most part, you're right, because turkeys are so big.
Yes.
And you're just like, let's just go to the smaller turkey.
Yes.
Chicken.
Yes.
The small turkey.
Small turkey.
Was it pork, the other white meat? And
Yeah,
then-
because you go to, right now, you go to a grocery store, guess what? They're going to have 20 rotisserie chickens ready for you to go.
True.
They're not going
like
to have
$4 or something,
five fully cooked turkeys. They'll be like, hey, you want a full turkey already cooked? Let's do it. Like,
that would be so awesome. In like March, it's like, hey, we got turkeys on sale for $30, fully cooked. You'd be like, wow.
and you probably eat more turkey.
Yes. I
You'd be
think
like,
you're
it's
right
already
about
cooked
that.
for me. I don't have to worry about it. I would say this, because it might get into a little bit of Mike likes it. Why wouldn't you just go to barbecue places and get turkey? Because they usually do have cooked
turkeys
turkey
ready to go. That's a good point.
Now,
That
it's
is
not like
a
the
very,
full- it's not the
like
full
hurtado.
turkey.
Yeah, you could absolutely. From the 214, the Stars will win the Stanley Cup, and I want more of the butterscotch pie I make at Thanksgiving. What's interesting about that is
you make it. You can make it anytime.
Yes, but don't you
If you
find
only choose to do it at Thanksgiving.
or for whatever reason you forget about it because again it's March or June, and then you're like, oh, hold up, this is the thing that I usually make.
I
for
do
the
really
holiday.
like pumpkin pie, and yet I really only eat it around Thanksgiving. I don't even know if I eat it around Christmas time.
Which is weird because you would think it's front of mind right now, and you're
Yeah.
like, let's get another pumpkin pie for Christmas. People aren't going to revolt.
But I like making it. I like my homemade pumpkin pie over store pumpkin
Like
pie.
H-E-B's ice cream pumpkin pie.
I'm sure it's great. HEB might even make a great pumpkin pie. I just have to drive 30 miles to get it, living near downtown Dallas.
But Kevin, with pumpkin stuff, it does seem like all that stuff hits the shelves as soon as the first leaf turns. You know, as soon as that happens, or we get a little bit of it's below 60 degrees,
right?
And now everybody, all the pumpkin spice stuff hits the shelf at Tom Thumb or whatever place, and that's where I'm just like, well, it kind of is all year round.
Do you like pumpkin spice stuff more or peppermint stuff?
I used to love peppermint ice cream from Brahms. Like that was my favorite.
Like the little pink
the little
flecks in there.
And green.
Yes,
Yeah, that is
I
good.
loved
Still
it.
good.
And you can, I mean, I also learned that you could make that into a shake, and I was like, whoa, world changed.
Does it grind down the candy?
Yep.
Okay.
Same kind of feel though, same kind of
Did you
thing.
get a little crunch?
But I would have, yes, and I like that. But I would have, I worked it on the border, and I would take like basically bags of peppermints home, and I kind of wore myself out on peppermint stuff. So I'm kind of done with that.
Is it
occasional
just, I mean,
treat?
Let's take Brahms, for instance. Great peppermint ice cream. Are they just taking vanilla ice cream and crushing up red and green peppermint?
And probably
throwing
putting
it in
some
there?
peppermint oil in there
see
to add to that flavor.
Oil or extract?
Extract.
Alec, in honor
I don't know. Let me go see.
National Eggnog Month, is there a seasonal food or beverage that you wish you ate or consumed more often. And what's your sports opinion?
Let's see. Sports opinion first. I'm going to say that before the Rangers make any kind of key free agent signing, I think they're going to make a key trade before. I don't know what's making me think that other than Justin Foscue must be a very attractive trade chip right now for a lot of teams that are in that rebuilding phase, that kind of have that one guy that's a little too good for their team that they could get some good value out of. I don't know who that might be, but that's how I'm feeling right now. And for a food that I wish I ate more, one that comes to mind because it was just recent was cranberries. Because the cranberry sauce at Thanksgiving.
Okay.
I feel like every time I have it, I'm just like, this is so good. This is so refreshing. Why do I not eat this more? Like, I don't know why I don't eat it outside of the month of November.
Would it be better for you when you're making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich to have
Cranberry
sauce with it
instead of jelly? I mean, it's good for your kidneys.
I don't know. There is a lot of sugar in it. My wife.
Cranberry's good for your kidneys, I believe.
Not aware of that.
But also, like, some of this stuff that we're discussing is seasonal for a reason. Like, it's not harvested until a certain time. So, like, some of the stuff, are cranberries always available, or is this time of year the best time to harvest and eat them? I don't know.
I bet it has to. I bet you're right on that. Just because, like, if I'm correct about this, right now isn't the best time to get like fresh blueberries or raspberries. They still sell them in the grocery store, but when you get like the ones that like blueberries that taste great, isn't that more like late springtime where you're getting like the Mayish blueberries taste way better than the December blueberries?
I love blueberries too.
Now, Corey, this person took the time from the 682. I apologize for the delay driving, and I had to find a safe place to pull over and write this text.
Good.
Can I get your wife's number so I can get that corn casserole recipe?
I mean, I can just. You can just
start with a 2
me.
or a 4.
Let's not. I'm not giving out my wife's number today. All right, that's not happening.
Or ever.
Yeah,
hopefully.
I mean, I
At
don't
some
know.
point, are you ever going to tell the story about the mom that had a surgery?
No.
Oh, no.
I don't think I'm.
That's a crazy story.
That was for us three.
Oh, okay.
And if Alec had been there, he could have heard it too. But it was for
man.
us in that room alone, off microphones, Michael.
All right. Well, look, I didn't give any details.
Mom.
By the way, the peppermint ice cream, grade A whole milk, sugar, cream, peppermint candy, stabilizer blend. I don't have a clue what that is.
Okay.
And natural vanilla. So it sounds like all the peppermint flavor comes from the crushed up peppermint.
Okay.
Yeah.
From the 903, the Cowboys will consistently find a way to stop the tush push on Sunday. And
No, they won't.
And pecan
Nobody can stop
pie
that.
You got to be lower.
is there. Hey, that's their opinion, though.
We're going to see Micah Parsons jump over the top.
Yeah.
I love Micah. I don't know what he's trying to accomplish. I know he's trying to accomplish by jumping over while doing a somersault flip, grabbing Jalen Hurts' waist, and then pulling him backwards.
After
it will
he's
never
already got the
happen.
first down. From the 817, Dallas will win a close victory over the Eagles this weekend, and I want the Hickory Farm sausage all year round. Cosign. Because other places have sausage. It's not the same as the Hickory Farm sausage.
Is that not a year-round thing?
No. I mean, maybe it is. I'm sure
Farm.
Hickory Farms is like, we work all year. But I only see
Why am I thinking of Pepperidge Farm? There's
the cookies.
There's very different Doesn't Pepperidge Farm make salamis and stuff, or am I crazy about that?
Maybe. I think of them immediately
right.
for cookies. Hickory
Farms does the little cheese and sausage box.
And I do think those are amazing, but I don't ever see them in a store outside of, again, mid to late November or December.
Can I want to add something to this to the conversation that I started earlier. So this is a long time ago, but somebody texted in and said they're ready for Nathaniel Lowe to go because they want to see what Justin Foscue can do at first base. And I just wanted to get y'all's opinion on that because I went and looked at his numbers and I was like, all right, reasonable. And we've discussed many times, he's not playing second base. That's not going to happen. Is he a valid replacement for Nathaniel Lowe?
Just that.
Foscue?
Yeah.
His numbers don't suggest that he would do, because if you're wanting to replace Nate Lowe or Nathaniel Lowe, you're wanting a first baseman that hits 35 home runs and drives in 110 guys. Kind of your more traditional, what you'd consider first baseman.
Yeah.
Justin Foscue isn't a traditional offensive first baseman. He would be, I mean, in a hope, right? Because Nate Lowe's won the freaking Silver Slugger Award at first base just a year ago and has gotten better defensively at first base. I don't think Justin Foscue would be the ultimate, this was the upgrade you're looking for. Really, what you'd be looking for is Wyatt Langford numbers at first base. I don't think they're moving him to first base, but that would be like, we think he can hit 40 home runs and drive in 120 guys. So I don't know. I'm interested in Justin Foscue helping out the major league team next year, but I don't think he would be what you'd consider the upgrade. He could help out at first base, being if there's a tough lefty.
He could replace Josh Smith maybe if Josh Smith was traded. Like, not in that he's a pinch runner like him, but he can play a lot of positions in field.
I don't think Foscue can play short. I know he can't play short.
Just right
I
side of
don't
the...
know if he can play third or not. I would have to get a better report on, is he a third? Because I just remember when he got drafted, I was told he truly is just a second baseman. And maybe he's worked a little bit on corner outfield play.
Because, hey, to get on a team, to get up here, you kind of had to.
The tough thing about Foscue being similar age is how much third base time do you get when in the minor leagues you have Josh Young and Davis Wenzel, who got, I think, $5 million I'm approximating for Josh Young and $2.5 million for Davis Wenzel?
I'll have to go look at Wenzel's numbers.
Good question. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and right now, let's do some Mike Likes It.
All right, so this is going to be maybe an interesting Mike Likes It. Hopefully, sometimes I worry about my topics being not super fun.
Okay.
But we've been talking a lot of barbecue lately on 105.3 The Fan, and for some reason, I think my phone and YouTube are picking up that I've had barbecue conversations lately on the air and stuff.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, I've been watching these YouTube videos. A lot of people from around the world come to Texas that are YouTubers. And I'm sure there are some that aren't YouTubers too, but these are the ones that I see, obviously, on YouTube. And they come to Texas and to our Metroplex strictly for barbecue.
Yes.
So I'm wondering, I know you guys don't have this answer. Maybe a guy like Brandon Hurtado would, or the people that run different famous barbecue places would have the answer on how many people come from outside of Texas, then outside of the country, the United States, to specifically come here for some sort of barbecue vacation.
I bet it happens all the time. I really do think that it's one of those things where the people who are very into it start making, like, they want to go see the difference between Kansas City barbecue and Texas.
Okay.
And what is the Texas style? And I mean, because I think Hurtado's different than most Texas
That's
style.
what makes them unique, right? Is I don't think that they're in the same category as
I can see that.
As certain barbecue places. I'm sure, yes, they compete the same way with their brisket and stuff like that, but they kind of have, I call it, I forget what Brandon calls it, but I call it a Tex-Mex barbecue.
Is it Texacu?
Yeah, I think that's what he calls it. Yes, thank you.
But you're right, Mike. Like, there are so many, and what's happened in the last 10 years, like Kevin, I was telling you a while back, breweries started popping up everywhere. Now it's barbecue is popping up everywhere.
Okay.
It's really good. There are a lot of people that are very good at what they're doing.
So I'm not trying to say, this is going to be interesting. I have from TexasRealFood.com, discover.texasrealfood.com. I think this is what a lot of people are using because I've seen some people say, oh, we've gone to what is considered the #1 Texas barbecue place to travel to. And then they're doing YouTube videos on this. And it's Goldie's Barbecue in Fort Worth. Now, the only reason that I know about Goldie's Barbecue in Fort Worth, I'm not taking a shot at them. I'm not praising them. I've never been there. But they're considered #1 on this website. And then I think a lot of people from YouTube channels are using this as, I have to go there because Texas is the king of barbecue. And then they're saying this place is the #1 barbecue place in Texas.
Mexicu. I'm sorry. Mexicu.
Mexicu.
I always
is what
say
Brandon...
Texacu and it's wrong.
Okay.
Mexicu.
So I've never been there. Text in if you have been there. It's in Fort Worth. They're only open on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And tell me if it really is different than other barbecue places in Dallas, Fort Worth. And I'm going to be honest. I'm going to name these top 10 places, and I'm sure that there's a new list that's going to come out because this is 2022. Because I felt like for a long time, correct me if I'm wrong, that Franklin's was considered #1 in Texas for a while.
Yep.
And here's what's weird.
And Broadus knows all about it. Broadus sat down and cooked with them and all that stuff. So he knows too. And so did Sean, I think, did go down there.
I'm wondering this, right? I've been to Pecan Lodge. It's not even top 10 on this list either. I think Pecan Lodge is great. I think Hurtado's is great. I think that there's a lot of places that I've been to that I think are great, and they're not on this list. So I'm not saying this is the ultimate list, but this seems to be the list that like YouTubers are using to try out Texas barbecue.
I will say, too, Franklin's is one I haven't been to that I've always wanted to.
They're number 7 on this list for 2022.
Snows. I don't know if Snows is on that list.
Snows is number 9 in Lexington.
Okay.
Help me out. Where's Lexington?
It's in the like hill country area.
Okay.
Yeah, but like those are the two that I've. Those are two of the places that I've heard about that I really want to try out. Is Black's, not Terry Black's, but Black's Barbecue and Lockhart on there?
I'll give you the list real quick of the top 10 from this discover.texasrealfood.com. And maybe they're getting this from another place. This is where I'm at. Goldie's in Fort Worth, it says, is number 1. Interstellar Barbecue in Austin is number 2. Truth Barbecue in Houston is number 3. Burnt Bean Company in Seguin, Texas.
I heard that's good.
Is number 4. Leroy and Lewis in Austin, number 5. Number 6 is Cadillac Barbecue in Dallas, which I'm going to be honest, I've lived in Dallas my whole life. I've never been to Cadillac Barbecue.
They've followed me on Twitter since the day we went on air.
Okay.
The first day we went on air, they were one of the first people that followed me, and I was like, what is this?
Franklin's in Austin. I've heard of it. I've never been to it. And then I'll have another question off of watching these people do these barbecue things on YouTube. Evie Mays in Wolforth, if I'm saying that city right. I'm not sure where that is, to be honest. And then Snows in Lexington was number 9, and Panther City Barbecue in Fort Worth is number 10. I have not been to any of these barbecue places, and I'm wondering how fun would it be to go to these 10 places and try them out and then kind of rank them yourself?
Wolforth is right outside of Lubbock.
Okay.
So if you want to go relive your Texas Tech days with Sue, then you can stop in at the place up in Wolforth.
Okay. I used to eat at Long John Silver's there. I used to eat it. It was not Luby's, but I'm Furs. Furs was great in college because it was all you could eat.
Yes.
What do you call that type of food?
Cafeteria
food.
Buffet.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So let me ask you guys this question based off of watching this. Would you guys stand in line for an hour and a half for barbecue?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think so. Especially
Not with my family.
Okay.
If Kevin wants to go, let's go.
See, now we're on to something, because I was going to say as long as you're with somebody, but I do see your caveat of probably not if you have the kids
are going
with
to irritate
you.
me.
Yeah.
My wife doesn't want to be there.
If you're with a friend, especially a friend who's also into barbecue, because you'll probably be like, "Oh man, do you see those burnt ends over there?"
Yes.
Like you'll probably start like hyping yourself up through the line. I think I would as well.
Yeah, I'd watched the Netflix barbecue segment, and Snows was one of the places they went to.
Okay.
And it was just a great story. The story was awesome, but watching those lines, I was like, those people, and it's cold, and the people are just ready and waiting when their lawn chairs and everything. And I just don't know. I don't know if I could do it with the family or by myself, but
Right.
I'm down to go with a friend for that.
And I know I named 10. There's tons of great
yeah,
barbecue in Dallas,
You could
Fort
find
Worth.
something
and-
that would
right.
be 27 that you'd be like, "This is amazing."
But what I'm wondering is, how do you move up and down this list? Don't you, like, Franklin's probably hasn't changed in 10 years.
Yeah.
And I feel like, I don't know this, I felt like Franklin's used to be the standard in Texas, and I could be wrong on that. I'm sorry if I'm wrong, barbecue connoisseurs. But has Franklin's changed at all, or has other people perfected their barbecue over, like they said, Franklin's is the standard, how do we make ours better than Franklin's?
I actually do know one of the answers that sometimes leads to these changes is when the pitmaster changes, because then a lot of people will be like, "Oh, a lot of upheaval there,"
Okay.
because the pitmaster has changed.
Yeah.
And then it feels like you get regraded. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like if that's the case.
I feel like this would be a fun thing to do with like guys too. To your point, maybe not family, but my wife is not a big barbecue
My
fan.
wife is not either.
Really?
Yeah, she'll be like, well, I just get me the turkey.
She's fine with it. My wife, maybe to Adrian too, is Like, she's fine eating barbecue, but it's not something she seeks out. If it's like, hey, let's go out to dinner tonight, she will never pick barbecue as your pick type of deal.
I know there was a time where people started calling out Franklin's for using beef tallow on the brisket, and now everybody uses it. Like, now everybody's throwing that out there, and I was like, well, he just was setting the standard at the time. But we have seen a couple of texts that say this list is official. This list is accurate AF from the 682.
Okay.
So there are a lot of people saying that this list is really good. I guess, though,
this is the list it seems like a lot of people use on YouTube to check out the best barbecue places in Texas.
But y'all know this. You can only you might have a couple days of barbecue, but that's more than just a weekend run to Austin to hit a couple. You're going to have to spread this out over the year, probably.
If you don't, you'll pay for it.
Yeah, exactly. And he's not talking about financially.
That is true.
He's talking about in your stomach.
Yeah, where sometimes you have to go to the restroom.
And barbecue is obviously a heavy food. And now I'm going to have a controversial take here, and then we'll get to the Corey's Corner C block. Is my favorite thing at barbecue restaurants is sausage.
Sausage is great. One of our friends,
not knocking brisket. I like brisket. I like
That's
ribs.
obviously what I
But
would
for
say,
some
yeah.
reason, like, my favorite thing is sausage with barbecue sauce on it.
What I'm seeing too is and a lot of people are saying this list has now become about creativity. And I've seen people putting chunks of brisket into sausage and seeing the creativity with sausages. And one of our friends runs a place called Sunbird Barbecue, and he came up. What's that?
Jim runs it?
Nope, not Sunberg.
Oh,
I knew that's what you were doing.
Sunbird,
Jim
and
Sunbird.
he's a huge fan of boudin, and he loves to make different types of boudin, and so that's like his thing, and that's what I like.
That's a Louisiana thing.
Yeah, the sausage
with rice in it.
Well, no, he's just yes, exactly, yeah, and so that's where like the creativity part is. A lot of these guys are just doing something they like. And they do something, they're not trying to mimic anybody. They're just trying to do something they enjoy doing. And it turns into a real passion for this craft. So it's a lot of fun to see these people really going after it. One of my best friends runs a place called 190 Smoked Meats over here in Dallas.
That place is really good.
And him and the buddies were just playing washers and, cornhole in the backyard, drinking beer and just waiting for briskets to get done. And then said, let's just make it a business. And they're doing amazing. So the whole way that this has grown in Texas is pretty awesome. Back to you, Kevin.
No, that was
good job, Mike.
Yeah, that was really interesting.
There you go.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I will pronounce Boudin appropriately next time.
Oh, not Boudin?
Yeah, my bad.
All right. I'll pronounce most of the words I say in this commercial correctly.
We'll see.
Let's talk about the holiday season and the Diamond Factory. Not only do you have Christmas, the holiday season, my wife's birthday is in December, our anniversary is in January. If you are running up against it right now and you're just like, I don't know what to get her for, whatever it is, the Diamond Factory can help you out. The Diamond Factory is great. I've been there. I can tell you firsthand. I've bought diamond earrings. I bought diamond necklace for my wife there. They're the only jewelry showroom in the U.S. with an on-site diamond cutting factory, which means you control every step of the process from rough stone to sparkling gem. You're going to be blown away by the Diamond Factory's selection of exquisite diamonds, both natural and lab-grown. The best part is there's no pressure. They're going to have people there. They're true gemologists, and they're experts, and they're going to guide you and help you choose the perfect piece for your budget. You can eliminate the middleman, saving your hard-earned money. Who doesn't love that around this time of year? Here's the deal. Head on over to the Diamond Factory near the Galleria, or if you prefer to shop online, go to thediamondfactory.com. Trust me, your dream diamond is just a visit or a click away. The Diamond Factory, where quality meets affordability. Don't wait. Go shine brighter with the Diamond Factory today.
Boomer Esiason is on the Fan. Check out Kickoff, getting you ready for every game. Sunday mornings at 7 on the Fan. Presented nationally by Casamigos Tequila. Casamigos, brought to you by those who drink it. And Lowe's. Lowe's knows home improvement. It's Boomer on 105.3 The Fan.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools and Autoflex Leasing.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, G-Bag Nation doing their show out at the Texas Rangers Toy Drive, Globe Life Field. The Toy Drive will be going from 4 to 7. They're going to have autographed guests, including Marcus Semien, Josh Spores, Emily Jones, Matt Hicks, Mike Maddox, Jared Sandler, I believe, is going to be signing out there as well. It's going to be a grand old time. If you want to go out there, and if you bring a new unwrapped toy, $15 or more, you get a ticket to a Texas Rangers game next year. That's the
awesome.
Defending world champion Texas Rangers.
How do you get a ticket again?
You bring an unwrapped toy of $15 or more to the toy drive.
Okay.
That's it.
Very doable. And also, who would have ever guessed 2 months ago that I might go, boy, I really want a Josh Spores autograph.
Yes.
Because, like, he's the guy. He's the one guy in Rangers history. He got the strikeout to win the World Series.
It is absolutely amazing. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I'm going to get back into some of the Cowboys questions I had from yesterday.
Okay.
But this headline confuses me. And Mike's going to laugh because of my my story about Gonzaga. But the headline reads...
Beautiful Gonzaga.
The headline reads, after rejecting a trade to pitch on the West Coast, Eduardo Rodriguez is now headed to the West Coast to pitch for the Diamondbacks. That's not the West Coast.
Right, that's the Southwest.
That's the Southwest. And that frustrates me, that the way this country looks on a map, that, like, we're in the West, they say. And I'm like, no, we're in the South middle. Like, we're in the South. We are the South. That's what it is. There's no West about us. If you drew a line down the country, I understand that everybody on the East Coast thinks the world revolves around them. But if you drew a line down the middle of the state of the map, we're in the middle at the bottom.
And people think the South is like Mississippi and Alabama.
Yeah, and that's Southeast.
We're the real South.
Yeah, exactly. We should only be called South.
Instead of Texas or just the area?
I mean, Texas is just one big America. I've said that many times. We have everything. No, one big America, Kevin. It's a big state.
Okay.
Very large state.
Man, that is the most annoying part about going to Alaska, is because nobody lives in Alaska, it seems like. So everyone's like, hey, where are you visiting from? And if you tell them Texas, and I swear, like 4 times the first 2 days I was there, oh, what's it like to be in a big state now? God, I hated it so much.
Yeah, and if you go play in California, don't you kind of like have to play for free because of all the taxes?
I don't know. I've never paid taxes in California.
Hey, you know the websites. What's California's state tax like compared to Arizona state tax? Because didn't he get traded to a California team? I'm pretty sure, and he's like, I'm not going there.
7.25%
in Arizona.
Statewide tax in California.
I think you're missing a 9, isn't it? 97 point.
5.6 in Arizona.
Okay. There are a lot of other taxes as well.
Do you want the corporate income tax?
I do not.
The percent state sales tax?
I thought you'd love this segment. I did this for you, Kevin. This is your Christmas present. In fact, I forgot to tell you. Merry Christmas, Kevin. As you smoke your funny bone. Is it funny? How funny is it?
It is not. Oh, it is not funny.
I thought this was what you wanted for Christmas, was a state tax segment.
Yeah, that'll go over super well.
Are you all right? You need an ice pack?
No, I'm fine.
He's hurting himself intentionally to get out of this segment.
Jeez, dude.
It doesn't even have to do with... I didn't even mention politics, that California is a Democratic state.
Okay, I know, Mike.
Isn't Arizona a swing state, or is it... I don't even know what it is.
Oh, my God. It's really weird because most of the state is red, but there's this little section that's blue, and they take up the entire...
Help me out. This is how little I know. Which one's red?
Red is a Republican.
Okay.
All right. Cowboys questions.
Thank God.
Have you given up on Michael Gallup?
Yes.
As a productive player, yes. He'll be in the NFL next year. He might even be on the Cowboys next year.
He has received 2 targets in the last 2 games. He has caught 1 of them. He had 5 targets against Carolina, but that was Carolina, bro. He had 2 targets against the Giants, 3 targets against Philadelphia, 3 targets against the Rams. His most targets 10 against the Chargers. And I understand CeeDee Lamb is the guy, but Michael Gallup was paid as a guy that could be a productive receiver, and you're getting very little out of him right now.
I think knees that get hurt as wide receivers, most of them come back the same. Same thing with elbows for pitchers, but it's not 100%. And unfortunately for Michael Gallup, it's not the same. That injury didn't end his career, but changed it tremendously.
Yeah.
And at this point, you're so far past that knee injury that this is what he is. He's a guy that doesn't get separation. His hands are okay. And because he doesn't get separation and his hands aren't Chris Carter, like, you just have a guy that's a below average wide receiver. Like, somebody made the joke when I was talking about Kansas City, I think on Monday, the Chiefs, and like, well, and I'm like, yeah, they have 5 Michael Gallups.
Oh, man. You might be right.
And they're all different. Sky Moore is little and fast and can't ever get open or catch the ball. Valdez Scantling gets open 50% of the time and drops the pass 50% of the time.
Or turns the wrong way.
Yeah. Rich Rice, who that's not his first name because he just won an award.
Rashi Rice.
He looks like he has potential to be better as his career goes along, but right now he's a number 4.
Mm-hmm.
And he also, I think he is a number 4 too.
Would you trust Rich Rice more than Rashi Rice?
No. Honestly,
I trust
Rashi Rice is their only chance in their organization to develop somebody who's probably a number 2 receiver. I'm not even going to say a number 1, but like Sky Moore's a bust. Like, the only reason he's sticking around is because of his combine numbers. But anyways, I turned that into a Kansas City Chiefs segment. I'm sorry.
To add on to that question then, who is the best second option in this offense?
Brandon Cooks? Ferguson? Are those your 2 choices?
Your first option is Lamb. That's your number 1. So who is your best second option then?
I mean, they're both very different, right?
Yep.
But Ferguson and Cooks are your choice.
I think I'm going to go Ferguson, but I still think the offense would be better if it was Cooks.
Okay. I love the ability to mismatch with Ferguson, and because you can line him up next to CD, and now there's a little, if CD takes a double team, you could maybe have single coverage with somebody who can't defend a Ferguson. And then the same thing if you line him up next to Brandon Cooks. Brandon Cooks can hit a seam and be gone. So I think you have really great options with the 2 of them.
This isn't a fair question to you because you're not the G-Bag Nation. But I was listening to the G-Bag Nation, and they were kind of taking shots at Schoonmaker.
Okay.
And I'm not saying he's a bad player or a good player, but I found it interesting because I don't think he's had a bad year for a second round.
There have been some drops, and he finally has held on to the ball late.
Okay.
But there were some drops that you were like, hey, man, catch that one.
And I'm not saying he should be your number 2 option at all. I'm not suggesting that. And maybe they were just suggesting that there was offensive linemen and running backs that should have been taken over the tight end position.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like Scooney has improved as the season has gone along. Like, hasn't he improved? Mozzie hasn't improved, has he?
There was a game where I thought we were going in that direction, but then
Was it the Giants game and then the Carolina game? And so I just need to see that from him. I need to see more of that from him.
Yeah.
In this game. Like, I really do need to see him stuff the line, and people will say we can't run against these guys today because he's in the way. He's a problem, and that open up Osa. Like, if it's opening up, Osa having a great year, and I wonder if he's benefiting from them trying to push away Mozzie a little
bit. Corey, I'm not professional enough to run it, but maybe during crosstalk you ask, hey, Scooney, like, how's he doing or not doing? Because
leave that to Kevin. He's
Kevin
really organized.
He'll do it professionally.
Yeah. You got it, buddy.
So you're not going to do crosstalk tomorrow?
No, I'm done.
Did you not hear?
I got demoted, man.
We were here all week. You've been here every day.
Do you understand? I know what demotion is. I was a professional AAA pitcher for most of my career. And that meant every time I came up, they said, we can do better. And that's what I feel like my crosstalk was.
Okay.
They said,
you had
can do better.
Your crosstalk for a time was like your time in Arizona. Was that Arizona when you were
Sidewinder?
When I was 11-0.
Yeah, 11-0, and I think your ERA was like a 2.
Yeah.
That's
still didn't get called up.
It's not fair.
How many more sacks will Micah have?
You mean for the season?
By the end of the season, because I think if he has 2 sacks,
5 games left?
Before the season's
I say
over,
5.
he will
I like
have
that number.
broken his record. So do you think he's going to have 5 more, so he'll end up with 16 and a half sacks?
Yes.
Can I ask you this question, not knowing the opponents well besides Washington?
Yes.
Tua, Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts, Jared Goff. How sackable are those guys? Like offensive line / sackable? Like, are these guys getting sacked a lot or not? I know, obviously, Sam Howell is.
Yeah.
And I know that they're kind of blaming the offensive line. You also might want to blame the guy holding the ball for 73 seconds.
I would be inclined to agree with that. I think it's a mix of both of them.
Jalen Hurts is 5th.
And most getting sacked.
Most sacks
okay.
at 32. Well below Sam Howell.
Sam Howell's like a 4 or something like that.
Yeah,
So let's say
ridiculous.
if that game matters, he'll get 2 sacks there.
2 is 29th. So he's only been sacked 17 times
no
this
sacks
year.
there.
That's amazing.
That is absolutely wild. And I'm trying to find Josh Allen on this list right now, and I do not see him. So it might take me a minute. Josh Allen's 33rd. He's been sacked 15 times. But it feels
So we're
like
in so 5 is like this game. Jared Goff. Did you have Jared Goff on there?
Jared Goff is 24th, so he has 21 this year.
So 5's going to be tough to get, right?
True. I stand by it. 5.
I will say Goff is less
6.
likely to get away. You know, like Josh Allen can run, and I think and Josh Allen also has this ability to. I'm just going to throw it in the air, and I don't care if it's intercepted. Tua's like, I'm just going to throw it in the air because I know Tyreek will run underneath it. Whereas Jared Goff, like if they have a bad day, you saw it in Green Bay against Green Bay on Thanksgiving. He got pressured all day long, and Green Bay just kept coming after him. So he's the one that I would say maybe you get a couple off of him, but he's going to get the ball out quick.
It'll be interesting with Micah Parsons the last game of the year if it doesn't mean anything, because I think he will beg and plead and be like, no, this guy gets sacked. I want 3 sacks.
I want 3 today.
And they're like, we can't improve our situation, and we need you 100% healthy for not only the wild card round, but hopefully divisional round and NFC championship game. And I think Micah will say, I'll be just fine health-wise. I want to go get those numbers.
I can see that.
Also,
Absolutely.
have you seen that China unveiled an actual real-life invisibility cloak? Have you seen this yet?
What?
Yeah. It means they've had it for a few years now and maxed out its usage because they have shown the world. They showed up and they showed I got a video if you want to check it out, but it already exists. And they say it will change our lives.
Wang Juju and Yi Jillian, they disappeared all the time for the Mavs.
God, how did I not know this was going to circle back around to the Mavericks?
God, take the cloak off at some point, you two.
Should have known.
During the presentation that was recorded, and I have seen this on a huge stage, the expert is seen accompanied by 2 assistants. He's holding an apparently translucent sheet composed of what appears to be a unique material. The panel shows his legs. However, when he asks his companions to turn him 90 degrees, the lower part of his body disappears. He becomes completely invisible to the public. Now, how much would you pay for an invisibility cloak?
$75,000.
Wow. I thought when you said 75, I was like, that's actually a pretty good deal right there.
I think you're getting ripped off.
Yeah?
I need to see it work.
I got
well,
this.
I'm saying if it works, $75,000.
Wow.
Are you serious?
Yeah. You know all the things you can do with that.
Positive?
I didn't say that.
Oh yeah, he's absolutely thinking about sneaking into banks and stuff. Kevin already has a plan to rob a bank. You know this, right?
I used to worry my mom when I was a kid. And then I got arrested for stealing, and I was like, I get your point.
I mean, that is a lot of money, but it is. But what if
I mean,
all
you're
of a
making
sudden
it all back in
it was
bank
like I
robberies.
remember when plasma TVs came out and they were like $5,000 to $10,000. Now look, nobody even wants a plasma anymore.
So hold on. So your issue with the invisibility?
Yeah, it's like you're going to pay
you wanna
$75K.
wait it out.
Yeah,
until it's like on the rack at
See,
Target.
but that's the thing. By the time it's there, we'll have
till
all
Insignia makes one.
we'll have all the defense mechanisms in place for this. When I get it in 75,000, society will not be prepared for it.
That's valid. Nobody knows what's going on while Kevin has it. So
Are you going to just like show your head, like just walking around as like you have no body? You're just like this head walking around.
I do see the appeal of that. Man, I'd be a great magician.
Hell of a Halloween costume for sure,
That's
right?
true.
Everybody's like, whoa, what happened? You could be naked under there. Don't
No,
show that
I
off.
will not.
Don't do that though.
That would be weird. You cloak your head and everything, but you just have that hanging out.
Oh my God, Mike!
That would be like how how scared would people be? If you want to scare people,
it's just floating
just
around.
like your privates hanging out and there's nothing else.
Anyway, that's the C block, ladies.
You're
and
paying
gentlemen.
$75K for it. I didn't pay for
Not
it.
to do that.
Dude, if
You just said you're going to do negative things with it.
would you
No,
let
I
me
said
borrow
not
it?
positive things.
Would you let me borrow it?
For a fee, and I would need a
Yeah,
detailed.
you need
plan
a
of
fee. You
what
need
you're-
fees to make up for your $75K.
You sure about that? We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming
James
up
Slater
next,
could do the commercial for it.
oh my God, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. 877-881-1053. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or does he just say things on air that probably shouldn't be said on air? Let us know. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
First and goal. Eagles leading 7-0. Late first quarter. Prescott in the gum. Here comes Lamb in motion. Claps his hands, wants the ball, gets the ball, goes in the left flat. Ferguson wide open at the 3 and bangs his way in for the Cowboys touchdown.
Great work you're doing back there, Alec.
I hate technology.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for My Buddy's an Idiot from the 214. My buddy's an idiot. He told everyone on 100,000 watts he's planning to rob a bank with his invisible cloak. Because if that happens, you're definitely going to think it was me now, right?
How do you make the money invisible?
Hide it under the cloak.
Yeah.
Checkmate.
You're not going to have a lot of money. You're holding it yourself.
$10,000 is like, what, an inch?
I've seen it in $1 bills.
Okay, I'm not going to steal the $1 bills then.
You're assuming the bank has 100.
Yes,
bills.
I do assume that the bank has $100 bills.
Have you ever been to a bank that didn't have $100 bills?
Yeah, I think I have. I think I've been to plenty of Bank of Americas that actually don't have a whole bunch of money. Right? There's one like on Cockrell Hill. I don't know if it has any money there, to be honest.
All right.
I feel like you go there for loans and stuff, but I don't know if they have a vault there.
What do they loan you then? All right.
I think they have to call another Bank of America and be like, they're just like, here's a piece of paper that says you have it now.
Okay.
Good luck with that.
So I need y'all to give me a ruling on this. Giannis has impressed a whole lot of people with his ability to name 31 candies in 30 seconds.
Oh, geez.
That is impressive.
But I want to know if it's Giannis or the Bucks for allowing some of these nonsensical non-candy answers to stand. I'm going to let him take it away with cut number 7. Count how many you do not think are candies that he lists. Take it away, Giannis.
I love candy, so let's do it. Chocolate candy, M&M's, Hershey's, Snickers, Reese's, Kit Kat, Crunch, Butterfinger, Almond Joy, Three Musketeers, Twix, Milky Way, Fruit Roll-Ups, baby. Milk Duds, Ferrero Rocher, Reese's Pieces, Junior Mints, Skittles, Red Vine, Gushers, Fruit Snacks, Starburst, Twizzlers, Jolly Rancher, Honey Gummy Bears, Mentos, Toblerone, Kinder Chocolate, Sky Bars, Snow Caps, and Jelly Beans.
All right.
I can't understand everything he said.
What convention was that?
That was at the Bucks game.
That was a convention. Everybody's been to a convention where you're like, what's that dude even saying?
It's like the Dallas Card Show kind of thing.
His first answer was chocolate candy.
That is
I thought he was going like you were doing like a paper. And he was like, Roman numeral 1, chocolate candy. And then underneath.
He had, I
thought
he was just saying, now I'm going to name chocolate candies.
And then he said fruit roll-ups,
Does that not
Gushers,
count?
and Mentos. Fruit roll-ups are not candy.
What is it?
It's a fruit snack. Gushers, fruit snack. Mentos, the fresh maker.
Fruit snacks aren't candy?
Yeah, but Mentos are in the candy aisle. Like when you're looking at Starburst, Skittles, M&M's, Mentos, I believe, aren't they checking out? Like you're checking out and it's in the candy section.
They're underneath the Tic Tacs.
It's not in the mint section.
So you think Mentos are candy?
I think so. And also Mentos, they make them also in candy flavors too.
Yeah.
There is Mentos that are
Not
white,
just the mint ones, yeah.
but there are ones
Fruit
that are
flavors and stuff.
They're in very soft colors. Pastels, what do you call it?
Pastels.
Pastels, thank you.
So Mentos are in, but Gushers, fruit candy, or fruit roll-ups, and chocolate candy.
Chocolate candy is like, you got to be more specific.
Yeah, that one. So you're knocking them down to off. You're knocking 4 off of there.
I say 3. If you say Mentos counts, that's still pretty impressive. But do the Bucks deserve a little heat for allowing this to slide? You should not give him credit for some of those.
I couldn't understand a third of what he said.
Oh, okay.
I think the Bucks need to go. Get rid of them.
No,
Is that what you wanted?
Yeah.
No, not necessarily.
Trade him for Michael Oluwakandy, the Candy Man.
Yeah, remember that?
Yeah, he's still in the NBA, isn't he?
No way.
No, he's horrible.
Is Trevor Lawrence an idiot for admitting he probably should have taken the cart? Because everyone's like, why didn't he get a cart? He said the cart was made available and he didn't take it. And he said when he got into the hallway, he goes, oh man, the hallway is really long. Maybe I should have taken the cart.
I'm hoping he's the Dirk Nowitzki of the NFL. Where it looks really bad, the ankle looks really bad. It's like, oh no. And then Dirk would always play the next day.
Dirk was like that though.
So I'm hoping that T-Law has the same ankles that Dirk has, in a way, just that they don't roll as much. But come on, dude, block better. If you're 300 pounds, stop stepping on your quarterback's ankle.
That was a step. Like somebody stepped on him?
That's how it happened.
Because I kept looking.
His lineman got pushed back as he was kind of planted, about ready to throw the ball, and he stepped on his high ankle.
Okay, every angle I saw, it just looked like he stepped down and just fell over. I was like, what? Maybe I missed that. I'm going to have to go back and rewatch it. But I will say this. A lot of people were texting in, and they were saying, hey, idiots, there's already a story out there that the golf cart was out of gas. And I never saw that story. So who's the idiot now?
People who texted that in. He's literally the one who said he turned down the cart.
If it didn't run out of gas in Jacksonville, would you believe it though?
Yeah.
That's a believable Jacksonville
would.
story. I mean, it's Florida for one.
I think.
For two, it's that city.
I think I would.
Yeah.
All right, let's go from that to.
Listen, we're trying our best, man.
Did somebody really send that in?
Yes. Oh, I just like Mike's here in Jacksonville.
We're the poorest team in the world for football. We're trying, man. We got a crap stadium. We play half of our games overseas. We're trying.
Okay.
We got a whole wrestling thing we're trying to keep afloat.
Yep. That's true.
Oh, why don't they do more wrestling on a ship, on a battleship?
You know what? We're going to have Chris Jericho on the show on Tuesday, and he does a rock and wrestling cruise.
What?
Where they have wrestling matches on the cruise ship.
With The Rock?
No, not with The Rock.
He flies in the air, right? Jericho likes doing flying stunts in wrestling.
I think it's the Hardys.
No.
He will go to the top rope, but I don't know if that's how I would necessarily think.
I got to go
right now.
do my research on Jericho. I've heard of his name. I
Kenny
felt like
Omega.
he's blonde. He has long blonde hair, right?
He does. I mean, he'll go to the top rope, but
Okay.
at least at this stage of his career, I guess I don't necessarily think of him.
I think
as,
you're thinking of Ethan Page.
Are you on the AEW website right now? That's
I don't even know who Ethan Page is.
That's fair. Is people who hack college kids, there you go. People who hack college kids' Twitter. Is a defensive back for Texas A&M, Bryce Anderson, put out a tweet that said he was going to the transfer portal. And then he had to go to Instagram and say, my Twitter has been hacked. I have not hit the transfer portal. I just think that's a weird bit to hack a college kid and say, hey, you're going to go in the transfer portal. Like, who is that for?
And what if the team is like, all right, just check him off the list, and they've already sent in their paperwork?
At A&M, I get it. We lose a lot of people to the transfer portal. I'm sure
especially
we're like,
this year.
Yep.
You know why?
That one too.
Because your coach left.
Yeah, maybe. Or maybe they're just like, we're disappointing. And I thought I came here to win. And we didn't win. So I'm going to go somewhere else.
Oh, man.
Maybe. I'm just going to throw out a couple of options right there. It could be multiple things.
Chris Jericho's debut was like taking on The Rock. Does that make sense?
I mean, his debut in the WWE, he talked with The Rock, but he did not wrestle The Rock.
I'm just watching him talk right now. I was just seeing if he was going to be a high flyer.
My buddy is an idiot at Topps. I like Topps
in New York. Well, they make 70 million cards.
MLB just posted, Kevin, repost for your chance to win this amazing card.
Ooh.
And it's Shohei Ohtani. And I'm betting, I guess this is a 1/1. I don't know. It's from Topps now with him sitting there on his couch with his dog. And I don't want that card. I'm sorry. It's like, for me, it's a dude on the couch with his dog.
If you want to get more mad at Shohei Ohtani, I'm not mad at him. But supposedly watching MLB Network last night, nobody is supposed to ask what that dog's name is.
Because they did, and they said, can't tell you that.
Because supposedly the dog's name has something to do with the team he's playing on next year, which then I would say, wait a second. Right, that sounds like a dog's name, Dodger. But then I'm thinking to myself, so you already know who you're signing with, and you've known for a month now, and you got a new dog in October, and you know you named the dog after the team you're playing on. So we already know that everybody supposedly knows who you're playing on. What are we waiting for?
It's Scully.
What are we waiting for?
Ooh.
That's why Dave Roberts was so confident out there.
See, I was actually going to throw Jake Mintz, Buster Olney, and all the other baseball reporters who are mad they can't get a scoop.
Do you agree with me on that? Like that's my theory.
Yes,
is that it
I
sounds
do.
like two reporters that are mad they don't have a story.
Yes.
And that they're having to write a story. So their story was, I'm just going to bash you for not helping me write a story. That was my take on that. And I don't like it.
I'm inclined to agree with you.
Find somebody else in his camp that might be able to help you out.
And then try to infiltrate
dig a little
and get
deeper.
the story that way?
Yeah, dig a little deeper, you know?
Okay.
Find out who that dog is.
All right. We'll see if we can find that out. Now, I had to save the worst for last. Yes, I know. Multiple people are saying maybe the dog's name is Ranger. That obviously.
That's our dog's name.
Well, if he has another dog, it'll eat Ranger's throw up.
I got home yesterday after work, and there were 2 throw-ups, but they were both eaten too. I'm not making this up.
Leaving this throw up
I don't
around?
know. No, I wool-eyed it, and then you let it do its thing for a couple minutes. Then you wipe it up, the residue of throw-up.
Eating
So
the woolite too? Is that
no.
can't be good for the dog.
Like the throw up is gone, but it still leaves a stain.
Yeah.
So I'm cleaning up the stain. I am a little concerned about Ranger, like what's wrong with him.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
But
or maybe they're just making a deal. Maybe the other one's not getting enough food, and Ranger's like, "I'll help you."
No, it's fine. But then I looked into like buying really premium food. And I was like, this is forever. Just get to the point. But then it's like this freeze dried food, but it has like, I guess dogs really like organs watching this. Like if you watch wolves and dogs kill animals in the wild, the alpha dog will get first bite, first like choice, and they'll usually go after the kidneys, liver, heart. Like they really enjoy the organs. Us as humans don't really enjoy that, but so raw organs are probably good for your dog.
Well, this is something I'm going to look, Kevin.
I am looking into it but once a week, just giving them once a week, like a kidney.
Yeah.
Not a human kidney.
I understand. It's just the way you phrase that made me pause.
I can totally see Mike.
I give him a kidney.
Walking the streets of Oak Cliff.
You got an extra kidney.
But anyways,
You'll eat one of those.
Good food for your dog costs a lot of money.
So Jamal Adams is on My Buddy's an Idiot again. This is his statement about, again, going after a reporter's wife who had nothing to do with any of this.
Yikes.
It's always the athlete that crossed the line when he responds. But at the end of the day, disrespect is disrespect, however you want to take it. So I responded, again, not to the right person. I knew when I did hit that tweet, I wasn't in it to win it.
What? No,
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Stealing my line.
At the end of the day, it was to get him to understand, leave me the hell alone. When others go low, I go lower.
No matter how low you get, I'm lower than you.
That poor lady's just leading her life. She has no idea what her husband tweeted out on a daily basis.
Oh, man.
I think it's this drive-by from him, and he's like, yeah, that's right. I'll go lower.
That is that's the approach that he's taken, is I'm willing to be that guy. All right.
That's just a curious thing. If it was with the reporter, I guess I could wrap my head around that more. It's his wife.
Yes.
She didn't tweet out anything about you.
I'm watching the top 10 moments in Y2J's career for 15 years. I will say this. He's not a high flyer, but he does use the ropes to do different things, and he does jump kicks and stuff. So I'm not remembering. He doesn't go to the top and do a whole bunch of like stunts.
He flips off the middle rope.
Yes. And we get to talk to him.
Nobody could see what you were doing, Kevin.
That's the point.
But you were making the pew, 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 pew sign.
We're the KNC masterpiece.
Nostalgia's good.
Yeah.
It feels like wrestling. Was wrestling better 20 years ago?
Yes.
It was at its best.
Or like 20 years from now.
25. A lot of people will tell you the Attitude Era was the best, but then there's other people with streaming who will say this is the golden age.
It
of
was
wrestling.
its best whenever the Hulk Hogan cartoon was on, and that was my favorite.
With Cyndi
cartoon.
Lauper?
I don't know.
Was she in that cartoon?
I had that
I
coloring
feel like
book.
she was, because wasn't there the black-haired curly guy?
Captain
with the
Lou
rubber
Albano?
bands?
Yeah, wasn't Lou Albano and Cyndi Lauper, like, not together, but they'd walk out to the ring and stuff
That
together?
is true. That's not the cartoon. You might be
Oh.
thinking about the Super Mario Brothers cartoon that did have Captain
Sonya? Was that what was her name?
Sonya.
It looked like Sonya from Mortal Kombat. She wore green and a headband. I don't know who it was, dude. It's a long time ago.
Okay.
Well, just remember, Y2J, Tuesday at some time to be named later.
10:45.
Details!
We're the Kansas
That's
City
during
Masterpiece.
baseball nuggets.
Not anymore. Coming up
Yeah,
next.
just do baseball nuggets with us.
That would be amazing. Let's talk with the G-Bag Nation. They're live at Globe Life Field for the Texas Rangers Holiday Toy Drive. We'll talk with them next right here on The Fan.
Finished the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Let's take you out to Globe Life Field where the G-Bag Nation's getting ready for the Texas Rangers Holiday Toy Drive. Gentlemen.
Y'all have a permanent residence out there?
Yeah. How is you today?
We're terrific. How are you?
Man, doing great and always appreciative of D&M Leasing bringing us this crosstalk. Will you guys leave the show in shifts at all to try to get autographs, or you're too much of a professional for such things?
They'll come to us. You know, we got a star-studded guest list here. Going to be talking to these guys all afternoon. So, you know, if we want an autograph, you know, we could get it there. But we'll leave that to the Tolos. You know, we don't want to crowd them. It's their day.
Well, speak for yourself, Dawson. I'm going to be all over these guys.
Nice.
Chief Follow, do you have any extra stuff to go ahead and donate to the next Peace-a-thon? Because that's what I really want to know is if you guys get autographs, if you can part with some of that stuff. We have high expectations for next year. I need to start building up the collection early.
Well, he didn't say he was getting autographs. He said he would be all over the guys.
Yeah. Thank you, old Chuck.
The clarification
didn't know I
needs to
had
be
to
made.
Explain that one.
But if they,
we
can try. We can try and get some autographs for Peace-a-thon.
Yeah, there you go.
You guys are delightful. Thank you very much for doing that.
Get a Jared Sandler autograph from Peace-a-thon.
Looks like we got some balls here that could be signed. We got a couple of.
Those are for the kids.
What do you mean?
I brought those for the kids. We're
kids.
donating to the toys.
Oh, okay.
The toy
But
drive.
what if you got one John Hancocked by John Gray, and then you sent it over to the Masterpiece, and then it's Peace-a-thon, and now some kid's enjoying it because his dad bought it for him for Christmas or something.
That sounds like a great plan, but the intent was to take the balls over to the sleigh, and on behalf of the G-Bag Nation, we donate a basketball, a football, and a soccer ball.
Can you still play with said ball after it's signed?
Yes, I made a mistake of doing that one time. Mickey Mantle ball.
What?
Awesome.
Yep.
Yeah, see, I don't know that you can play with that.
Mickey Mantle ball. Did it. Out in the front yard.
Like
Didn't know what I was
Smalls bringing
doing.
the Baby Ruth.
Baby Ruth.
Yeah. Well, you know, you need a ball.
Need a ball. Got to play with a ball.
I've been there.
As a kid, you just don't care.
I've been there. Yeah.
But see, the thing about it was I had such access to Mickey Mantle at the time.
Right.
Him and my dad were drinking buddies.
Yeah.
Right.
So, I always saw him, and, it was
such access to Mickey Mantle.
My dad has a ball too,
what the
and
hell?
now the names are all blurred because we took it out. and
Sure.
it was a little wet.
Yeah.
I think it might have been like DiMaggio. You know.
Oh my
Cherished
gosh.
ball.
Serious.
My dad grew up as like the biggest Yankees fan in Virginia. you know.
No big deal.
When we were out here at the event the other night, I walked by a wall that had all the old Ranger programs, and the one from 1972, and I go, there's the one. I have about 9 of those with Ted Williams' autograph on them somewhere.
Man, that's amazing.
Somewhere. I don't know where now, but
Holy moly. See, I don't know why Dawson.
what you get for being old.
I was just envisioning Dawson like taking a Clyde Drexler autographed basketball and accidentally playing pickup with it and being like, oh man.
Okay, so there is a Bill Walton autographed basketball in my house that has quite a legendary story. The original owner of it was James Derby, the program director when I worked at 95.5 The Game in Portland.
You stole it?
And he had like won that at a Christmas auction because we were the home of the Trailblazers.
Yep.
So of course he regifts it to me, but
Of
as he's
course.
regifting it to me, he tells me that he actually found it down the street on the curb because his 4-year-old son had taken it outside to play with.
Oh no.
Yeah, that had happened, and a similar thing happened with Abby when she was 4 or 5 or so. You know, you're at an age, and you don't understand these collector's items type of things. Good news, the ball is still pretty good shape.
Okay.
Still pretty good shape. You can still definitely tell it's signed by Bill Walton.
There we go.
Man, that was a hell of a story. Thank
we
you very
go.
much for saving that. Sharing that. That's what I was going for. Sharing.
Combined, sharing,
Yes,
and saving.
I did.
Save the whole crosstalk with the Bill Walton story.
So it's National Eggnog Month. I was curious, is there a food or beverage that you wish you consumed more outside of holiday times? Because you're like, man, because mine is honey baked ham. I think honey baked ham is delicious, but I don't ever like walk along in regular life and go to the honey baked ham store if it isn't around a holiday. And I don't know why.
Heggy, I have a question for you.
Yep.
If somebody dolls up the honey with other products in it, like fruit and stuff, maybe make it a cherry habanero or something like that.
Cherry
Are
habanero.
you sending in the punt team 4th and 8? You're going to punt?
Yeah, I'm going to
But
punt.
it has to be just straight honey for you, right?
Yeah, I'm going to go from
Okay.
Danny White, the quarterback, to Danny White,
That's
the
just
punter.
a bad way to live life, Hagee. I just want to say that right now.
Well, Broadus, you make a fair point. I feel like I'm too old to change in that particular manner.
Need to break out, have the habanero sauce in it and stuff like that with honey. Makes it even better.
I would definitely say like Christmas sugar cookies. You know, I think that we got to figure out a way to make them not so Christmassy, so they're not actual sugar cookies at a different time of year, but have the same flavor.
Like the shapes, like the Christmas tree shape sugar cookies, or just regular round cookies?
My mom just makes the regular round one, and she like stamps it with like green and red sprinkles.
Yep.
And she only makes those at Christmas, and I'd like to enjoy them at other times of the year as well.
Is there any concern that the holiday colors or perhaps festive decorations are what puts it over the edge as being delicious?
You know, Matt Pittman from Meat Church taught me we eat with our eyes first.
That's right.
That's
You're
a
absolutely
fact.
right.
It's one of
That's
the first
true.
things he says.
You know, the tamales fall into this category.
Yeah,
I kind of
for
feel like
some-
I
I
kind
can
of
see
feel
that.
like
Absolutely.
I eat more tamales during the holidays than I do in real life, and I don't know why, because tamales to me are outstanding. Kind of a year. They should be a year-round thing for me.
You know,
I never find them on the streets whenever it's
Right.
the regular time of year. It's always
Yes.
this time of year.
At Grapevine, they have this place called Tommy Tamale, is what they've got.
Tommy
It's
Tamale.
actually really good. Yeah.
I think I would lean the latke. It is the first night of Hanukkah. Happy Hanukkah, gentlemen.
Oh.
Yes.
And I only have latkes once a year during the Hanukkah
Now explain
time.
what those are.
So they're
hash
potato
browns.
pancakes.
Yeah.
They're basically like hash browns on steroids, and they're delicious.
Oh,
but
neat.
I'd like to have them year round. I just
Applesauce,
don't.
sour
Yep,
cream?
you can do applesauce, sour cream on them. They're absolutely fantastic. If you haven't had a latke, I mean, they do serve them at like Cindy's or Deli News or some of those Jewish delis that you can go to. I'd recommend giving them a shot.
Did you say applesauce or sour cream, or
I go
applesauce
both.
You
and?
can go both.
I go both.
You can
Mixed?
go both.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a combo.
Never
that's
done
a
that.
combo I was not
Yeah.
anticipating.
Trader Joe's actually sells some good ones you can just pop in the oven and make if you don't want to put in the effort.
What do you guys?
Microwave maybe for you.
Well,
Sure.
for National Day, yeah.
What do you guys got coming up on your star-studded program today?
Yeah, Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking, Hagee. John Gray at 3:40. We'll talk to him about his two heroic performances in the World Series. Game 1, inning and 2/3, that allows the Rangers to buy time for the Corey Seager miracle and the Dolis Garcia bombski. And then Game 3. 3 innings and the dub after Max Scherzer, started 3 innings scoreless himself.
Crushing.
Here comes big bad John Gray. He got the win in that game, and he'll join us at 3:40. Mike Maddox at 4, Matt Hicks at 5:30, and Emily Jones at 6. Of course, Zach Martin at 5 o'clock, guys. It's a big show.
Big day.
That is a big show. Make sure you're listening to the G-Bag Nation or go see them at Globe Life Field at the Texas Rangers Toy Drive. Remember, tomorrow, big day for the station as well. Sean and RJ will be live from Firehouse 4 in Wiley off of McMillan. And we will be live at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Bedford off of Airport Freeway. And Miller Lite will be giving away a pair of Cowboys-Eagles tickets. So make sure you come and see us or tune in 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say sour cream is delicious, Kevin.
Never.
I want some action, and I want some action right now.
DFW's #1 Cowboy. Fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and we are live at Globe Life Field. Excited to be here, where it's a Rangers Toy Drive Day. Go ahead and bring an unwrapped toy, and you will get a ticket to an upcoming game to see your World Series champion Texas Rangers right here at the ballpark, where they made history and brought you their first World Series champion. Come watch the champs. Just bring a toy. Come say hi to the nation. And we're off and running here in a huge day. We have a massive guest list of Rangers, plus Zach Martin coming up at 5 o'clock. How the heck you guys doing today?
Couldn't be better, man.
Man, this is awesome.
It is really cool. We got the diamond right behind us. This is an exciting time.
We were down on the field the other day.
I know, it's crazy. We were just having dinner down there.
We're down there. But we're back at our kind of our normal spot. Just a little bit lower. We
that's right. We're usually up
we're
one
usually
level
up a little
up.
higher there. That's where we spent the season, watching this team kind of like battle for a championship. Unbelievable. I love this place.
I salute this place. I mean, it's just it's got a different aura now that they're champions.
It does.
Does the roof look different to you, Gavin, from outside? I mean, I was just at, maybe is it a little cleaner because of the championship?
Everything looks perfect now, Brian.
I think so.
So it's great to be here in Arlington, as always. We have 5 hours of a show coming up for you. And if you'd like to set foot in this glorious championship establishment, for the first time since they won it, and you weren't at Jared Sandler Swinging for a Cause, all you have to do is come by. I believe the Pro Shop is open.
Yes.
You need to do a little holiday shopping over there. Maybe that's what you'd like to come see, the latest and greatest gear. I saw a really killer Rangers Peagle Christmas sweater.
Yeah, they're walking, but the folks, I think their employees are all wearing them. I think it's actually pretty cool to see. They got a lot of really nice gear in there. You could drop a pretty penny in there.
You could wear that sweater when your friend throws a badass Christmas sweater party.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, they're no longer ugly Christmas sweaters, are they? They're badass Christmas sweaters.
We got our sweaters from Whataburger that we can wear.
Yeah, the Whataburgers, that one's sweet.
Nice too.
I thought about wearing the Whataburger socks today. I should have done it.
I'm going to wear my Whataburger sweater every year we go to this fancy Christmas Eve brunch next to my parents' house in Central Oregon up in the mountains. And it's going to live in infamy in our holiday pictures this time around. I cannot wait to represent Whataburger.
Badass sweater,
that's
man.
awesome, dude. Bring in the Texas to the Pacific Northwest. I wonder how many questions you will get. What is that? What is that?
Yes, but there are other Texans on vacation up there, and they'll be like, oh, or a lot of Coloradans.
There you go.
And they're close enough to Texas. They know what's going on.
They'll get the respectful head nod.
Yes.
Oh, that honey butter chicken biscuit.
You want to send out the bat signal, essentially,
Heck yeah.
when you're out of town with maybe your Rangers cap. But the Whataburger sweater, I believe, will accomplish the same thing. Okay, baseball deals are starting to roll in. Juan Soto to the Yankees. Does that scare you? Is the big bad evil empire going to be back? We'll check. How good are these guys now?
No, I mean, they still need some pitching help, and they just traded their best pitching prospect, who could have been their number 2 in the rotation, according to some that cover the Yankees there.
So buy another one.
Pitching, they might, but I mean, that hasn't really worked for them over the course of the last decade, right?
Garrett
And then
Cole.
the health has been the big issue with that lineup.
Yeah, they've struggled with the health. You're absolutely right about that.
Coolest thing about the Rangers, Bochy said Wyatt Langford will come into spring with a legit chance to make the team. We're not going to hold anyone back. He's special every step of the way. He kept putting up those numbers. He'll come to spring training. We're going to stay open-minded. It'll be competitive, and he'll have a chance to make the club. Do you expect him to?
I mean, my goodness, yes, I do. From everything we've seen, as Chris Young just mentioned, every step of the way, the dude just steps right in and looks like he's been there for years. It's like, oh my gosh, at every level.
He claimed, he just climbed AA, AAA, and he was crushing. I was talking to some people towards the end of the year because people were asking, what about Wyatt Langford coming up in the postseason? They said, most likely they would start him at AAA for the first month of the season. But now, you need a DH. Why not DH Wyatt Langford if he looks good in spring training? And then you've also got a guy that can give Carter, Tavares, Adolis a break there in the outfield.
They might have a veteran. are they still doing the thing where they keep you down so they get the extra year of control, so
Yes.
they can get
That's
4.5 months,
Yes.
and then so
that's big in Major League Baseball.
You probably want to do that, considering how much money they get on the other side now. And I know it's dirty pool and it ticks off some players and some agents, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Rangers do it. I wouldn't be too mad at them if they do it. Tavares is going to need for me a heck of a spring for me to be more excited about him than I would be Wyatt Langford, because I think you're getting the defense and you're getting more power and an absolute alpha, a monster, a guy that could, propel your team to great lengths, instead of Tavares, where you're like, okay, he's going to play great defense and sometimes he'll be hot for a couple of weeks and drive in some runs.
Sure.
Let me ask you guys this question then. When for so many years we talked about Rangers center fielders.
Mm-hmm.
And it was always there were always names that they threw out there. Did Tavares, in your mind, live up to the expectations you had for him? Because everybody talked about him, coming in and taking over and being that guy.
Not yet.
Did he live up to
he's got the power is in there. He needs a consistent, aggressive swing.
It's the consistency. Yeah. And in last year, he took massive strides, because there were times he got behind an account in his first couple of years up in the big league level, and it was over. I mean, he was an easy out. He had no counter for it. But the plate discipline and the patience really was a big improvement for him. He was good in the postseason, but he is very streaky. To your point, he just needs to be more consistent.
I don't think he sees pitching nearly well enough. He leads the team in, I'm going to swing. Oh, no, I shouldn't swing, but I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to check my swing. I just really limply swung through the zone as I realized I was struck out about a third of the way through it. And I'm just like, man, be decisive. Attack that damn baseball. And at this stage in your development, will that happen? Maybe. I hope so. Fingers crossed. We see some great hitters figure out how to see pitching or anticipate things more consistently as they hit so many at-bats. But, I think Langford is going to fly past him on that trajectory. And if you get a sign that he's ready for it, it would just be electrifying to have him as your opening day center fielder.
So I think Carter would be the replacement for Leote in center,
Okay. Yeah.
and then they would slide wide over to one of the corners.
Got you.
Probably
I kind of liked Carter in left field.
He made some crazy
plays.
He's just so dang fast. You need him in those gaps.
Some of the assists he had, throwing guys out, being able to run the ball down, playing the ball against the wall. We'll always remember the catch in front of the garage, at Minute Maid there that he made. And, I know he plays center field. I know that's his training and all that, but damn, he looked good playing left field.
Looks good anywhere you put him.
Yeah.
Really does.
Okay, Luka had 40 points, 11 rebounds, 10 assists while playing only 3 periods. He recorded the first half triple-double of his career, and he passed Larry Bird for, I think, 4th all-time in triple-doubles or something like that. And to sole possession of 9th overall. Yeah, that did seem really high for Larry Bird. Pretty amazing. I don't know what to say, honestly. We all know who Larry Bird is, so it's pretty special, said Luka Doncic. The first 25-point first-half triple-double in NBA history. So he scores the most, and he joins Sabonis, Jokic, and Westbrook as the only player since 2000 to have a triple-double by halftime.
It's unbelievable.
Is there a way to get Utah on the schedule every night? They just.
I'd sign up for that.
Yeah, that went from being, and I always think about Utah, that series that the Mavericks went and starting
Just
on the
destroyed
run.
them.
Yeah, and you're just kind of thinking about that team, and it's not even the same.
I mean, they were limping. They were backing into the postseason that year. You had the Rudy Gobert, Donovan Mitchell issues, and then certainly I think the Mavericks went ahead and now everything's leaking there.
What do you think of thin headband Luka? I haven't seen that, I think, since Luis Scola in the association.
If you're gonna play like that with it, you rock with it.
So this is a good question, because you grew out the hair, and that's what he
pregame-
said I think he's doing, right? The hair's growing out. So is that a good way to kind of counter the hair growth?
Yeah, I mean, you could go with a thicker one. I mean, some level of headband there. It's not long enough to tie it up. So if you got to keep it out of your face, the headband's really the only option. But there's probably a more aesthetically pleasing headband that he could throw on. He clearly didn't care, but it worked for him. I mean, he was absolutely dynamite last night. So if that's going to be the case, then so be it. Rock with it. But pregame, when I saw it, I'm going,
what?
I don't know about this. I had some questions.
Yeah, to me, his wife should have been like, I don't know, honey.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know if this look is working for you. You need a wife with an eye there to point things out, but I don't know what the young wives and girlfriends are liking these days. Maybe that's the new
Themselves
fresh.
on
I'll tell you what they're
Instagram is
liking.
what they're liking.
They're liking first half triple doubles.
Hell yeah, they are. And
Yeah,
she
that's
had
the
the longer
equivalent
one
of
for
a
the
long
third
ball.
quarter. Absolutely.
It's equivalent of 2 dong balls, I think.
Yeah, that's a double dong ball situation.
Okay. You know, just overall, though, I've never liked Luka's hair. I think, you know, you go with that short fade, and, you know, I think for European hair, when it gets all poofy after that, it looks weird, you know? I just don't think that's working. I think you want to go higher fade or really shorter hair. But the combination, and now he adds the band that accentuates that weird line. There shouldn't be like heavier lines. You know, I think he's looking around and asking the guys on his team, what is the hairstyle I should go with? And I don't know if that's the
They're
hairstyle
trolling him,
that,
you think?
I don't think they're trolling him. I think he's just assimilating himself into the NBA. He's probably got a fancy barber that's like, which look do you want? He's like, I want that low fade look.
He's kind of got that look.
Yeah.
He's kind of got the look that, like in the 80s, those bands from over those bands, and, you know, that were.
And maybe that's the Eastern European deal right
Yeah,
now.
I think that-
I have no
yeah.
idea what's going on over there,
Yeah.
but maybe that look is absolutely on
Short
fire
side
like in
and a lot
some
of
Slovenian
flop up
clubs.
top, yeah.
Well, I mean, he's clearly. It seems like he's pivoting. It seems like he might be, you know,
Experimenting. He's
feeling-
branching out. He's looking for something new.
Yeah, I mean, I seem to get the vibe that he's starting to go for the he's growing out the hair.
Keeps
And then
knocking
wrote out
down
like
Dirk.
I do.
mean, that was my favorite Dirk look.
It was a great Dirk look. I mean, I think the recommendation would be you start the process in the off. You know, this is an off-season decision.
That's-
you know, when you
that's
get
a
back
great
in the
point.
lab and you start tweaking the way that you want to perform on the court, I think that's when you make that move. He's going through all the terrible hair growth stages right on television, right in front of our eyes.
Yeah. I think you could actually go with the mini headband if you want to do single ponytail.
Yes.
If you want to do the old mop like Dirk and Steve Nash, I think that thing can layer in there like a little bit of a soccer player. But that kind of threw me off last night. I wonder if he'll bring it back because he was so outstanding.
Yeah.
You know, was that part of, you know, what contributed to that? I doubt it. I would hope not, because that means we would have to endure it again. You know, relatively soon.
But if he's superstitious, he has to do this.
Yeah, it's
you know,
fair.
we'll actually
Yeah.
find out. That's a good true serum on just how superstitious he is. Because if he shows up without it in the next game, this guy then he's not cut from the same cloth as like a Jerry Jones, you know, or a Mad Max Scherzer.
You nailed it. Insane third period for the Stars last night. They tied it twice.
Dude, I thought the beginning of that third period, they get back-to-back goals from the former Panthers.
Yeah.
And to Donovan Marchman. I'm like, all right, here we go.
Yeah.
Stars about to go, get that road victory, and then no. The fourth goal that goes in, I don't think Otter even saw it.
Yeah.
He's looking the opposite direction.
I'll tell you what, in the early goal, too, there was some bad bounces. The puck's hitting the backboards there and coming out, and him getting caught out of position. A couple of nights where he didn't look like he was completely on his game. You know, whereas the afternoon game against the Lightning was, you know, the 8 goals surely helped, but these were 2 disappointing games when it came to
They got to get that win tonight against Washington.
Yeah, absolutely.
Snap this road losing streak
They
right
had
now.
been playing very well on the road.
They had.
Absolutely.
They had been fantastic. Now you've lost 2 in a row to Tampa Bay and Florida, so you'll get that win over Ovechkin and the Caps.
He's still 10th in the NHL in goals allowed per game, Otter. But yeah, it's, you know, it's not ideal, and it gives you flashbacks of how it ended for him last year.
When he's on, one of the best in the business. When he is off, you're just like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Get ready. Here we go. This is going to be one of those nights.
It's weird how players can be in this channel where they're at the top for a while and then they're at the bottom for a while, and you don't know when they're going to start playing their best. Good thing the Rangers right here played their absolute best when they needed it.
Did the trophy just walk by?
Security just walked in front of us with the trophy.
How about that?
That's killer.
My goodness.
Yeah.
Gives me chills every damn time.
The trophy
That
just
makes me
went right
nervous to
by
handle
us.
that thing.
Yeah.
I took some solicited pics with that trophy over the weekend.
Did you? Did you touch it?
I was not.
They
supposed
said not to, but I figured you'd be the guy that would.
You're setting me up for that trap. I'm not gonna indict myself.
I gave a little brush. Did you? I did.
Oopsie.
As
Look
we were
at
when we
that.
did the switcheroo, because we took pictures with both of your wife and my fiance, and as we were switching,
Some
we were
swapping going on
around,
over there?
Just a
Yeah,
little
we were
swap.
wife swapping.
It's the
I
weekend.
gave it a little finger.
Yeah.
The trophy.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Call that the Mark Cuban.
Just to let it know I was there.
I call it the Urban Meyer.
A little rough.
I was wondering where you were going with that.
It is the Urban Meyer. I probably should.
The fact that we're like broadcaster, dude, you should be able to touch the trophy.
You really should. I thought about raising it up. I did a couple games last year. Come on,
the skins on the wall.
Is that the first championship trophy you've ever been a picture with?
Yes.
Is it?
It is.
Anybody else? Gavin, you ever catch the Larry O'Brien?
Yeah.
In Portland one time?
No, in Dallas.
Did you
at
catch
Victory
him?
Park when they won it in 11?
I didn't go out there. I should have. I regret that when the Mavs won in 2011.
First one for you?
I mean, I got a couple of good participation trophies. I mean, I grew up in the 90s.
You were one of those
that's
kids.
True. We got some of those good soccer and basketball.
But this is my first legit one.
Oh, first championship trophy.
I really want the Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
That's the one I want.
Hey, we got to run. I want a sports hodgepodge here coming up next, Chief. Where are you taking us?
Oh, I want to take you all over the world, including potentially McDonald's next year in the nation.
All right, we'll get that G bag of the day for you as well coming up at 2:30. Rangers toy drive. Doors open, at 4 o'clock? There's going to be autographs. We have a star-studded guest list. John Gray joins you coming up at 3:40. Mike Maddox, pitching coach, at 4. Can't wait to talk to him about the new guys and much more. Time now for a Sports Hodgepodge. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Here's the Chief.
All right, grade that headline from the New York Daily News as they are commemorating the Juan Soto trade. It's the most wonderful time of the year.
Ooh.
They've done better. They've done better.
That's a solid headline.
Okay, it's sitting well with Walchuk, but Broad as a
think
tenured newspaper guy.
I think they've done better there.
Okay,
they've especially when things go bad. They've come up with some about the Giants or the Jets.
That's when they're really.
That's when I think they're really creative.
When they're hating, that's when they're at their best.
Yeah,
but
world of
positive
suck.
Trade
I mean, they put something out there that's kind of that.
This is excellent. You bring in the holidays. His name happens to be Juan. You trade for him in December. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for these headline writers.
Plenty of Juans in New York. They could have saved this one.
Any others an MVP candidate?
They're gonna. I bet you they bring this one.
Gonzalez.
They're gonna bring it back out again. So get ready. It's gonna be. No, I like the edginess that they have. Them and the Philadelphia the Philadelphia headlines are usually pretty good.
You could bring that back maybe in an April 1st or 2nd game if you get a late winter storm through the Northeast and it's snowing while he hits a dong, or World Series. Yeah. But with the Rangers dominating for the foreseeable future, I don't know if they're getting back, Brian.
Yep.
I don't know if they'll have another snow game.
Another question, baseball or butt crack here? I'm curious. I'm wondering if I'm being butt cracked because I was told separate trade, but the Yankees and Red Sox made a trade.
They did.
I'm told that the Yankees sent a Dick Fitz to Boston.
I think that was part of the deal for Verdugo. I think that's accurate.
Okay. I was just curious. I didn't want to get got again. I didn't want to take it and run with it like I did the Ranger show Hey Dog
You're
thing
not
yesterday.
familiar with Dick Fitz's game?
I'm trying to be. No, I'm not. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not. I'm sure, Walchuk, baseball guy, probably knows his way around a Dick Fitz.
Yeah, it's Dick Logan. Dick Logan Fitz. Would you just go by Logan in that situation, or would you embrace the Dick?
I think you probably go Logan.
Okay. Yeah, I think so too. I think I'd go Logan Fitz.
But I mean, he's clearly, he's a crotch first alpha. This guy. So kudos to him. Yeah. Now he's a Red Sox. Looks like McDonald's is really starting to do something special here. They're trying to get in the afternoon coffee sales mix. I'm sorry?
Nothing. Go ahead.
The whole thing just went off the rails, and Dawson, I don't think was very prepared for that one.
He wasn't prepared for the Dick Fitz.
No, but who is? When you get a fit like that.
Let's go into the pimp cup now.
Are those fighting clowns?
Should we get to the G-bag of the day just a touch early?
The chemistry between you two when it comes to those entendres, I think, just went to another level. I think that's what we just witnessed.
Well, kudos to Broadus for getting in the mix there.
That's
a glue guy right there.
I tried, man.
Brian was stirring it, and we were able to just go ahead and pour it in the pan.
All right, let's get to Cosmix. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, Cosmix. McDonald's is now opening a new, sort of a rebrand to an extent. They're keeping McDonald's as you know
it.
A new
rebrand?
They are adding 10,000 more McDonald's locations over the next few years. Apparently, their numbers are up. They're feeling great about it. But they're also pivoting to an additional chain now that's called Cosmix. COSMC''S. And they're about to open up later in the month in Chicago. And then they're going to open up 10 additional spots of Cosmix in the year 2024 right here in the great state of Texas. So we're going to get introduced to Cosmix about as soon as any other state here in America. And basically what they're trying to do is they're trying to get in the sort of the afternoon beverage pick-me-up game, like the Starbucks, the Dunkin' Donuts of the world. Like they're trying to get higher afternoon sales is what they're calling it. So
after Scooter's Coffee like this? Come on.
Yeah, they're going after all these guys, man. That's what McDonald's is about right now. So you're talking about all sorts of like different different type of coffee drinks, different types of like fraps, different types of like boba teas, iced teas, all sorts of different types of beverages you can add, energy you can add. So it's like got a Smoothie King vibe to it, different like multivitamin, whatever, if you want to.
They're going highfalutin. But
yes.
They didn't want to try to retrofit the old McDonald's buildings for that vibe. Okay, that's probably the smart move. Keep McDonald's what it is, and let's not potentially alienate that base.
The logo is weird for me.
Okay.
I don't know if it's purple and yellow.
I don't think it's going to work.
It's not.
And it's like half a golden arch.
Yeah.
But it looks like a little lunchbox thing.
Yes.
And that's what this is. It's sort of like a.
To me, it's off-putting.
Yeah,
it's a beverage place, but it's a snack box place because there's a little bit of food on the menu as well. Some of the things you're familiar with, like the Egg McMuffin, sausage McMuffin types of deals. They have but they're introducing different sandwiches like spicy queso sandwich, creamy avocado tomatillo sandwich.
Sounds promising.
I'm guessing those are burger patties, but those might be chicken sandos. You get your ice creams, you get your shakes, you have some baked goods, your cookies and whatnot, and then you get into the additional bites like a pretzel bites, savory hash brown bites. How about that?
Those are interesting.
Yes, please.
Are they going to be just smaller, delicious, bite-sized forms of their natural hash brown? Because sign me up.
Yeah, I think it would have to be.
You probably want to start carrying those at the
I
regular
wish they'd
McDonald's.
invest in more daiquiri shops, more
Oh, you want more
drive-through. I want more
daiquiris.
drive-through daiquiri places or liquor locker.
Are you getting hammered today, by the way?
What?
Are you? No?
Not today.
Not today?
No, not
It's
in
a
front of kids.
celebration.
Yeah, I got to do
Children.
this soon.
It's
I
for
really got to
charity
do
today.
this soon.
I am
But
seeing
more-
a churro frappe. That might be pretty special as well.
Yeah, I like one of those high sugary coffee beverages every now and then, dude. They're delicious.
They're delicious.
Yeah, it's like a milkshake with coffee in it, dang near. We're live at the Globe. Rangers toy drive, doors open at 4. Rangers fans are already lined up. There's going to be autographs and a good old time. And for every toy you bring, you get a ticket. You bring one toy, right? One per customer.
It has to be greater than $15 in value.
Okay, a toy greater than $15 in value will get you a ticket to a Rangers game this season. It is time now for the G-Bag of the day. Back at 75 and fits you in the pit cup. It's Lucius Alexander. Sir.
Yo, woke up quick at about noon. Just thought that I had to get the G-Bag soon. Oh. Hey, man, how y'all feeling out there?
Wonderful. Just soaking in World Series vibes.
You guys outside?
Indoors.
Okay, all right. Just want to know. It's kind of windy out there. That's what I was kind of asking
windy
about
out
that.
there, yeah. It is.
Shout out to Wing Castle. Dropped off some wings.
Damn it, they came today?
Yeah,
Bobby
look.
has been hyping up Wing Castle.
Bro.
They slid into my DMs. Were like, Wolchuk, I know you want some of these. I'm like, for you guys, I will go ahead and have a cheap meal for you. How delicious were they?
They're fantastic. They're my favorite wings in DFW, and they've been my favorite wings in DFW. Now, Spittle, the boss man, said, hey, man, I got some wings in here for you guys if you want some. So I went in there, made the wings, and he asked me, so what's your favorite place to get wings around here? Now, he already said the name Wing Castle, but I'm thinking in my head, there's no way he's talking about my Wing Castle. There's no absolute way. So I was like, it's a little spot over there by Lake Louisville. I just can't remember the name right now because you took the name away from me. And then I went and looked it up, and it's the Wing Castle that I like.
Let's go.
Oh, my
Beautiful.
gosh.
Yeah.
I didn't know Wing Castle was Tolo's, man. That's beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
I go there a lot.
Get you an endorsement.
Yeah.
So is there one Wing Castle?
The one I know is over there by Lake Louisville. I leave from
Flower Mountain.
I leave from Las Colinas to head over there. And you talking about daiquiris and everything, brothers?
Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
And daiquiris
What's
under
up?
one roof?
Shut up. All right, let's see.
Drive-through things. I think that's a business idea.
All right, our winner of G-Bag of the day is Pat McAfee. It's his trolling of the Georgia fans, a whole fan base, during his pick during the college game day.
29 straight wins, back-to-back national champions. What's that coming down the track? It's the mean machine in the red and black. Ain't nothing finer in the land than a drunk, obnoxious Georgia fan. Go Dogs! Go Dogs!
Wow.
Give me Alabama to break home.
That guy's got it, dude. Congrats to him.
There's some Georgia fans that are still probably seething about that. For
Yeah.
the rabid nature of college football, their team
Yeah.
lost as well.
Yeah.
Like they're probably they got like a hit out for old McAfee right now in Georgia. Some
He's
of
not
these
welcome
nut
in
jobs.
Athens ever again.
Okay, think about this. You know what's crazy? McAfee left the NFL 5 years ago to start this. Just 5 years later, he wouldn't have had to leave. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, he could have kept punting
He could have
and
kept
doing
punting.
his deal.
I'm going to go do my show. You know, didn't have to quit, but he did. You know, he probably doesn't regret anything because he's making a lot more money doing this than he ever would kicking footballs.
Hey, did you guys see the Thriller 40-year documentary? 40-year anniversary, documentary on Showtime about Michael Jackson's Thriller?
No.
Not see that.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's been 40 years. That's crazy.
Wow.
I think that was my first favorite song. I was about 5 or 6.
Yeah, I'm with you,
So
bro.
good.
I'll watch it. There's one part of the documentary where they show how to put the song together, like from the skeleton to the final touches. Oh my gosh, that's amazing to see.
Yeah, the video, like, it was groundbreaking at the time.
at the time,
And it
yeah.
lit MTV on fire for at least a full year. It was amazing.
Yeah, because when it finally got on MTV, they was hating.
Really?
They act like it wasn't even happening out there. Like Michael Jackson wasn't selling. Yeah, the record labels had to threaten MTV to even play Michael Jackson's music on there. Crazy. Everybody else is spending $50,000 for videos. He spent $1 million and you ignored it. That hate is real, bro. It's real.
Yeah.
I say all of that though, because yesterday was a church day, and there's a pastor right here tripping. Shout out to Freddie Haynes and Reverend Ike. They're never tripping though. Pastor right here, he is tripping. He remixes some Michael Jackson for the congregation.
The devil tried to block me, tried to stop me, but no. Tried to steal my blessing, but God said, oh no. I'ma send
Who's in the
some
background doing
angels
no?
to help my remnant. They're gonna see my goodness in the end time like never before. Devil, do you really think you can stop them? You can block them, devil. Do you really think you can stop them or block them, devil? Do you really think you can stop them or block them, devil? By the power of the blood, you are defeated.
Let's go. He moonwalking right now.
Yeah, he got church socks on. That's it.
Devil! You've been hit by, you've been stuck by the word of God.
Well done.
Bravo, sir.
That is
awesome. Can we run that back? Can we just make that the whole set? Hit that thing 4 or 5 times today?
It's amazing how often pastors are doing some of the same stuff that radio guys do. You know, trying to entertain the audience.
Yes,
doing some bits,
dude.
Doing some parody songs.
Yeah, once they put once you put it on like TV, everybody can have it on television now, YouTubes and whatnot. Now I got to show out. I got to catch the algorithm. Let's see. Yeah. You ever seen Charleston White?
Yes.
Yeah. When he says that, he's about to say something real inflammatory. When he goes,
Get ready, buckle up.
He's thinking. Let's see. Oh, okay, we got Luka chopping it up last night.
Oh.
With Skinny Fresh.
Yeah.
I hope y'all don't ban me for playing this. I did say if it's good, I'm going to play it. All right.
Doesn't bother us.
Okay.
did say that.
All right. Here's Luka chopping it up post game with Skinny Fresh on the court.
A couple of best days in my life, so I'm just happy.
Well, you look happy. You guys are playing happy, and I know losing 2 games at home is disappointing. I imagine it's pretty important to come out here and get this win and get it in 50-point. That's resounding fashion.
Yeah, the point I said before the game, you know, we just can't around and we just
He doubles down.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah, that's that live TV right there.
Yep.
No delay needed for them.
Live television. Hey, when someone wins, someone must lose.
Someone must lose.
Let's go to Jazz head coach Will Hardy. Let's get his
Young Will
response
Hardy
on that on that 50-point L that the Mavs handed to him.
That was an absolutely horrendous performance from start to finish. That was a masterpiece of dog shit. I really don't know how to describe that game.
You just did, though, Coach.
You just did.
A masterpiece of dog ass. That's so good.
You just did.
What do you say, Lucius? Time to vote or what?
Is it a combo? Are we comboing Luca and
If you want
Jazz
to.
coach? Should we do that?
Yeah, let's do it. We got Krusty's Corner coming up as we're live at the Globe today here. Come on inside starting in an hour and 23 minutes. Their toy drive's going to kick off officially. We have Pat McAfee, a 3-time champ, looking for 4. He trolled the hell out of the Georgia fans. Pastor remixed Michael Jackson, did it quite well.
Oh, that's good.
Luca and our friend. Or is it the masterpiece of Dog Bleep? Chief, what do you say?
Man, I really thought the masterpiece of Dog Bleep was going to do it for me today, but then I heard that Michael Jackson rendition. Strong. And I got to go with it.
Lucius, what do you say?
Absolutely. I'm going with the word of God.
Brian.
Hallelujah.
I'll tell you what, that was a good remix. Let's go that direction.
Wooly?
I'll throw Luca in the Jazz coach vote.
All righty, and I'm going with the Pat McAfee show, so by a score of 3-1 to 1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's the pastor remixing Michael Jackson here for you. If you ever missed the G-Bag of the Day, tune in at 5:40. Lucius Alexander has LA Live, and amongst other content, he'll replay that G-Bag of the Day champion for you. Okay, Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are we going with it,
Guys,
sir?
I'm going to tell you what you need to know about this Eagles defense. We'll do that next.
Yes, sir, I would love to.
To finish the year number 1 in America, they're racing hard with the year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. 5 new roads. Relax and enjoy the difference.
Well, thank you, Lucius. We're live at the Globe, where the Rangers Toy Drive will kick off here coming up at 4 o'clock. We'll have John Gray with us at 3:40. Bring an unwrapped toy worth $15 or more, and you get a free ticket to an upcoming Rangers game in the 2024 season. Time now for Brian Broaddus in Krusty's Corner. Here he is.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Appreciate that. For the bowl game, real or not today, the Texas Roadhouse Bowl. Texas Roadhouse Bowl.
They should have one because Texas Roadhouse is bleeping delicious. I'm going to go with no.
The Texas Roadhouse roll is the best of the rolls. Yes.
And the butter is
I think
simply
because
delicious.
of that, they absolutely have a bowl.
Well, this is a no-brainer. You know, the Texas brand has taken over from coast to coast. I can see where this would be expanding to other states, and they need to kick up the advertising to impose that brand as it should be across the entire 48. Brian, what do you say?
I'm going to ask one more guy. Lucius, you there?
Texas Roadhouse Bowl.
Yes, sir.
Real or not?
Or real or not?
No, sir.
That'd be a fake bowl game.
Let's go. You got it, LA.
What you need to know. What you need to know. What you need to know about this Philadelphia Eagle defense. This game is actually going to come down to Terrence Steele. Is where this game is going to come down to.
Well, that's not making me feel good.
Well, Terrence Steele has played better the last several weeks, but I really do feel like, though, that if you look at how this thing could play out, how they are able to block whoever plays left end for the Philadelphia Eagles is going to be the key to this game.
Are you saying you want to leave Steele by himself to do this?
No, I'm going to give you a little plan. We've talked about using width of putting guys over there. We've also talked about you don't want to get in his way because sometimes guys don't want help. You know, they want to be able to flow and adjust and move. But I think that you need to play this one with it in mind that rusher to that side is going to be the one that could probably hurt you the most. When you look at their inside defensive three, it's push, it's power, it's those big guys. It's the Fletcher Cox, it's those guys. They're not all about pass rush moves. You know, Biotish, Smith, Martin, those guys can hold up inside. They didn't hold up very well at right tackle. And what happened is it got to the point last week, which is surprising to me about the way that the Eagles played this game against the 49ers when you watched their all-22. They moved Hassan Reddick over on the other side against Trent Williams.
Ooh.
And I don't know why they did that. But if you go and watch the Cowboy game from Week 9, Reddick played, Brandon Graham, those guys were all left edge rushers, right side for your offense. So I wonder if they're trying to I wonder what they're trying to do here. I don't know what their plan is because I have yet to see Hassan Reddick play as that right defensive end. And I don't know if they want to put him over there against Tyron Smith. I don't think they do. I think when they look at the Cowboys on tape, they have to say the guy that we need to attack. But you know what? They might be planning something in a way that Dallas is not going to play with Steele one-on-one this game. This might be their adjustment to get him away from having to deal with some double team stuff. Like, let's take our chances with Tyron Smith. We know that could be one-on-one. But if he plays against Steele, they're probably thinking that they're going to get help over there.
Oh, yeah.
So, chips, spacing, tight end, everybody over to that side. So maybe this is one of those preemptive strikes that, like, okay, we're going to show you that we're putting Reddick on the other side over here. Because to me, that going against Trent Wayne, that's wasted.
Yeah,
reps.
I mean, we talked about that with Micah going up against him.
That's just wasted. So I wonder.
And how often did they do that?
I've watched a lot of their tape over the years. That's the first time I've ever seen him put him over on that right side.
But during that individual game, was it constant?
It was not just one or two snaps. It was like 10, 12 snaps. So
they're trying to make you guess a little bit.
I think so. But they also have to realize, I think they're realizing that they're going to get, they think that Dallas is maybe going to help Steele in this football game. That would be my guess.
Yeah.
That they're concerned about that. Like, we might lose our best, because he's their best pass rusher.
You got the ball, and you're kind of moving it. Some plays, some penalties, but he is getting destroyed. You're getting to the red zone, he's getting destroyed. You're at the 5-yard line, you can go win the game, he's getting destroyed. Like, I feel like when the game is on the line, if you don't help him, Dak is going to be deciding, should I throw it away, take a sack, or throw a YOLO ball? Those are going to be your options when it all comes down to it, if the Cowboys do not help Terrence Steele. And I just hope they don't think that, like, the last weeks are a reason to believe he can handle it now.
Sometimes coaches do.
Yeah.
Sometimes they do.
Oh, he's better now. We can trust him.
They don't want to get in his way, like I mentioned. So I have a feeling that you're going to see some stuff happening on that right side for the Cowboys.
He's been a liability against great defensive lines his entire career. And if it loses you this game, that's fine. Yeah, that'll be fine. They'll just be the 5 seed, and let's see what happens. But hopefully, eventually, they have a great plan for this.
Yep.
I think it should involve the draft, but they sound like they believe in him a lot.
Nicholas Morrow is a liability at linebacker for these guys, number 41. Christian Elias started the game last week. Him and Morrow started.
Is that the guy that cut?
They cut him Wednesday. Okay. So they cut him to get Shaq Leonard on. We'll see how much Shaq Leonard plays in this game. I think they cut the wrong guy. Morrow was worse than Elias in this game, in my opinion. So if you're looking at for someone to attack, if you're the Dallas Cowboys, linebacker number 41 on the field, their secondary, watching them on tape, Darius Slay is going to travel in this game. They're going to switch sides. Him and James Bradbury are going to switch sides here. Where they've got really, really big issues is at the nickel. Look for CeeDee Lamb to play a lot of slot in this football game.
Did he in the first round of that? I mean, he kind of plays plenty in the slot anyways.
But they try and move him around and stuff so you can't get a beat on him. I don't think they could double him. Reed Blankenship is their safety, and Kevin Byard is the other safety. Byard is better than Blankenship. But James Bradbury has given up 7 touchdowns. Blankenship's given up 5. They have problems in the middle at their linebacker, and they have problems at their safety, and they have problems at one of their cornerbacks, and they have a problem at the nickel.
Well, that explains why they are, I believe, dead balls last when it comes to third down defense.
Yep.
And they're one of the worst when it comes to just giving up explosive plays.
They don't tackle well.
They do not tackle that well at all. And Seth Joyner, who is a former player, was on their pre and post game show. He blasted him for that, and you could see in the tape. They didn't particularly cover all that well in the game against Dallas, and so there was a lot of space out there. This could be a big game for the Cowboys for Dak Prescott. To me, though, it's going to fall on how well you handle things on your right side. That's where this, to me, Dallas's offense, their game hinges on their right tackle in this game.
You know, it sounds highly manageable for this coaching staff.
Agreed. Agreed. I was going to say, like, I actually do have confidence with this coaching staff that they will see that and not ignore it.
No.
Yeah.
The previous administration, the Jason Garrett administration, would just let it roll.
They absolutely would.
These guys are not going to let. Dawson talked about, you get down there, they are not going to let a right tackle that might struggle. Now, he might play great, but I just know the last game that they played, they had problems at right tackle, and I think the Eagles they're thinking that their guy's probably going to get doubled in this game.
You might have won that game by 10 points if he had played well, or if you had good Doug Free or Lyle Collins over there.
Sure.
Instead of bad Terrence Steele.
Yep.
Well, that's it then, Grocery's Corner?
That's us.
Appreciate you, sir. We are live at the Globe here in Arlington, and they're lining up outside to get in here for the Rangers Toy Drive, which will begin at 4 o'clock. We're an hour and 5 minutes from that. We're just 50 minutes away now from John Gray joining us. It'll be awesome to speak with him and Mike Maddox at 4 o'clock. Of course, it's a Zach Martin Thursday, and the Zach Martin Show is coming up at 5 o'clock. What we got next, Wolchuk?
We do have some NFL news of the day. Will the Eagles do this more? Baker's pregnancy news and Zach Wilson denial. That's next.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news, inside info, opinion.
Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 2 G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are now 40 minutes from John Gray joining us, and an hour from Mike Maddox as we're live at the Globe. The doors will open in 1 hour for the Rangers Toy Drive, and if you bring a toy valued at $15 or more, they will give you a ticket to a Rangers game coming up this season. So it's a great deal here at the Rangers Toy Drive. It is awesome to be back, and it is time now, with that being said, for Zach Wolchuk's NFL News of the Day.
Early in the morning, there were fans from the Eagles out at practice with signs that said, "Run the ball," for head coach Nick Sirianni. And Sirianni was asked about that today, and he said, quote, "I love our fans. I love their passion and their energy. That is not the first time I've heard run the ball." And you know what? We do need to continue to try to run the ball. I'm not surprised by that, and I appreciate the energy from our fans. Brian, do you expect that the Eagles will come out and try to establish the run
They've tried.
versus the Cowboys?
They've tried. Their volume runs are not, it's not the numbers aren't bad. I mean, as far as they just don't do it very well.
The numbers are very down from last year. And I say very. I mean, they still are running it okay. They're 4.1 yards per carry compared to 4.6 a year ago. But
their quarterback doesn't run. That's the problem.
I think that's the big thing, right? A lot of their rushing ability was based off of Jalen Hurts and opening things up for others. And DeAndre Swift is also banged up. And you got Kenneth Gainwell. You got Rashad Penny, who's not very good. You know, their depth, maybe they do miss Miles Sanders to an extent, but they are just not executing the running game as well as they were this time a year ago. Their fan base is upset about it. I don't know that it's anything about, hey, they don't want to run it. I just don't think, to Brian's point, they're doing it well.
They don't do it very well.
They need to run it better if they want to have more success.
And I think a half yard here is huge. You know, that's over 10% difference. And I think there's a line. There's got to be where the play is no longer successful, or if you're under 4 point something, it just feels like you're the type of rushing a game that's going to get your team in third and long a lot. And I think 4.1 will do that. I think 4.5 and above, now you're having a pretty good chance of putting yourself in good situation to convert and be able to be balanced later on in the series.
But they kill you in third and one and fourth and one.
Oh, they're so good at that.
They
can,
I mean, that's the thing about it is.
But what about when it's 4th and 6 because your running game sucks?
No, I'll tell you what's happened to their 4th and 6. Well, that's their 3rd and 6 running game too. Not running game. Not having that tight end the last several weeks has hurt them too.
Yeah, huge.
Dallas Goedert being out of there, and they've struggled. But the thing with Swift, when you watch him run, and Dallas did a really good job when they played him in Week 9. They didn't allow him, but he wasn't bouncing the ball outside. The last 2 weeks against Buffalo and in San Francisco, he's bounced more runs, and they've had some success doing that. It's when they try and run inside, they haven't done very much.
It doesn't fit his skill set very well. And to your point about Goddard, he told reporters after he was a full participant in practice yesterday, this is a big game. It's really fun going down to Dallas every year and playing in a fun environment like that. So I'm really excited to get back to Dallas. Dallas in Dallas has a ring to it, and he expects to be out there playing on Sunday night against the Cowboys. So they'll get Dallas Goedert back, and he certainly did have a couple of big catches, including the one where he did break his forearm there when Marquise Bell tackled him down to the ground. Effort was an issue, and energy, according to the Eagles post-game after the 49ers smackdown. And A.J. Brown was asked by reporters about that lack of energy, and I think it was Howard Eskin, who is a friend of the morning show with Sean and RJ, who was on our station yesterday. Here was A.J. Brown talking about that energy.
You didn't think you guys played with the same kind of energy as the 49ers. If that's the case, was that addressed this week? Was that addressed sometime this week?
I'm gonna keep what was said in the locker room, but you're gonna see. You're gonna see Sunday.
So you don't have a problem with that now? It's in the past?
No, I don't.
You're going to see Sunday. Eagle fans are loving that. They're like, Eagles by 30. They're going to crush the Cowboys now because A.J. Brown said that. Cowboys are saying all the right things. They had their first padded practice in weeks. Dak said it was a phenomenal practice today. They wanted to make sure that they had everything ready to rock, take some stress off of Mike, make sure we come in and handle business. And Mike McCarthy is at home today. He's expected to be back at the building tomorrow and coach on Sunday. So both teams are saying all the right stuff. You got to go out there and still perform and execute.
Yeah, one team, though, is really struggling on defense, especially in the secondary. One team's giving up a lot of big plays. Now, the Cowboys have given up their share of big plays, but not to the alarming rate that the Eagles have.
The Eagles have the bigger problem as far as something is broken on their roster.
They absolutely do.
Yeah.
I forgot what I was going to say. We'll check back to you.
Okay. So, speaking of that, though, Nick Bosa, and you watched their offense play, or the San Francisco defense play against the Eagles, and you broke that down yesterday. But Bosa's out here saying they put out the blueprint, and hopefully the Cowboys watch the tape on how to stop Jalen Hurts. Did you notice something different?
Yeah, rush four and rush four and make him play backwards.
So, and
Buffalo did the same thing. Buffalo, when you make him have to hold the ball, his decision is. It used to be, I want to run. Now, I'll tell you this, though. When you blitz him and you get out of your lanes and all that, he'll take off running, and then he'll angle to the sideline. But, yeah, they made him have to hold the ball, and then all of a sudden it turns into, okay, I can't run, I can't do anything. Now he has to throw the ball away, or he takes a shot trying to throw a pass, one of those crazy balls.
Something to watch.
I love that cut of Eskin talking with A.J. Brown, though, because here's what's going on is they just got their butt kicked. You're not going to have great energy. But now the media and the fan base is on the coaching staff. They're on the players. You're not trying hard enough. You're not doing the right thing. Now that toxic Eagle energy can start working against them if they lose 2 in a row.
Well, like that. They start getting a little anxious. Now people are out here trying to play
Well,
some hero ball.
I'll tell you this, though. On defense, they did a great job the first 2 series against San Francisco. And then all of a sudden it turned into an Ayuk play, a Christian McCaffrey play, and now the floodgates are open. Now all of a sudden San Francisco's starting to get a little momentum. But the first 2 series of the game, Philadelphia played with energy. But they got beat down with all the missed tackles they had.
The key for the Cowboys, you take the football if you win the toss, get a lead, right? Because, how often have the Eagles had to come back from behind and trail in a football game? Now you start causing that doubt like you're talking about there, Gavin. I like that. We've been talking Zach Wilson and his unwillingness to want to play, according to Diana Rossini. He talked to reporters. They named him their starting quarterback. The Jets did for this coming weekend. Here was Zach Wilson. Let's play a little true or fart with Zach Wilson's comments here.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I love the guys in this locker room, and I would do anything. And I think anytime you have an opportunity to step on this field, you need to take advantage of it.
Did you feel the need to address the team at all about that? Because that report kind of was widespread on Monday.
No, I don't think so. And I think more than anything, I've had support from those guys through this entire process. I think guys understand where we're at right now, and I've had backing, since day one, and that's why I love this team so much. And, they understand the struggles we've been going through, and, I think there can be a lot of respect shown to just keep fighting from everybody, and we're all going through the same thing.
Man, it would be tough to walk around every day and, trust the people around you when there's people in the organization. You're not sure what the relationship they have with you is. Who is this? It could be anybody in the organization.
Yeah.
But is it one of your teammates? Is it one of your coaches? Who is it in here that is? Because Diana Rossini is not just, she's not just making crap up. Somebody's telling her something, and it would be annoying, especially because it's not just like a team thing. Oftentimes reports are about teams, and it's like, okay, you all sort of have to deal with this collectively. For Zach Wilson, so much of it is just me. Somebody in here can't stand me, and it must mean that they're watching me play football on Sundays.
And the sad thing is I think it's multiple people. And credit to Diana Rossini, because I believe her. And I think that this absolutely did happen. And Zach Wilson can say whatever he wants. And I guess maybe he has to say that, right? But she's doubling down, saying what I reported is accurate. I believe her as well. And I think Zach Wilson's just standing on the podium and trying to save face. But I think you're a broken man, and you do not want to be playing out there for the Jets. And we'll see how this weekend goes for them. Shout out to Tua.
If I was Zach, I'd try to find Diana Rossini's mom right now.
Ooh, Diana Rossini is a mom.
Yeah.
So maybe.
True.
Maybe.
Ooh.
They do a little setup there. Shout out to Tua. Tua is the leading vote getter among all NFL players for the 2024 Pro Bowl. He is edging out C.J. Stroud, the rookie of the Houston Texans, followed by Christian McCaffrey, Tyreek Hill, and Travis Kelce. Yesterday, of course, we do have several Cowboys that are leading in their respective categories as well. But how about Tua? Shout out to him on what's been a fantastic season.
No doubt about it, man. Really good season. Likable dude.
I guess the judo worked, the jiu-jitsu. What did he do? He did falling training.
Yeah, fall down.
I think it was judo.
I think it was judo.
Judo.
That's more like rolling to the ground. Yeah. I was actually talking with the parents last weekend about maybe getting the gals some judo training for soccer. Not to go on the offensive, but just to kind of learn how to roll with it a little bit better when you're heading towards the ground. And if you are getting bullied or they're pushing you from behind, just go ahead and maybe tuck that arm in a little bit and do a hip toss.
Has Tua missed a game and just maybe one? Or
he hasn't missed any.
No.
Nope.
Well, so it's working for him.
Yes.
Tua. All right, we found out
that cross-sport training. You take stuff from other sports, you implement it. It can really be helpful.
It is. Baker Mayfield found out he is going to have a child as well. Congratulations to him. He was asked about this yesterday, tells the story of how he found out him and his wife were going to have their first child.
What was it like when she broke the news to you?
I was in shock. To be completely honest, it was during training camp. I had sent her a picture outside of our hotel. There was a Golden Doodle Puppies sign with a number on it, and I sent her a screenshot of that. And then 2 days later, I go to the house, and she put a Big Brother shirt on our dog. So I started looking around for a puppy, not seeing the ultrasound and the positive pregnancy test right in front of me. So, yeah, I was in the doghouse for a little bit on that one. But it was, just complete shock. But so blessed. Obviously, it's much more to life than just football. So it's one of those things that we're extremely happy about.
You're going to be a girl dad, too.
I know, girl dad. I'm going to be wrapped around her finger. Just completely screwed.
So how long were you in the doghouse for that?
Not long. Got out quickly. I got over the no puppy thing pretty quick, though.
Yeah.
The reality set in.
I mean, would that be another goal down the road?
Oh, for me, yes. For Emily, no. Too much running around the house.
Hashtag girl dad. I feel the same way. I will be bleeped as well when my girl comes. But I did think that was a fun way to tell him, and he's completely overlooking it. He's looking around for this puppy. I don't know if you guys had a fun way that you found out. Mine was just a picture of the positive test and then tears.
And you couldn't really figure out if they were happy or sad tears?
I mean, they were, from her, absolutely. I think there was a little bit of like, what the hell are we going to do? I'm like, honey, this is amazing. This is going to be okay. And then they turned immediately happy.
And we confirmed the cruise, right, for you? It was the.
Carnival would like
most
you to come do commercials for
Very
them.
romantic cruise.
Royal Caribbean sent us something.
Oh, did they?
They did. They sent us a little
Like
baby
a bill
onesie.
for the bedding?
Hey, they did.
You made
No
a
way.
baby on board.
Absolutely.
Congratulations,
Wolchuk's always had a bit of a sexy streak when he's on vacation.
Motion of the ocean there.
By the way, speaking of that, Wolchuk, I feel like I misspoke at a time on the air, and the mother of your child and your fiance just hates me. So
Why?
I'd like to apologize
Oh, no.
to the future Mrs. Wolchuk
What
for
happened?
whatever I said here publicly.
Oh, jeez.
I don't know. I've seen her twice. And I can feel the iciness off of her towards me. I have.
Yeah.
I see her interacting very differently with other people. And I understand
She didn't
sometimes
talk
I can
too
be
bad
offensive.
about you. It's kind of stuff you probably.
Hey, listen, it happens.
She doesn't say it to
We're
my
all
face.
human.
Yeah.
We're all human.
I
And
saddled
sometimes
up and talked
we
to
make
her out
mistakes.
there.
And when that happens, all you can do is lay yourself at the feet of the person and say, "I'm sorry for what I said."
I'll take care
future
of this.
Mrs. Wolchuk.
Don't you worry about it. You're fine, all right? You might be in the
I was thinking
doghouse
like maybe a
Baker.
nice, of course, a baby present is
Okay.
got to be in order. That's
Yeah.
going to butter her up a little bit. Of course, some nice marriage present, stuff like that.
Perfect.
I think we'll break this down eventually.
I think we'll be all right on that.
And then ultimately, you'll seal the deal with a nice little toast at the wedding, I presume,
yes.
Dawson. And
Put over the top right
I hope
there.
we get some
I'm pretty good
Dawson
with the
speeches.
toast.
That'd be fun. That would be an absolute blast. How fired up are you guys for Thursday Night Football? This is going to be a blast, huh? Patriots Steelers.
About 10 players in watching college tape.
Man, yeah, I'll be watching that too. I will not be watching a single second of this game, most likely.
Yeah.
The over-under for this is the lowest in an NFL game in 3 decades, one of the lowest all time between these two teams. The good news is for the Steelers, Najee Harris is expected to play. So I expect a lot of running in this football game.
I think the highest placed, like in terms of number of tickets bet on this game, is like at plus 1,400 or something. There will be no touchdowns.
Ooh. That's a fun one.
That is incredible.
Pretty amazing there. Yeah,
I mean,
and
you hold
calling
your
a
breath on
defensive
punt
touchdown.
returns.
Yeah.
Punt returns and interceptions. You'd be really nervous. but
Defensive
everything else-
touchdowns here. Get ready.
Well, this would be a fun game for Robbie Gould or a kicker in general because maybe field goals end up ruling the day. But Robbie Gould has officially retired today after a long NFL career where he finishes 10th all time in scoring. We
Didn't
talked
want
about
to kick off. He didn't
Yeah.
want to. He didn't want to try 50-yard field goals. There's
because he wanted to maintain his groins.
Which makes sense.
He's old.
But 18-year NFL career, congratulations to you, Robbie Gould, and all the kickers out there. Lombardi, your brother, your friend, best man at your wedding, was on with McAfee today. He said that he thinks that Belichick's biggest regret for cutting a player was cutting Robbie Gould because he couldn't keep him because he had Adam Vinatieri.
Right.
But then after Vinatieri, they kind of had some kicking woes, and he was like, man, I wish I had Robbie Gould.
Yeah, but if you got two kickers, do you have one?
You don't have any.
Good point. We're live at the Globe here. Rangers toy drive. Doors open in 44 minutes, and you bring a toy worth $15 or more, they'll give you a voucher for a free ticket for the upcoming Rangers season. We'll also have autograph tables. John Gray's going to join us coming up at about 3:40. Mike Maddox at 4. But here's a really interesting piece of content about Cowboys-Eagles and the stats that have the lugheads over at Eagles.com shaking in their boots going into Cowboys week. That's coming up next right here. The G-Bag Nation live at the Globe on 105.3 The Fan.
They poke fun out of mutual love and then get into fisticuffs behind the scenes. But that's an HR issue.